tó Ọlọ́run fi lọ́kàn balẹ̀. Wà gbogbo wà tó ọlá aṣáájú tó jẹ́ tó gbó wà gbó ọlá aṣáájú tó jẹ́ tó tọ́ wà tọ́ òní kábàámọ̀ ẹ o.
He was handed the instrument and staff of office by the Olora for our kingdom, His Royal Majesty Ọba Báyọ̀ Kọ́ládé.
Tèmi lọ tẹ́ gbà àṣẹ òye gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ bá ń láwọ́lé ó máa ṣe é ṣe fún yín ó máa jẹ́ ṣe ni àṣẹ ti gùn àrọ̀ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò rí pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ̀yà sọ pé àṣẹ o.
The certificate was presented to him by the Ajero of Ijero Kingdom, Oba Joseph Adewale. All of this was amidst traditional dancing and high spirit. To demonstrate this, the Tayeshi of Ifetedo Kingdom quickly mobilized his friends to contribute and donate handsomely for the building of the new ultra-modern multi-billion naira palace to be constructed in Ifetedo, and millions of naira was raised on the spot, and the Tayeshi II promised to still get across to more of his friends to donate to the worthy cause. There was a grand reception to formally end the chieftaincy installation of Ajagunla Olubiyi Fadeyi as the new Tayeshi II, with King Sunny Ade performing. His Imperial Majesty Oni Babatunde Ogunwusi was joined by the Orogun of Okela, Oba Adedokan Omoniyi Abolari, the home place of the new Tayeshi II, Princess Toyin Kolade Iyalaje Odua, her husband, Prince Kolade, Prince Dr. Bisi Olatilo, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, and many more. It was merriment and good feelings all through as King Sunny Ade supplied a medley of his evergreen songs. From Biscon Communications, its congratulations to Ajagunla Olubiyi Fadeyi, Tayeshi II of Ifetedo Kingdom in Osun State, Nigeria. Saturday, the 19th of February 2022, will forever remain a joyful day for the Andersons and Sedgwicks as their children, Ina Adia Anderson and Christopher Sedgwick, took their first step into marital bliss with their engagement ceremony, which took place at the Bells Event Center in Lagos Island. The beautiful bride, Ina Adia Anderson, is the granddaughter of renowned philanthropist, lawyer, and the Aro Asiwaju of Ile-Ife, Chief Oyekunle Alex Doduyemi, and the daughter of the late barrister Emmanuel and Mrs. Olufunmilayo Lulu Anderson from Diamond Hills, Calabar, Cross River State. She graduated from the University of Manchester, UK, where she studied law. She's currently a public relations officer at Carousel in England. The handsome groom, Christopher Sedgwick, is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Sedgwick from the United Kingdom. The groom is a graduate of the London School of Economics, London. He is currently a technology consultant. The venue of the event, which was tastefully decorated, hosted dignitaries from all walks of life. High Chief Oyekunle Alex Duduyemi, a philanthropist, lawyer, and the Ara Asiwaju of Ile-Ife, who is also the grandfather of the bride. The Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oni Adeyeye Nito Ogunwusi Ojaja II. High Chief Etibong Adam Duke, former Minister for Culture, Tourism and National Orientation, who was the chairman of the day. Olurugun Oscar Ibro, the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Babajide Damasio. Are Dele Momodu, chairman of Ovation Media Group and presidential hopeful. The event officially began with the ushering in of the bride's mother, Mrs. Olufunmilayo Lulu Anderson, in company of family members and friends, as they danced happily into the arena. They were immediately followed by the groom's family, the Sedgwicks.
The arrival of the parents of the to-be groom and bride, the to-be groom of this day, the parents of the to-be groom of this day, they are coming in.
To commit the proceedings into God's hands, Deaconess Mrs. Mbano Kafas led in the opening prayer. In the chairman's remark, High Chief Etibong Edem Duke welcomed everyone to the occasion in English, Yoruba, and Efik languages. He said the traditional marriage ceremony is a building block that cements families and relationships together. He encouraged the youth to always promote unity and wished the couple well.
In the greater Calabar community, pay a very special attention on this traditional marriage ceremony, which is the most important building block that cements families across tribal, traditional, religious lines. When one man and one woman come together, but that union, by extension, brings together many men and women of distinction who otherwise would not have met under any other platform. And so I welcome you, especially for our in-laws from the United Kingdom. I want to say to you that there is no party like a Nigerian wedding party. And so some of the initial things that you have seen today bears a peripheral testimony to what the grand occasion is going to be. We welcome you. Take all the experiences from today away with you. And I will assure you that not only have you come to see people and a country of diverse culture, but you have also come willingly for us to offer to give to you one of our greatest jewels in the family of the Andersons.
The handsome groom, Christopher Sedgwick, who was well dressed in the Calabar traditional attire, was ushered into the arena in company of his friends as they danced joyfully to pay homage to his parents and his parents-in-law before taking their seats to wait for the bride. The bride, Inya Adiaha Anderson, who was dressed in a ball-like Calabar traditional gown, made her way majestically into the arena, dancing with close friends who cheered her on from behind. She paid homage to her in-laws and proceeded to pay homage to her grandfather, High Chief Oyekunle Alex Duduyemi, before joining her husband. The traditional marriage box, which contained several items such as the dowry, £12, which was paid by the groom, the marriage ring, Holy Bible, different clothing and accessories, was presented to the bride's family. A minute's silence was observed in honor of the bride's father, the late barrister Emmanuel Anderson, before the groom, Christopher Sedgwick, formally engaged his beautiful bride, Ina Adiaha Anderson, and received blessings from the Oni of Ife, Oni Adeyeye Togunsi or Jaja II.
You can humble yourself. You can kiss each other.
The bride and groom came out for the second time in gorgeous green Yoruba attires. The cutting of the engagement cake was supervised by the master of ceremony, MC Scholar MCFR. A photo and video session followed next before the Faith Music Band dished out melodious songs which kept the crowd grooving till the very end. Biscon Communications congratulates the Anderson and Sedgwick families on the engagement of their children and wish the couple a blissful union.
Hello, I'm in Lagos, Nigeria, and guess where I am? I'm with one and only Aliko Dangote.
You're welcome, Eleni.
Great to be here.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Listen, the last time I was here, 2016, you were dredging sand. It was just sand and marshlands.
It was just sand. You know, that is a lot of sand actually. It was 65 million cubic meters of sand, 65 million tons.
And now it's a refinery.
It's a refinery working.
Working refinery.
Yes.
650,000 tons of capacity.
650,000 tons of capacity plus a petrochemical complex.
And we've got a fertilizer complex nearby.
Nearby, 3 million tons.
How do you feel that you pulled this off?
I feel great. I feel very proud as an African doing this.
But people were questioning whether you could do it. We just saw the bill rising, the price tag rising, rising.
Nobody ever expected us to pull this through. A lot of people have given up, but we've been able to deliver.
So you said it was going to be $14 billion?
Yes.
And now?
At the beginning, but there are quite a lot. Now about 18.9, about 19 billion almost.
19 billion?
Yes.
And you had to become a construction company and
We
doing
had to become construction. We are the engineering, the procurement and construction contractor. So all the others are actually just subcontractors.
So if you knew...
So we built it.
You built it. But if you, like what you know now, would you do it again? Would you have done it, knowing how hard it was going to be?
Actually, you know, yes, if I'm going to do it now, I will do it better.
Yeah.
Because I've learned from experience. But if I knew what I was going to go through, I wouldn't have tried.
You wouldn't have tried?
No.
But people warned you, don't do this.
They did, but I thought they were just trying to discourage me, you know, but I've done that. There are other countries in Africa that, all the African countries that have been trying to build refineries, they have not been able to. There has not been a refinery in the last 35 years.
And I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is?
So many issues.
Tell me.
There are many. I can't count them, but there are so
Is it
much.
money? Is it political will?
It's not only the money, money, political will, and also people who are benefiting from this whole stuff of importing petroleum products into Africa are actually discouraging those governments from building a refinery. And, you know, they won't get the loans anyway, because they don't have very strong banks. The international banks will not support anything like this.
You're a true African industrialist and you've achieved so much.
Yes.
We're talking about industrializing the continent, creating a more connected Africa.
Yeah.
Do you believe that can be done?
I think it can be done, but we have to make sure we focus and say that, look, we are the only ones that can deliver. We Africans are the only people that can develop Africa. If we are waiting for foreigners or foreign investors to come and develop Africa, it will never happen.
So what's next for you now? What are you going to do next? You bought a lot of cranes, so you've got to put them to work.
Yeah, we will keep looking at the next opportunities, petrochemicals, upstream. We will look at those opportunities and keep flying. The sky is the limit.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Ensemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize 3 million naira, second prize 1.5 million naira, third prize 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle or Ba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. I swear you that low man we sabi. Your bata of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. I swear you that low for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswe Odalu, he sure for us. Forward ever and go. If Aswe there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswe Odalu for governor. Forward ever and go. Mama, if Aswe there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor. Sure you go vote for PDP. Oh yes, PDP. Oh yes.
Communication is fundamental to the existence and survival of humans, organizations, and structures. In our daily life, communication helps us build relationships by allowing us share our experiences and needs, and helps us connect with others. Communication ensures the smooth running of any organization, thereby achieving its set goals. It is the essence of life, allowing us to express feelings, pass on information, share thoughts, and understand each other better. We all need to communicate. In simple terms, communication is the act of transferring information from one person to another. It is a process of creating and sharing ideas, information, views, and feelings from one place, person, or group to another. Typically, communication should involve the sender, the message, and the recipient. The sender or the communicator generates the message and conveys it to the receiver. He is the source and the one who starts the communication. The message generated by the sender is encoded symbolically, such as in the form of words, pictures, gestures, and so on, before it is being conveyed. The message is the idea, information, view, fact, feeling, and so on that is generated by the sender and is then intended to be communicated further. The receiver is a person who is last in the chain and for whom the message was sent by the sender. Once the receiver receives the message and decodes or understands it in proper perspective and acts according to the message, only then is the purpose of communication successful. Hence, communication can be said to be effective when and if the receiver understands the message. In other words, communication is complete when feedback is initiated. This happens when the recipient informs the sender that the message has been received and understood. The feedback can be provided through verbal and non-verbal means. The words we use to communicate are important. but so is nonverbal communication. Nonverbal cues such as signals, movements and expressions in our social and business life all help to deliver a specific message. Handshakes, eye contact and touching all help to show how we feel. Sometimes nonverbal communication is even more effective than verbal communication in some situations. Communication is a key in a relationship, and it's a crucial ingredient that keeps a relationship healthy. If there is no communication in relationships, it is likely to fail. The importance of communication cannot be overemphasized. After all, there can't be culture, society, or civilization without the ability of people to communicate with one another. Good communication prevents conflicts and misunderstandings, helps us to meet our needs, and establishes rules and laws that aid in the structuring of society, helps people find and keep employment, provides information and guidance to people, and passes down cultural traditions, norms, and values. Two truths to know or keep in mind about communication are: 1. Communication is inevitable. We are always communicating, even subconsciously. 2. Be careful about how and what is being communicated. The effect of what you've communicated can't be undone. Effective communication can be achieved by being clear and concise while communicating. When communicating, be clear about the objective and purpose of your message. Make sure your message is easily understood by keeping it succinct. People prefer short, sharp messages, so it's better to stick to the point and be clear about your intentions. Don't let them rely on assumptions to work out your message. 2. Don't make any assumptions. Assumptions are formed when information is incomplete. It lacks evidence or facts, and it's quite easy to form assumptions if the right questions are not asked. The more questions asked, the less assumptions are made. 3. Listen with empathy. Empathic listening is the practice of being attentive and responsive to others during a conversation. By listening with empathy, one can make an emotional connection with other person and provide a more heartfelt personal response. We can truly learn to understand the emotions and perspectives of others with this process. 4. Learn the basics of nonverbal communication. It's said that nonverbal communication accounts for 55% of how an audience perceives a presenter. That means most communication is not through words, but through physical cues. Developing the ability to understand and use nonverbal communication can help in connecting with others, express intentions and thoughts, and build better relationships at home and at work. Why is communication important? Building trust and relationships. One of the primary reasons why communication is imperative is because it helps foster stronger relationships and builds trust between people. It takes time to build trust in a relationship, and one way to achieve this is through communication. When people or partners are always willing to have honest and open communication, trust is built over time. Friends, families, and spouses who are comfortable communicating with one another enjoy more fruitful relationships. A key thing to note here is that communication is not a one-way process. That is, while speaking is an essential component of communication, listening is also an indispensable one. So, to forge stronger relationships with people, we don't just talk to them, we also listen to them. 2. Communication is important because it helps solve conflicts. Communication is the best way to solve any conflict that might arise in life or in relationships. More importantly, communicating is an excellent way to avoid any conflict from arising in the first place. Communication also helps in gaining more knowledge about a person and better understanding them. It helps in passing across our points and views clearly. thereby avoiding or mitigating any misunderstanding that might arise. Indeed, effective, honest, and regular communication is the basis of any successful and long-term relationship.
Even in business, communication is important. So in relationship, friendship, it is paramount. So yeah, because it is in communication that you find out the do's and don'ts, as in the ons and offs of your partner or your friends. So definitely you have to communicate.
Another important reason why communication is so important in life is rooted in the basic definition of communication itself. It helps clearly tell others what you want and express any ideas you might wish to share with them. The inability to express our ideas and wants means they can't be achieved.
From marital to social, academic work and everything, communication is important, because it is only through communication we can share interests or views and what have you. But if you want to keep it to yourself, I think you are not ready for growth. Certainly, yeah. If you want to hold communication, if you want to be yourself, if you want to just be within your circle, you don't want to communicate, meaning you are not ready for growth.
Also, communication helps foster respect. What might sound disrespectful to one party might not be to the other. Effective communication helps parties involved to know the preferences of each other and respect one another's views, as well as know when and where to draw the line. Also, it allows support for each other. One of the exciting parts about having a partner is that you always have someone to rely on when facing challenges. When you encounter challenges, it will be a disservice to yourself if you decide not to share with anyone, especially your partner. It is important to mention that going through challenges alone can be difficult, but a problem shared is a problem half solved. There are so many barriers to communicating effectively, and until they are identified and properly managed or dealt with, effective communication cannot be achieved. Some of these hindrances include emotional barriers. The emotional IQ of a person determines the ease and comfort with which they can communicate. A person who is emotionally mature will be able to communicate effectively. On the other hand, people who let their emotions take over will face certain difficulties. A perfect mixture of emotions and facts is necessary for effective communication. Emotions like anger, frustration, humor can blur the decision-making capacity of a person and thus limit the effectiveness of their communication. Another hindrance to communication is perception barriers. Different people perceive the same thing differently. This is a fact which we must consider during the communication process. Knowledge of the perception levels of the other person is crucial to effective communication. All the messages that communicate must be easy and clear. Not listening attentively. The biggest problem of communication is not listening. Many of our communication problems would go away if we intently listen to one another. Speaking before thinking. So many times we say things as a reaction, and those times it usually doesn't go well. Take your time and think before speaking or responding. Raising your voice. Thinking before speaking, as mentioned above, will help to deal with this problem. Taking a breather will also help in putting yourself together. Non-verbal communication like facial expressions, gestures, and so on impact our conversations. You may not have said anything wrong, but you sure did say something wrong with your negative body language, which can be received worse. Speaking in superlatives. We need to be careful of using extreme words like you always, you never, every single time, among others. There are no doubt that there are things we always do, never do, or do every single time. Using superlatives can be harmful to any relationship. Playing the blame game. Learn to take responsibility when you err. Don't let your first instinct be to blame others. The blame game or pointing fingers doesn't work. Seeking to be understood first rather than to understand. Strive to know what the other person is thinking, what they are feeling, or what they may be dealing with. Before you try to get them to understand you, first understand their point of view. It just may change your point of view before you even share it. When we strive to eliminate all the barriers to communication, we'll have a better, stronger, and lasting relationships, achieve goals faster, and enjoy more peace. And even when misunderstandings do occur, which is inevitable, it will be faster and better resolved. It cannot be overemphasized that communication is fundamental to the existence and survival of humans, organizations, and structures. Through good and effective communication, barriers of misconception are broken, relationships are built and sustained, conflicts are resolved, peace, respect, and unity are engendered. There is no gainsaying, therefore, that we all need to communicate.
25 years and counting. Democracy in Nigeria, past, present, and future. According to Abraham Lincoln, democracy is the government of the people, by the people, for the people. Democracy is a form of government in which the power is held by the people through elected representatives. It is characterized by principles such as political equality, freedom of speech, rule of law, and respect for human rights, where citizens participate in decision-making processes, hold their leaders accountable, and shape the direction of their society. The history of democracy in the country has been marked by a series of political transitions, military interventions, and struggles for democratic governance. Nigeria's democracy has been fragile and fluctuating since independence, as successive governments struggled to create a sense of national unity in a complex country whose borders were drawn by British colonialists, incorporating more than 200 ethnic groups. May 29 was initially the official Democracy Day in Nigeria, marking when the newly elected Olusegun Obasanjo took office as President of Nigeria. On June 6, 2018, 8 days after May 29, 2018 had been celebrated as Democracy Day, the government of President Muhammadu Buhari declared June 12 to be the new Democracy Day. This was done to commemorate the democratic election of Moshood Abiola on June 12, 1993, which was wrongly cancelled by the government of Ibrahim Babangida. Abiola was later detained after he rightfully declared himself the president. Nigeria gained independence from British colonial rule in 1960 and initially operated as a parliamentary system. However, the country faced political instability and ethnic tensions that culminated in a series of military coups and periods in military rule. The first general elections took place in 1964, which led to the formation of a government headed by Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. However, the early years as an independent nation were marked with political instability and military coup. The first military coup took place in 1966, leading to the overthrow of the civilian government and the establishment of military rule under General Aguiyi Ironsi. Despite the return to civilian rule in 1979, Nigeria continued to experience political turmoil with multiple military coups and periods of military rule. It was not until 1999 that Nigeria saw a return to democracy with the election of Olusegun Obasanjo as president. Since then, there has been several elections with power transitioning between different political parties. The 1999 Constitution created the Fourth Nigerian Republic, a federation with democratic rule, which remains in force today. The 1999 Constitution identifies the national capital, 36 states and their capitals, and 774 local government areas within Nigeria. The nation operates on a federal system of democracy, with the executive headed by the president. The legislature is formed by the National Assembly of Senate and House of Representatives, while the judiciary is headed by a Supreme Court. With 25 years on, democracy in the country has faced challenges over the years, including allegations of electoral fraud, corruption, political violence, ethnic and religious tensions, and economic struggles. Also, Nigeria's army, once regarded as the continent's most capable, has been dramatically weakened over the past decade. It has failed to provide basic security in large parts of the country, struggling to contain an insurgence by the terrorist group Boko Haram, bandits, kidnapping, and other forms of security threats. In recent years, the country has witnessed a growing youth-led movement advocating for good governance, accountability, and the end of police brutality through movements like End SARS. These movements reflect the aspirations of Nigerians for a more inclusive and responsive democracy that addresses the needs of all civilians. During this period, Twitter, now X platform, was banned for more than a year following the protests, while big media houses closed and journalists fled, diminishing open debate. Security incidents go unreported or misrepresented for fear of reprisals by the government. NSAS did not produce a political party, and in many ways, its separation from traditional politics was its power. But it showed a hunger for more democracy, not less, among Nigerians, and a solidarity among Nigerians' enormous population of young people. The country, which has made efforts to strengthen its democratic institutions, such as the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, responsible for conducting elections, and reforms aimed at improving transparency, accountability, and rule of law, violence has been a lingering feature of elections in the country. Voter turnout has steadily decreased as voters have become disillusioned by the recycling of political candidates, the lack of internal democracy in political parties, and the failure of government to deliver real progress. Chinua Achebe, a Nigerian novelist, poet, and critic, says sustaining democracy in Nigeria will require more than just free elections. It will also mean ending a system in which corruption is not just tolerated, but widely encouraged and hugely profitable. Despite these challenges, democracy in Nigeria continues to evolve, with greater participation from civil society organizations, the media, and the general public in the political process. Nigeria remains committed to democratic ideals of freedom, transparency, and accountability, as enshrined in its constitution. Upholding democracy in Nigeria requires a commitment to the rule of law, protection of human rights, transparency and accountability in governance, and free and fair elections. Federal government and organized labor union minimum wage negotiation. Workers around the world come together every May 1st to celebrate freedom, consideration, and humanity. Workers' Day, also known as Labor Day or May Day, is an annual celebration and can be traced back as far as the late 19th century, when workers across the globe began demanding better working conditions, fair wages, and shorter working hours. The theme for this year, which focuses on ensuring safety and health at work in a changing climate, underscores the critical importance of addressing the impacts of climate change on workplace safety and occupational health. This year's Workers' Day is the first under President Bola Tinubu's administration, who was sworn in on May 29, 2023. During his inaugural speech, President Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidy in June 2023, declared the Naira exchange rate policy, and recently, the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission, NERC, and power distribution companies have increased their electricity tariff for Band A customers.
On fuel subsidy, unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office, and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone. Subsidy can no longer justify its ever increasing cost and the wake of dry resources. We shall instead channel whatever so for to fund to better investment.
As Nigeria joined the rest of the world to mark International Workers' Day, IWD, the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, say life has been miserable for Nigerians and workers under President Bola Tinubu's administration. This is as the celebration was marked amid spiraling and unending long queues at filling stations, as scarcity of premium motor spirit, PMS, also known as petrol, worsens across the Federation. Inflationary pressure, including food inflation, hike in energy and transport costs, among others. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics has disclosed that Nigeria's headline inflation rate increased to 33.20% in March 2024, up from 31.70% in February 2024. This represents a month-over-month increase of 1.50 percentage points in the headline inflation rate, according to the released data. Due to the current economic realities in the country, the organized labor unions have called on the administration of President Tinubu to hasten the upward review of the wage awards. The unions are demanding 615,000 naira as the new minimum wage for workers to cope with the many economic realities and high cost of living in Nigeria. The union says the current minimum wage of 30,000 naira can no longer cater for the well-being of an average Nigerian worker, lamenting that not all governors are paying the current wage award, which expired in April, 5 years after the Minimum Wage Act of 2019 was signed by former President Muhammadu Buhari. Meanwhile, on April 29, 2024, the federal government approved a salary increase of between 25% and 35% for civil servants on the remaining 6 consolidated salary structures. Also, the federal government has said that although the tripartite committee on national minimum wage was yet to conclude its negotiations, workers will not lose anything as the minimum wage will take effect from May 1st, 2024. The Minister of State Labor, Nkiruka Onyejiocha, says it is regrettable that the new national minimum wage was not ready before the Workers' Day celebration, but wide consultation is ongoing to ensure that the document is out together as soon as possible.
The Nigerian workers should be rest assured that despite the short delay, the minimum wage will take effect on from 1st May 2024. We are not going to lose any time.
Earlier in January, the federal government inaugurated a 37-man tripartite committee on national minimum wage with a mandate to recommend a new national minimum wage for the country. But the recommendations of the committee have not been implemented by the government. The unions continue to insist that inflation has affected the cost of living for an average Nigerian worker, noting that state governors can afford to pay every public servant because they now get more monthly revenue allocation by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Governors Forum emphasizes the need for the government and organized labor to come up with a sustainable minimum wage in the ongoing negotiations. The NGF made the call in a communique issued at the end of its virtual meeting and signed by its chairman and Kwara State Governor, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, assuring labor of governor's commitment to pay the workers an improved wage. In response, the Nigeria Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress warned the state governors against defaulting on the minimum wage that will be approved during the ongoing negotiations.
The Nigerian Labour Congress and TUC have made it clearly and emphatically that should the minimum wage negotiation continue and linger till the end of May, we can no longer guarantee industrial harmony in this country.
We reject unilateral and illegal tariff hike and demand adherence to due process. The NLC and TUC hereby advise NEC and power sector operators to revise the last increase in electricity tariff within the next 1 week.
Amidst the ongoing minimum wage negotiation between the federal government and the organized labor union, collaboration between both parties is needed in order to foster unity, implement better working conditions, and improve quality of life for workers. Increasing the minimum wage can have several benefits for both workers and the economy as a whole, such as stimulating consumer spending. That is, when workers earn more, they tend to spend more. A higher minimum wage puts more money into the hands of low-income workers who are likely to spend it on essential goods and services. This increased consumer spending can have a positive ripple effect throughout the economy. Businesses may see a boost in sales, leading to higher profits and potentially more job opportunities. This cycle of increased spending can help stimulate economic growth and create a more robust economy. It boosts productivity and employee morale. Increasing workers' minimum wage also increases tax revenue for government because as more people earn higher wages, they pay more in taxes, which can lead to increased tax revenue for the government. This additional revenue can be reinvested into public services and infrastructure, benefiting the community as a whole. In conclusion, raising the minimum wage can have wide-reaching benefits for both workers and the economy as a whole, by improving the quality of life for low-wage workers, stimulating consumer spending, boosting productivity, reducing turnover costs for businesses, and increasing tax revenue for the government. A higher minimum wage can help create a more equitable and prosperous society.
Oludi Ebobo, Edo people, who's your guy? Olumide Akpata, Oludi. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbavo Akpata, Una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Ensemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle or Ba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go down low, man we sabi. Your better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswa Yodalu, he sure for us.
Forward ever and go. We fast where they get, we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. Aswa you go down for governor. Forward ever and go. We fast where they get, we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. And coming up in the news, federal government repairs vandalized second Niger bridge, tightens security. Southwest governors appoint Sanwo-Olu as new chairman. In business news, NNPCL denies alleged inflated fuel subsidy payments. On the foreign scene, Hunter Biden opts not to testify at his gun trial as the fence rests. And in the weather sports, Benin Republic clips Super Eagles wings, defeat Nigeria for first time. Now the news in full. The Federal Ministry of Works has fixed the vandalized railings and expansion joints used to absorb the thermal expansions at the second Niger Bridge. Uchenna Orji, the special advisor on media to the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, disclosed this to newsmen. Orji said the vandalized sections of the bridge were fixed on Sunday. He added that the Federal Ministry of Works is working with the police and other security agencies to tighten security in order to stop vandalism on the bridge and save this superstructure from further damage. This is following a video that circulated on social media last Monday, showing how some rail fittings and expansion joints installed on the bridge were uprooted and vandalized by suspected vandals. The Minister of Works had expressed deep shock over the development, lamenting that reports of vandalism were still being recorded, despite the presence of the private security outfit deployed by the Federal Ministry of Works to be in charge of the area. Now, a group of lawmakers in the House of Representatives are seeking alterations to the 1999 Constitution to pave the way for the rotation of the presidency among the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. They also want an amendment to the Constitution to provide for a single tenure of 6 years for the President and governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Speaking on behalf of the group today in Abuja, the member representing Idiato South and Idiato North Federal Constituency, Imo State, Ikenga Gochinyere, says the reduction in government spending and wastage, efficiency in governance and national stability by providing a single term of 6 years for the President and governors will go a long way in cost-cutting measures. In another story, the 6 governors of the Southwest Geopolitical Zone met in Lagos on Monday and appointed Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State as the new chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum. The governors met at the Lagos House Alausa Ikeja, office of Governor Sanwo-Olu, and after 3 hours of deliberation, issued a communique. Sanwo-Olu, briefing the State House correspondents after the meeting, announced the appointment. He succeeded the late Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. However, he was silent on the decision taken on the issue of the ongoing minimum wage controversy between the federal government and organized labor. The governor said they await the outcome of negotiations between the 2 parties. Now, in an interview with newsmen, a former Foreign Affairs Minister, Professor Balaji Akinyemi, says Israel has lost its international moral standing and its internal cohesion in the face of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. According to him, the International Criminal Court (ICC) issue is causing Israel reputational damage. He said the Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, popularly known as Mossad, has been going after ICC officials, blackmailing them, and even threatening their families to halt investigations into Israel. Akinyemi highlighted additional concerns, including attempts to breach the archives of the International Court of Justice and possible threats against its judges to influence their judgments. He added that Israel is prepared to destroy anything and everything that stands in its way, which is not the kind of image a country wants to have internationally. Akinyemi further stressed that Israel's actions are creating problems not only for itself, but for the rest of the world.
You know, there are 1 or 2 things we have not ignored. I think it slipped past us. And when I bring them onto the outside, then you will know the danger to Israel itself of what is happening. Number 1, Israel has lost its moral standing internationally. You have the ICC issue, no matter how much the Americans and the Israelis condemned the ICC. And something that came out a few days ago shows that the ICC, shows that Mossad had actually been going after ICC officials, blackmailing them. The last one, the African one, they even threatened her family if she doesn't stop going after Israel. And this present one says his officials have been threatened and blackmailed by ICC. That's issue number one. Issue number two, who knows what has happened in the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. We have heard that the attempts have been made to break into the archives of the court. Do we know whether judges have been threatened to make sure that their judgments or their pronouncements are pro-Israel? So in other words, Israel is prepared to destroy anything and everything that stands in its way. This is not the kind of image that a country wants to have internationally.
You're watching Biscon Television News. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to business news. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has refuted reports online that it inflated the fuel subsidy payments by 3.3 trillion naira. A report claimed that a forensic audit conducted by a global accounting firm, KPMG, had uncovered a significant discrepancy in the fuel subsidy claims made by the National Oil Company. According to a report by Eyewitness Live, the audit revealed that NNPCL inflated its fuel subsidy claims by a staggering 3.3 trillion naira. The audit, which will cover 2015 to 2021, aims to verify the authenticity of the subsidy claims. The report comes several months after the NNPCL's group CEO, Mele Kyari, claimed that the federal government still owed NNPCL 2.8 trillion naira for petrol subsidy payments, which the company had covered from its cash flow. However, in a statement today by its Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Shoneye, the NNPC said it had never inflated its subsidy claims with the federal government. The National Oil Company said all its previous subsidy claims are verifiable, saying that all relevant records and documents have been sent to relevant authorities and agencies for audit. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Join us again.
This is Biscon Politics. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has announced that its second National Executive Council (NEC) meeting for 2024 will be held on Thursday, September 26th. Newsman reports that the latest development was contained in the party's 2024 adjusted timetable and schedule of activities for congresses, which was released today. It will be recalled that at the first NEC meeting held on April 18, issues including the fate of the party's acting national chairman Iliya Damagun were postponed to the next NEC meeting, earliest slated for August. The North Central Caucus of the party had argued that a candidate from the zone should be elected to complete the truncated tenure of former chairman Iyorchia Ayu, who resigned almost 2 years into this 4-year tenure. According to the timetable released, the party, ahead of the September NEC, scheduled July 27th for the conduct of ward delegate congresses to elect ward executives and 3 ad hoc delegates in 23 of the country's 36 states, including Abuja. Some of the affected states included Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Benue, Bauchi, FCT, Taraba, and Ebonyi. Similarly, appeals arising from the ward congresses will be considered on 2nd August 2024. Local government congresses to elect local government area executives and national delegates in 21 affected states will follow on August 10th. Appeals arising from the local government congresses will be entertained on August 16th, while state congresses are to be held in 18 states on August 31st. These states include Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Delta, Kano, Rivers, FCT, Benue, Katsina, Ekiti, and Ebonyi, amongst others. Appeals arising from the state congresses are to be considered on September 5th, 2024. Now to Rivers State. A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has affirmed that Martin Amaewhule and the 26 other members of the Rivers State House of Assembly are still members of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). Delivering judgment in Port Harcourt earlier today, Justice Okobule Gbasam of the Rivers State High Court held that the claimants failed to prove that Amaewhule and 26 other lawmakers had defected to the All Progressives Congress (APC). Justice Gbasam further held that membership of a party is only proven by being listed on the party's register or by membership card, adding that television ceremonies or other verbal statements were not enough to show the same. Interestingly, the PDP had filed a motion to be joined in the case and added as a fourth defendant. Justice Gbasam further held that the Rivers State government is bound to obey all laws passed by the Assembly as they are still members of the PDP, hence their names are still in the PDP's membership register as they provided by the party. He further posited that the state government is bound by the law made by the Assembly and they are still members of the PDP and as such haven't lost their seats. Now, the Zamfara State Governor, Dauda Lawal, has requested more interventions from the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, (TED) to complete unfinished projects at its tertiary institutions. In a statement by the governor's spokesman, Suleiman Bala Idris, said Lawal made the appeal during an official visit to the TED Fund headquarters in Abuja. Said that the governor made specific requests for interventions at the Zamfara State University and at the Gusau Polytechnic, noting that the schools have a number of projects that were initiated and abandoned by previous administrations. The governor said the last time he visited Fund, he mentioned that they were like Oliver Twist, always asking for more, and now he is here again to request additional support for some Zamfara tertiary institutions. That's all on Biscon Politics.
Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to foreign news. U.S. President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, opted not to testify at his criminal trial on charges of hiding his alleged drug use from the government in 2018 to illegally buy a gun, and his legal team rested its case. The federal government case, the first criminal trial of a U.S. president's son, last week, offered an intimate view of the younger Biden's years of struggle with alcohol and crack cocaine abuse, which prosecutors say legally precluded him from buying a gun. Hunter Biden, 54, has pleaded not guilty to felony charges, both of lying about his addiction when he filled out a government screening document for the Colt Cobra revolver and of illegally possessing the weapon for 11 days. His defense team says he was in recovery at the time, so was truthful when he indicated on the paperwork that he was not a drug user. The start of proceedings on Monday was expected to focus on the legal technicality. Biden's lawyers want jurors to be told during jury instruction that he filled out the form in good faith, which the prosecution disagrees. We'll take another short break, and when we return, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to the weather sports. Benin Republic beat the Super Eagles for the first time on Monday, defeating them 2-1. That scoreline leaves Nigeria's World Cup qualification on the line. Nigeria have only a miserable 3 points from 4 World Cup qualification games and are at the risk of missing the next football tournament. The Super Eagles came into the game needing a win after drawing South Africa some days back. While the game started on a good note for the Nigerians, they had to wait 25 minutes before taking the lead. Raphael Onyedika of Club Brugge gave the Super Eagles the advantage when he slotted in coolly just inside the box. Bottom faced, the Cheetahs of Benin, coached by a former Nigerian gaffer, Kenneth Raw, leveled proceedings in the 37th minute from Jode Dosso after a defensive error from the Super Eagles. They compounded Nigeria's misery just before the halftime whistle via Steve Money. On the resumption of the second half, Nigeria ranked some changes in a push to find the leveler. However, the Cheetahs defended stoutly to record one of the biggest wins in football. Monday's result leaves Nigeria 5th in the Group C qualification lot for the 2026 World Cup. In another story, Jamie Chadwick says she believes we'll start seeing a female driver in Formula One after becoming the third woman in the history of Indy NX to win a race. Chadwick finished first after starting the pole position for the Indy NXT race at Road America to become the first woman to achieve success on the road course in the U.S. racing series. Chadwick, in the number 28 Vexed car of Andretti Global, claimed her maiden victory in the feeder series to IndyCar. She had the race in full control but was forced to show her skill in a 2-lap shootout at the end, following a red flag, and then could finally feel the relief of getting a race win under her belt. Chadwick, who is also a development driver for Formula One team Williams, is enjoying pushing herself in America and believes that despite work still needing to be done, the sport is getting closer to seeing a woman line up on the Formula One grid. You're watching the news on Biscon Television. Still to come is entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to entertainment news. Ashake is set to join the list of Nigerian artists who have headlined the famous Madison Square Garden. The Nigerian superstar has announced a world tour that will kick off later on July 29, 2024, with stops in Europe, America, and Australia. The Nigerian singer has also announced his 2024 Lungu Boy Tour on his social media handles, while also announcing the impending arrival of his third album. The tour is set to kick off with a headlining performance in Afro Nation on July 29, 2024, in Port Matthew, before stopping for another headlining performance at the Wireless Festival in London. As part of the tour, Ashake will be headlining some notable arenas in the United States, including the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Toyota Center in Houston, and the famous Madison Square Garden in New York, among others. You're still watching the news on Biscon Television. The news continues shortly. Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to the major points of the news again. On the national scene, federal government repairs vandalized second Niger bridge, tightens security. Southwest governors appoint Sanwo-Olu as new chairman. Business news, NNPCL denies alleged inflated fuel subsidy payments. On the foreign scene, Hunter Biden opts not to testify at his gun trial as defense rests. And in the weather sports, Benin Republic clip Super Eagles wings defeat Nigeria for first time. And that's the news on Biscon Television, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalari. Now the last line. Bertrand Russell said, "The good life is one inspired by love and guided by knowledge." I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
On Thursday, June 6, 2024, the prestigious Metropolitan Club in Victoria Island, Lagos, hosted the presentation of the book, Command Your Stage, a comprehensive guide to public speaking, authored by the renowned broadcaster Bimbo Oluyede. Bimbo Oluyede, a veteran Nigerian TV journalist and producer, has a distinguished career that includes being a mainstay on NTA Network News from 1976 to 1980. She is the esteemed daughter of M.E.K. Roberts, a former Deputy Inspector General of Police, and spent much of her adolescence in England, where she studied drama and theatre arts. The event attracted a distinguished array of personalities from various spheres, including His Excellency Donald Duke, former Governor of Cross River State, Mr. Afolabi Adeola, co-founder of Guarantee Trust Bank and chairman of the occasion, Malam Danladi Bako, former Director General of the Nigerian Broadcast Commission, Chief John Odeyemi Opashewa of Ife, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications, Bashorun Dele Momodu, CEO and publisher of Ovation International Media, Dame Abimbola Fashola, former First Lady of Lagos State, Alhaja Sinatu Ojikutu, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Irilu Abiola Dusebo, Irilu Kuti IV of Lagos, Dr. Waheed Olagunju, former MD CEO of Bank of Industries, BOI, Tunde Kelani, acclaimed Nigerian filmmaker, among others. The chairman of the occasion, Mr. Fola Adeola, commended Bimbo Oluyede for her remarkable personal and professional achievements. He shared heartfelt reflections on his own life's journey, emphasizing the profound relevance of the book's title, Command Your Stage.
Ma'am, congratulations. My own generation is proud of you. My generation is proud of you. And it is not true that integrity does not pay. It is not true. It is not true that professional proficiency doesn't get you anywhere. It is not true. It is not true that living your values, you're just wasting your time. It is not true. It is not true that unless you fly to Abuja every other day to go and look for contract is the only way to make a living. It is not true. Let me tell you the minimum it will fetch you. I will be in your audience anytime you call. Thank you.
Dr. Nasser Danladi Bako provided an expert review of the book.
Ladies and gentlemen, the book Command Your Stage is a 272-page introspection, interrogation, and examination of the art and science of public speaking and contextual presentation written by our dear author, broadcaster, speech presentation expert, Mrs. Bimbo Oloyede. The book is packaged and delivered in 12 chapters of precise, descriptive, unambiguous, free-flowing prose, laced with intellectual sagacity and journalistic expertise, so much that the reader is likely to believe that Bimbo indeed has a Doctor of Philosophy degree in literature and elocution, as well as literature in English. The depth of the linguistic prosecution of the message of the book is about one of the finest and most lucid one has read in a very long time.
Followed by heartfelt goodwill messages from the author's friends and colleagues, including Mrs. Adeola Aziz, Mrs. Comfort Nwakwo, and Mr. Donald Duke.
People, congratulations. Having the audacity, the courage to put pen to paper, particularly in your profession, is audacious, but is also a mark of confidence. You've done well. You'll always be celebrated. I'm glad the children are here, because all that we do now is for your sake. Thank you.
The occasion also featured the presentation of Legacy Champion Awards to distinguished individuals for their significant contributions to their fields. A brief panel session, moderated by Oluwaseun Olaniyan, featured experienced resource persons from the entertainment sphere discussing the topic, to speak or not to speak. The high point of the event was the grand unveiling and launch of the book, Command Your Stage, expertly executed by Mr. Fola Adeola and ace broadcaster Prince Bisi Olatilo. In a response, Bimbo Oloyede shared an allegorical reflection on her journey into broadcast journalism and her professional experiences over the years.
I'm excited that today we have had 3 generations of presenters. Some of today's popular radio and TV presenters and influencers have met with their senior colleagues, that's people in my generation, like Prince Bisi Olatilo here. And then we have had aspiring presenters, as we have seen and heard from the children in various secondary schools. So in closing, let me say that in terms of communication, Nigeria is in a catch-22 situation.
She expressed concern over the lack of articulation among Nigerian leaders and emphasized the importance for the younger generation to learn to communicate ideas clearly and confidently.
Some of the bottlenecks and inexplicable policies we are faced with in our nation today are because of the disconnect between our leaders and followers. Many of our leaders cannot clearly articulate. Consequently, they are unable to deliver their messages to the followers. Similarly, followers do not know how to ask for clarification when they don't understand. And sadly, these two parallel lines are not likely to meet. So if the game is to change, and if Nigeria is to take its rightful place as a global force, now is the time for you young people to have a different understanding of education. You must learn how to articulate ideas clearly and confidently so that you are empowered to establish and maintain successful relationships, to thrive in the workplace, and to make a meaningful contribution to nation building.
The event concluded with a vote of thanks from the author's daughter, Adeola Kingsley, and the departure of the esteemed guests.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Ensemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle or Ba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
The wedding solemnization of Michaela Misoma Ukeji and Julian Chinonso Ume was held on Saturday, June 8, 2024, at the Catholic Church of Divine Mercy in Lekki, Lagos. The bride, Michaela, is the distinguished daughter of Chief Sir Ukeji, a renowned business magnate from Anambra State. The groom, Julian, is the esteemed son of the illustrious Igbo entrepreneur, Mr. Pius Amamchuku. The Holy Mass was officiated by a distinguished group of clergy led by Most Reverend Martin Uzoku, Bishop of Mina. The couple was surrounded by family, friends, and well-wishers who gathered to witness this significant and joyous occasion. Scripture readings were selected from the book of Genesis, the first letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians, and the Gospel of Matthew. In his homily, Reverend Father Martin Ikeagu emphasized the sanctity of marriage as a divine covenant, urging the couple to embrace a life of prayer, patience, and perseverance. He highlighted that marriage requires sacrificial love and mutual commitment.
So you have to first and foremost to practice these things. You have to submit yourselves first and foremost to Christ the Lord, so that you will find strength, so that you will find encouragement, so that you will find perseverance. Because sometimes it's difficult to understand someone that has been on his own or her own for years, and then suddenly you came together. It's going to be a learning process. That's only prayer will assist you to go on. Then, patience. Patience is a virtue. Love is patience. You have to be patient with each other. I don't know how far you have known yourselves. Maybe 1 year, 2 years. But you have been living your life from a different family background, same with you, from a different family background, growing up. And then you met each other and find over each other's eyes and decided that you are going to make this journey together. There are trappings of the past, family backgrounds, the way one was brought up. These things, if you don't decide patient towards each other.
The 1999 Constitution, which we operate, is defective in 2 ways. One,
so you have to be patient, don't be judgmental.
The marriage rites were then solemnly performed by Most Reverend Martin Uzoku, who declared Michaela and Julian husband and wife after they exchanged their marital vows.
Take this ring as a sign of my love and fidelity in the name of the Father and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Distribution of the legislative powers, it is in absolute violence to what the distribution is in.
This was followed by the prayers of the faithful, the Eucharistic rites, the signing of the marriage register, and a Thanksgiving session. The Holy Mass concluded with the final blessings and recession. A reception followed shortly after at the magnificent Balmoral Convention Center, Federal Palace Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos. The event was graced by an array of distinguished personalities from various walks of life. Among the notable attendees, His Excellency Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, Senator Victor Ume, chairman of the occasion, Sir Alan Onyema, founder and CEO of Air Peace, Igwe Gerald Mbamalu, traditional ruler of Ojoto, Anambra State, Badebo Rhodes Fiver, Lagos State Labour Party governorship candidate. The proceedings commenced with the grand entry of the couple's parents. Followed by the magnificent entrance of the newlyweds. accompanied by a vibrant entourage of bridesmaids and groomsmen. The opening prayer was led by Bishop Victor Umbanisi. In his opening remarks, Senator Victor Ume, the chairman of the occasion, noted that the union of Michaela and Julian was divinely ordained, given their noble heritage.
So I welcome everybody and pray along with Bishop Umbanisi that you will have good children, people like you. Anybody who saw children coming in and singing, Julian is very handsome, Michaela is very pretty, and have everything, all the trappings in life to have a successful marriage. Make sure we don't disappoint any of us. All of us there are witnesses. Very good married life. You have to love each other exceedingly, more than ever before. Because today we have become one and inseparable. Nothing will separate you of you in Jesus' name. Your children will be like you. So the type of celebration we're having today for you in this wedding, your own children will also wed, and you will be there to invite your own friends. This is my prayer for you.
This was followed by the traditional colonel blessing and sharing ceremony. The cake cutting was a highlight, supervised by Senator Victor Ume, amidst a display of radiant fireworks.
K, E, S, U, S. Yes, I tested their patience. They're waiting for it. Let's give them a hand of applause, please. They've got their cake.
Barrister Nicola Ukiji, the bride's sister, proposed a heartfelt toast.
For a beautiful family, for beautiful kids, for long-lasting healthy relationship and marriage. We pray that God continue to bless them, to energize them, to equip them with everything they need to make their marriage a success. Thank you so much, and cheers once again.
Entertainment for the evening included performances by Beautiful Sound Band, serving ritual traditional dance troupes, Ice Crew, Ricardo Bands. The second entry of the couple was accompanied by a vibrant display from the Limpopo crooner, KC, who electrified the atmosphere, prompting guests and celebrants to dance exuberantly. Following this, Honorable Charles Ihedu extended his congratulations to the couple and conveyed the heartfelt message from the governor of Delta State. His Excellency Sheriff Oborewari.
Congratulations for my boss. We wish you a very happy married life.
The celebration then continued with lively merrymaking as guests joined the couple on the dance floor, reveling in the joyous atmosphere until the event's conclusion. On the auspicious occasion of Sunday, April 21st, 2024, a significant event unfolded at Ikoyi Baptist Church, Lagos, as Chief Owolabi Taiwo, an illustrious son of Egbaland and a distinguished member of the Island Club, celebrated his 70th birthday anniversary with a profound Thanksgiving service. The congregation gathered to honor Chief Taiwo included esteemed guests such as Prince Dapo Abiodun, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, accompanied by his wife, Bamidele Abiodun, His Royal Majesty Oba Adedotun Aremu Gbadebo III, the Alake of Egbaland, as well as members of the Distinguished Island Club, among other dignitaries. The service commenced with a solemn yet uplifting note, led by Reverend Olufemi Babalola's opening prayer, setting the tone for a spiritually enriching experience. Attendees were treated to soul-stirring hymns and captivating praise and worship songs, fostering an atmosphere of gratitude and reverence. A pivotal moment of the service was the heartfelt birthday thanksgiving of Chief Owolabi Taiwo, surrounded by loved ones and well-wishers who joyously joined in expressing gratitude to God for the precious gift of life. During the homily delivered by Reverend Nkem Osuigwe, senior pastor of Faith Baptist Church in Port Harcourt, the congregation delved into a reflective exploration of the 5 types of disciples within the church community. Reverend Usigwe emphasized the importance of self-reflection and the collective effort to embody true discipleship of Christ, underscoring his role as the head of the church.
The third and final requirement that will help you to be a devotee is determination. The Christian life is not an easy one, especially for those who truly desire to please God and make it to heaven. Such people are fully aware that we must, through many tribulations, enter the kingdom of God. Acts chapter 14, verse 22. And that all who desire to live godly in Christ Jesus will suffer persecution. They are the type that know that nothing shall ever separate them from the love of Christ, be it tribulation, distress, persecution, famine, nakedness, peril, or sword, because they are aware of their status in Christ as more than conquerors. To truly live a Christian life, one must daily deny himself, take up his cross, and follow Jesus. Opposition, trials, and persecution will surely arise, but the devoted disciple of Jesus will never succumb, but hold on tightly to God by faith. A devotee is determined to please God, no matter the odds. We will hand it over. A question for each one of us here today is, which type of disciple are you? The Peter type? The Judas Iscariot type? The Demas type? The Alexander type? Or the Timothy type? 5 types of disciples. Do you know one good thing? There's hope.
The service concluded with a moment of solemnity, marked by closing prayers led by Reverend Dr. Segun Adeleke. A splendid gathering unfolded at Chief Owolabi Taiwo's residence in Ikoyi, where a grand celebration in commemoration of his 70th birthday ensued. Distinguished guests, including family, close associates, and esteemed members of renowned island and Yoruba tennis clubs, graced the occasion with their presence. Among them were His Royal Majesty Oba Babatunde Adewale Ajayi, Akarigbo of Remoland, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun, First Lady of Ogun State, Brother Olakunle Agbebi San, Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Brother Engineer Olawumi Gaspar, MNI, Vice Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Brother Babajide Damasio, immediate past Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Architect Wumi Agbaje, former Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Demola Dada, and Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO Biscon Communication, among many others. The evening was enriched with the melodious tunes of Icon Band, creating an atmosphere of delightful refreshment. The celebration reached its pinnacle during the cutting of the cake, directed by the Master of Ceremonies, surrounded by joyous family, friends, and well-wishers.
Can I get a 30? Can I get a 40? Can I get a 50? I need more energy. Can I get a 60? Can I get a 70? Okay, we are going to sing. For he is a jolly good. For he is a jolly good. Can we sing? For he is a jolly good fellow, and so says the Lord. Thank you very much, this choir. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for.
The gathering resonated with merriment as guests relished a delectable array of cuisines while being serenaded by the energetic live band featuring the legendary King Sunny Ade. Highlight of the evening was a special presentation by the esteemed members of the Yoruba Tennis Club, led by the capable chairman, Bro Olakule Agbebi San. The jubilant spirit lingered until the departure of the esteemed guests, marking a memorable and festive occasion. The Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, 1895, the oldest social and recreational club in Nigeria, social responsibility mission in focus. Members of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, led by the president, Mr. Temitope Abere, ably supported by the vice president, architect Ladi Olatunde, trustees and former chairman of Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, converged at the club on Sunday night, June 2024. The trustees and former chairman of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club in attendance were Captain Yemisi Allen, Admiral Anthony Okonlawo Oni, retired. Members of the Sunday group of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, led by the chairman, Prince Laja, were also there in their legion. In his welcome address, the president of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Mr. Temitope Abere, briefed members about the reason for the special gathering.
I'm sure that the story of Tanya is not alien to most of us that are tennis players, and we need to let the world know that she started playing tennis from our club. And when the incident got to most of our members that are pretty close to the dad, they were so concerned, and they started a committee to raise some money to be able to support the family in making sure that Tanya is back on her feet. Whatever she might have been going through today, it is not by our own making. And this can happen to any of our kids, especially nowadays that we all believe that we need to give our children the best by sending them abroad. The exposure that they get abroad could be good sometimes, and at the same time could be derogatory. On that occasion, we were able to raise some funds to support the family in the taking care of our sister, to be able to, get back on her feet.
Tanya Okbala, a 42-year-old, both of Nigerian and Russian parents, was enrolled at the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club Tennis Academy and became a junior member at the tender age of 14. Tanya Okpala, whose father, architect Joel Okpala, is from Anambra State, soon became Nigeria's #1 in ladies tennis ranking. This attainment facilitated her acceptance on scholarship into Howard University as a student and tennis player. This was on completion of her studies at the Queen's College Yaba. Tanya Okpala continued her exploits in the field of tennis and academics, earning a degree in hospitality management. When she returned to Nigeria, Tanya Okpala was employed by top hotels, where she continued to pursue her career and tennis exploits. Sadly, Tanya Okpala fell sick with bipolar disorder, a condition that was worsened by her mother's death from cancer. This threw her into depression, with no useful employment and less engagement in the sports she loves very passionately. Tanya Okpala was forced to go into rehabilitation, and Anambra State First Lady, Mrs. Suludu, took her under her wings for proper treatment to bring her back to life. News of the very pathetic plight of Tanya Okpala was broken to the president of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Mr. Timitokwe Abere, by Mr. Emeka Nweze, a ranking member of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club. The president, Mr. Timitokwe Abere, and vice president, architect Lade Olatunde, other principal members, and members of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club donated voluntarily a total sum of 5 million naira towards Tanya Okpala's treatment. With members of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club in attendance, the check for 5 million naira raised for Tanya Okpala's treatment was presented to her father, architect Joel Okpala.
We hereby present a check of 5 million to support our sister and one of our union members that is not feeling too well at this time, and we pray to God Almighty for her, to recover herself and to be back on the court again.
I'm very, very happy that the members gathered together to support her, to get her back to life. Supporting our family, all our family, that is all my family, they're all very, very happy about this, because I have never seen this before. I have never. And I am very, very happy for all your efforts. Another thing I want to say, please, the president of the club, the chairman, all the elected members, I'm particularly impressed with the development going on here. It seems that every year there is a change here, and they change for the better. Not only physically, but in terms of humanitarian support. All I want to say is, please keep it up. We are very, very grateful for being here today and for all your donations. Thank you very much.
Biscon Communication Global Media Network praises Lagos Lawn Tennis Club for leading the way in social responsibility philanthropy, while challenging other clubs to do likewise.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Assemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue, Abraham Tabernacle, Oba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host, His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC, FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
On Sunday, June 9, 2024, Honorable Otumba Stephen Ogundikwe began his 60th birthday celebrations with a heartfelt Thanksgiving service at All Saints Anglican Church in Oshodi, Lagos. Honorable Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogundikwe is a distinguished Nigerian politician currently serving as a member representing the Oshodi Isolo 2 constituency at the Lagos State House of Assembly. He also holds the position of Chairman of the House Committee on Information, Strategy and Security. Additionally, Honorable Ogundipe is the immediate past Vice Chairman of Nigeria's prestigious Premier Social Club, the Island Club. Joining the celebrant, Honorable Stephen Ogundipe, were his family, friends, fellow lawmakers, party members, members of the prestigious Island Club, and well-wishers. The service began with an opening prayer, a processional hymn, and a vibrant praise and worship session. Scripture readings were taken from Deuteronomy 6, verse 17 to 25, Psalm 71, verse 16 to 24, Romans 6, verse 3 to 11, and the Gospel of John 15, verse 5 to 11.
Know ye not that so many of us, as you are baptized into Christ, we are baptized into his death. Therefore, we are lured with him by baptism into death, that like as Christ was raised up from the dead by the glory of the Father, even so we also should walk in newness of life. For if we have been planted together in the likeness of his death, we shall be also likeness of his resurrection. Knowing this, that our old man is crucified with him, that the body of sin may be destroyed, that henceforth we should not serve sin. For he that is dead is freed from sin. Now, if we be died with Christ, we believe we shall also live with him. Knowing that Christ, being raised from death, dies no more, death has no more dominion over us. For in that he died not unto sin once, but in that he liveth unto God. The last verse here. Likewise reckon ye unto yourself to be dead indeed unto sin, but alive unto God through Jesus Christ our Lord. May God bless the hearing of his word.
Following the readings, Venerable Dr. Kelvin Tokwe Takbere praised Honorable Ogundipe for beginning his milestone celebration in the presence of God. He then delivered a soul-stirring sermon on the significance of dying to sin and living in Christ Jesus.
So we congratulate you and your wife and the entire family. But that congratulation is our congratulation together, the entire All Saints Anglican Church. Okiwa ku orire. Ayọ̀ náà á kalẹ̀ lórúkọ Jésù. And then for those of us who know God, we will then know that this is a blessing from God. And then you will first of all return your thanks to God in the midst of your people. And you celebrate and you rejoice. Ṣó lẹ́ni tó wà nínú chọ́ọ̀chì tó rí Ọlọ́run rí tó mọ bó ṣe rí? Hello. Ọ̀túnba Ayeye, you are 60 now, sir. Ẹ ti rí Ọlọ́run rí. Èmi kan tí mo wàásù mi ò rí rí, mo sì ń bẹ bóyá mo lè rí njọ́ kan ní kí n tó kúrò láyé. Ọmọ mọ̀ pé ó wà. Jésù Olúwa àti àpọ́stélì rẹ̀ John wọ́n ní arákùnrin rẹ̀ tó rí rere tó o bá ṣe fún o ṣe fún dání o ṣe fún Ọlọ́run. That's how to serve God. That's how to love God. That's how to be of use to God. And that is the promise of government. àti ẹ̀yin tí a fi àṣẹ lé lọ́wọ́, that is what you promised. Ọlọ́run tó dẹ̀ fàṣẹ sí ohun tó fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe tó fi ṣe àṣẹ sí nìyẹn. Olúwa dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń gbé yín ga, ẹ ti ń kúrò nínú oko ẹrú ẹ̀ ní padà síbẹ̀ láéláé. Do not go back there. Serve your essence. Serve your essence.
Fervent prayers were offered for the celebrant, his family, the congregation, and the nation before the reception of the Holy Communion. The high point of the service was a jubilant Thanksgiving session where Honorable Stephen Ogundigbe, joined by his family and a distinguished assembly of friends, constituency members, and well-wishers, expressed gratitude and joy. Church associations also presented gifts to the celebrant. In his response, Honorable Otuba Stephen Ogundigbe expressed deep appreciation to his esteemed colleagues for joining him in the celebration.
Special day for me, and they should join me in my church. And I know it was not that easy. Especially last week and today, we've been going through a lot. So for me to see this magnitude of them on ground, I am really impressed, and I have to appreciate them. So please help me appreciate them.
Thank you.
Speaking during the service, Honorable Noim Adams, Majority Leader of the Lagos State House of Assembly, described Honorable Ogundigbe as a vocal and esteemed lawmaker who is a source of pride for the entire House.
On behalf of Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Adelabasa, our members of the House of Assembly that are here today, Honorable Ogundigbe, the member of the House of Assembly, the Chairman of the House Committee on Information and Strategy, we are proud of you. On the floor of the House, we always vocal, vibrant, versatile, and enjoyable friends to members of the House of Assembly. Because I must confess, we are proud of you. Anytime we have any program, it's one of our committed of us. How you wish to make everything successful. So we are proud of you. And once again, on behalf of the Speaker, I want to congratulate you. On the same birthday, we'll still come back and celebrate 70. We'll come and celebrate 80, 90, 100. In wealth and health, so shall it be. You continue to grow higher. You will not come down again. Thank you very much. And our Commissioner to sir, Commissioner for Local Government and Mr. Robert, thank you very much.
Further presentations were then made by the Apex APC Oshodi Isolo constituency and the Baptist Boys High School Old Students Association, class of 82, led by its president, Tunde Uluwashola, before the conclusion of the service.
In the name of Jesus.
Following the Thanksgiving service, a grand reception took place at the Peacock Hall of the Island Club, where family, friends, and well-wishers enjoyed an evening of unforgettable entertainment and refreshments. The event was honored by the presence of distinguished lawmakers, esteemed members of the Island Club, and other notable friends and well-wishers from various fields. In attendance, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, led by the Honorable Speaker Mudashiu Obasa, Jagunmolu Rotimi Martins, Chairman of the Island Club, Otumba Kehinde Aremushita, former Chairman of the Island Club, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Distinguished Member and Chairman CEO of Biscon Communications, and many other distinguished guests. The celebratory mood was elevated as the elite band filled the hall with melodious music. A highlight of the evening was a special presentation to the celebrant by members of the prestigious club, led by its president, Jagunmolu Rotimi Martins. In his response, Honorable Ogundigbe expressed deep gratitude for the outpouring of love and praised the club for its unifying values.
And the ESCO, God will continue to honor you. And to all my great heroes and the Regbe and our bro, be Odaride, I want to put this on. That one bro, be Odaride. The first of you, Ogundigbe is now 60. I'm an elder in my own right. Up here, I want to appreciate you. God bless you.
Following the recitation of the club's anthem, the elite band once again took over, captivating the guests with exhilarating music that kept the merriment going until the event's conclusion.
Thank you for joining us today on Biscon Television Foreign News. I'm Stella Opara. And coming up in the news, snap French elections will not disturb Paris Olympics, says Barr. U.S. calls on Security Council to vote on back in Gaza ceasefire plan. New South Africa Parliament meets Friday to elect president. And UK Sunak dismisses resignation talk after D-Day row. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. French President Emmanuel Macron has called a snap parliamentary election after the far-right surged in the European election this weekend. The National Rally won more than double the votes of Macron's centrist alliance. In a statement on Sunday night, Macron said, and I quote, "I cannot act as if nothing had happened," end of quote. The parliamentary election will take place on 30 June and 7 July. Macron's own position as president is not at stake. Elsewhere in the European elections, European Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen said the centre is holding, but far-right parties made gains in Italy, Austria and Germany, as 360 million eligible voters chose 720 new members of the European Parliament. Meanwhile, International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach said on Monday that snap French parliamentary elections will not disturb the Olympics in Paris that open under 3 weeks after the second round of voting. Barr said the elections are a democratic process which will not disturb the Olympics after President Emmanuel Macron called surprise elections for June 30 and July 7 after the far-right inflicted a heavy defeat on his centrist alliance in EU elections. France is used to doing elections and they are going to do them once again. We will have a new government and a new parliament, and everyone is going to support the Olympics, Barr said. The Paris Olympics will open with an unprecedented ceremony on the River Seine on July 26, the first time the opening festivities for a Summer Olympics have taken place outside the main stadium. In another story, the United States announced on Sunday it has requested a UN Security Council vote on its draft resolution backing a plan for an immediate ceasefire with the release of hostages between Israel and Hamas. Diplomatic sources said the vote is planned for Monday, but has not yet been confirmed by South Korea, which holds the Security Council presidency for the month of June. The United States, a staunch ally of Israel, has been widely criticized for having blocked several UN draft resolutions calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. U.S. President Joe Biden on May 31st launched a new push for a ceasefire and hostage release deal, separate from the United Nations. Under the proposal, Israel would withdraw from Gaza population centers and Hamas would free hostages. The ceasefire would last an initial 6 weeks, with it extended as negotiators seek a permanent end to hostilities. The United States is placing primary responsibility for accepting the proposal on Hamas, specifically calling on the Palestinian militant group to accept the document in the latest version of the draft text. The version, which was distributed to member states on Sunday and was seen by newsmen, welcomes the new ceasefire proposal while stating, unlike in previous versions, that Israel has already accepted. The draft resolution calls upon Hamas to also accept it and urges both parties to fully implement its terms without delay and without condition. In response to requests from several member states, the latest text clearly lays out the proposal. This includes a first phase with an immediate, full and complete ceasefire, release of hostages taken by Hamas, an exchange of Palestinian prisoners, plus withdrawal of Israeli forces from the populated areas in Gaza. This also includes the safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale throughout the Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians who need it. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to the rest of the news. South Africa's newly elected parliament is to convene for the first time on Friday, 14 June 2024, authorities said, as political parties scramble to form a coalition after general elections produced no outright winner. Lawmakers in the 400-seat National Assembly will be called to appoint a speaker and start the process of electing the country's president, a task that could prove trickier than usual this year. For the first time since the advent of democracy in 1994, President Cyril Ramaphosa's African National Congress (ANC) lost its absolute parliamentary majority in the May 29 vote. The party of late anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela won 40% of the vote, its lowest ever score, and now needs the backing of other parties to govern. The ANC has already indicated it wants to form a government of national unity with a broad group of opposition parties, ranging from the far right to the hard left. The proposal met a cool reception from some last week, with the radical lefties Economic Freedom Fighters (EFF) initially dismissing the idea of joining hands with rivals holding radically different political views, such as the Center-Right Democratic Alliance (DA). But talks continued over the weekend, and the top leaders of some parties, including the DA, were holding internal discussions on Monday to decide a way forward. Meanwhile, former President Jacob Zuma's Umkhonto Wesizwe party, which came third in the election, winning 14.6% of the vote and 58 seats, said it was to file a court appeal to prevent the new parliament from convening, pending a separate complaint over alleged election irregularities. Now, the dramatic rescue of 4 Israeli hostages in Gaza amid efforts to try to get Israel and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire has raised questions over the impact it could have on reaching a deal, as mediated talks show no sign of breakthrough. As images of the freed and smiling 3 men and 1 woman dominated TV bulletins and news websites, tens of thousands of people joined protests across Israel on Saturday, urging the government to strike an agreement with Hamas for the release of those who are still being held. All of them now, the crowd chanted in Tel Aviv. Hamas, meanwhile, has called the operation, which its health ministry said killed more than 270 Palestinians, a massacre. Being discussed is a 3-stage plan announced by U.S. President Joe Biden earlier this month, which he described as an Israeli proposal. It would secure the release of the hostages and crucially pave the way for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Notably, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not openly endorsed the plan. It is not surprising, as he is facing pressure from multiple fronts and seems to be caught between 2 options: ceasefire or coalition. The families of the hostages, whose ordeal has gripped the nation, and Israel's international allies are calling for a deal. From the people captured in October, 116 remain in captivity. More than a third of them have already been officially declared dead, a number that is probably higher. Among those against the proposal, full details of which have not been made public, are 2 of Mr. Netanyahu's far-right ministers, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. They have threatened to quit the government if the deal goes ahead, which could lead to the collapse of the Netanyahu coalition. The resignation of Benny Gantz from the emergency government on Sunday is likely to result in more power to both Mr. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and possibly in more pressure from them on Mr. Netanyahu. Described as a moderate, Mr. Gantz is considered a possible candidate to be the next Prime Minister. And finally, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on Monday dismissed rumours that he would quit before the July 4 general election, as criticism about his early departure from D-Day commemoration events rumbled on. The Conservative leader issued an apology after outrage from veterans groups that he declined to join other world leaders at an event in northern France to mark the 80th anniversary of the invasion. His decision to instead record a television interview, which also prompted criticism from his own colleagues, was the latest misstep on the campaign trail for the vote. But Sunak, whom opinion polls predict will lead the Tories to a shuddering defeat to the main opposition Labour Party, was defiant. People are gonna say what they are gonna say, he said. He warned against thinking the election result was a foregone conclusion and said he had battled back from adversity before, notably after an internal Tory leadership defeat to Liz Truss in 2022. Sunak had until January next year at the latest to call a general election, but decided to do so early as inflation slowed, indicating a turnaround in the parlous state of the country's economy. The announcement, made during a downpour in Downing Street, took his own party by surprise, sending it scrabbling to find candidates to stand in the 650 parliamentary seats up for grabs. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Authors of our time. He's one of those people who, when they sneeze, a new book comes out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to celebrate. Very few people have the courage to do this on a Monday morning. And I guess it's a testament to how good he is as a human being, how he has been there for people. But at times like this, when people don't appreciate what people have done in the past, I want to thank you very much for coming out on a Monday morning to celebrate a great man. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Somebody once said, if you see a man or woman of rare intellect, ask that person what book he or she reads. Today, again, Azu is giving us 2 books. I need to warn Azu's wife, because every time we come to lunch, every time we come to unveil, there's always 2 books we're unveiling. Madam, beware of twins. In this economy, beware of twins. You know, I realized that this economy is good to all of us. Amen? If this economy is good to you, give yourself a round of applause. Even my brother, Okay Bakasi, who every time I ask, okay, are you okay? In those days, if he had told me he was not okay, I would have given him something. This morning, I asked him, okay, are you okay? He said, I'm almost okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. Practically everything is fake in Nigeria now. Fake rice. How many of you have come across fake rice? Fake drinks. They're always being busted for producing fake. If you are not careful, you buy a fake. Let's go. I said, what happened? He said, because that guy is a fake military man now. I said, how do you know? He said, didn't you see that he ran? I said, hey. So please, see, this is not a joking issue. All of you that are here, I need your help. Thank God there's a military base close by here. Any military person you see, give the person a slap. If the person runs, you have discovered another fake. If he doesn't run, run. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful morning. Let me start by welcoming our father, and it's not every day you see him in Lagos. He's there to lend a supporting hand. Please let's welcome the irrepressible Mr. KB, Mr. Kunle Bakari. Date of hard work, become extraordinary people. The man we're celebrating this morning is a human being, but he has attained extraordinary heights. One more time, I ask that you please put your hands together for the great Azu Arinze. Ikie.
Of the Holy Spirit. Good and gracious God, we thank you for the life of your son, Chief Azu Arinze, the Odenibo of Asia, Anambra State. And for his birthday, which was yesterday, but will be celebrated at this event. We thank you, the giver of knowledge, his sustainer, and the facilitator of fruitful intellectual harvest for Chief Arinze's career that has spanned well over 3 decades, establishing him as a reporter, editor, writer, and publisher of international acclaim. We also thank you for his amiable wife, his family, beautiful children, and amazing staff that have been supporting structures for him all these years. And in a unique way, we thank you for friends, well-wishers, and lovers of knowledge who gather today for the public presentation of Chief Arinze's 2 new books, Anything and Everything Journalism and My Story of Many Colors, marking yet another magnificent journalistic, creative achievement and an addition to his corpus. We commit this event into your hands, our Maker, and the Director of the Affairs of Men and Women and Children, imploring you to bless and to direct all the activities of this day. May it truly be a moment of celebration of life, friendship, and talent. And may the reward for this successful publication be more successful publications. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Uncle B, I don't even know where to start from. I am completely overwhelmed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, everybody here is important. In case I forget to mention some names, kindly pardon me. But I would like to start from someone says I should not bother to try. Okay. All right. From the bottom of my heart, I want to especially appreciate all those who have made out time to be here on a Monday morning. In fact, when I first announced the date, I got a call from someone who wanted to find out whether people would turn up. And I said I had handed the event over to God. I just let the will of God happen. And today that will of God is happening, because I know it has not finished happening. I am, I write better than I speak. Everybody seated here. From the chairman, the Gov has been my godfather. I can't thank Gov enough. You know what the Gov has done for me? Is it my friend and my brother, Chief Uchenwara, who flew in from Abuja to be here? Or is it Kabiesi, who drove all the way from Ijesha to be here? Is it AIG Tunji Alakpeni? Is it my second dad, Uncle Biscon Tv? Is it my book presenter, Otumbabi Mbashiru? Is it one of my mentors? See, let me say something. While he was in Abuja, I never visited Abuja and slept in any hotel. and he will always go to the kitchen to cook. We will eat, he will refuse, he will say we shouldn't wash the plate. He will come in and do it himself. And you know, I'm just talking about Chief Femi Adesina. He has been extraordinarily nice to me. Thanks so much, sir. The former NGE president, former commissioner in Osun State, Mrs. Funke Bomode, has shown me so much love. My Bob Benga Defaye has been there for me. Bob Doe, I have always loved and admired Bob Doe. I started wearing suspenders because of Bob Doe. Unfortunately, I'm not wearing anyone today. Bashiru Aredele Momodu, I thank you. One of our biggest, one of those who encouraged us the most, Mr. Makawa Infa, who incidentally was Bobby's boss at the Concord, I thank you. One man who, you know, sometimes I'll just see, check your phone, and when I open it, it will be a message from Dr. Larry Zamoja Umbrella FM, and I'll see some money. I say, okay. And, you know, Bobby, you were telling me something. He said, Adenuga's money will come when you need money to do something. That is how Uncle Larry Zamoja's money comes. When I need the money to do something. Then the man who trained me, the man who showed me so much love, the man who picked me up when, you know, I was just a Morocco boy, you know, who went to him and told him I could write, and he offered me employment. You know, after the first 5 stories I wrote, made it on the cover of the magazine. Mr. Lakunle Sikiru Bakri, I love you, sir. Thanks so much, sir. I have, when, Mr. Deme, I'm going to say something. I don't know whether you like it, but I pray you like it. When I was going to resign as the editor of Encomium to do years, Mr. Alford said something to me. I went to see him. He took me to, I think, the Southern Sun or so. He ordered a bottle of wine and we were sipping. By the way, that's my friend Udeme is a good man. And he said something to me. He said, okay, I've heard you, I've listened to you, but you must see, you know this thing, we are going to stick out our neck for you. I said, yes, sir. He said, you must not fail. You must not fail. So if you assure me you will not fail. So that is why anytime I'm having an event, if I go to him to say, I have a program, I say, you say I should not fail. If you don't come, the event will fail. You know, and Chemeka, I don't know, I went to do an interview with her. It now happened that it didn't record. So when people said, Nikoni is very tough, don't go back, don't do anything. I wrote a note, dropped it with a receptionist and ran away. So before I got to the bus stop, then I had no car, then I was still a reporter. I had somebody running after me, it was her secretary, and she now said, Madam said I should come back. So when I went, I was trembling, I was scared and everything. And she said, okay, let's have another interview. I was surprised. She's actually a very soft woman. So that was how our relationship started. Now, at some point, she was on my neck and saying I must get married. So eventually, when I got married, when I went to tell her the day, she said she would be there to perform for us free of charge. So Nico wouldn't play it for me and my wife the day we got married free of charge. So I'm grateful to her. I have too many Rotarians in the house, but I'll crave your indulgence to recognize specially Rotarian Dr. Julius Sunday Onyebuchi Mokoro. That's the man who dragged me to Rotary, and he's here with his wife. Doctor, I'm very, very grateful. I have one of my closest friends. We quarrel every day. When I saw him, I said the governor of Akwa Ibom State is here. He's the senior special advisor to the governor. We've been friends for almost 30 years. Rotarian, Michael, you know, when you go into government, they call Honorable Abi, yes, Honorable Michael F. James. So thank you very much. You know, my friend, when I was going to get married, I went to him to say I needed to get this. Okay, Makasi, madam, I know where you're going. Off to the set. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I told him, and he said my suit and the one my best man will wear, he will give it to us free. And that's talking about Chief Ifeanyi Okonkwo's message. Madam, dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you. Then my boss now said I needed to wear, is it tux or what? Mr. Kevin, what? You know my boss is a very stylish man. He said, let's get, so I had 2 wedding suits. You know, I could go on and on talking about everybody. My Grand Knight, Ojulu Sub-Council, where I happen to be the Deputy Grand Knight. Wadi, Brother David Ehikwem, I see you. Yes. Well, I am a knight of the Catholic Church. In Lagos, the second in command is here. Wadi, Brother Anusa, Deputy Metro Grand Knight. Wadi, Brother Anusa Higiato, thank you very much. Too many brother knights are here. I see all of you. Thank you very much. My brothers and sisters from Ojodi Sub-Council. I can see Chief Tony Okoroji. Thank you very much. Now, I have to go back to school. I'm actually in school. I have to go back to do another program. It's been very tough. Very tough. In fact, the course that I registered for is only God that will deliver me. But I have some of my masters. What do you mean that our course again? Probably now. Our governor, the assistant, the vice president of LASUMPA, LASU student masters. Okay, I thank all of you. The director general of National Film and Video Censors Board came all the way from Abuja to be here with me this morning. My friend Shuaib Hussein, I see you. I thank you. Now, I served as the district secretary at some point. The woman who made it possible, the one we call Kosheleri, Rotarian Dr. Rotarian Mrs. Omotudo Olayin Carlos, and thank you very much, ma. Yes, we have one of our most revered past district governors, Rotarian Richard Giwosagi. I see you. Thank you very much. Yes, we have a new district that will be coming up effective July 1, and the Pioneer District Governor, Rotarian Dr. Wole Kukoyi, is here with his wife. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very much. My friend and my brother, the district secretary, the one I handed over to, who is representing our current district governor, Rotarian Tayo. No, PAG, no be small thing. Thank you very much. I don't know, should I continue? Mr. Ibrahima, thank you very much. Everybody, I agree to all the. All right. Somebody came all the way from Abuja. He told me he will come. One of the senior special assistants to the president is here. Mr. Tope Ajay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I belong to an association called J9C. Our captain is here. Captain Kingsley James. I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. One of my closest friends. As a matter of fact, I was his best man when he got married. That is the respected and renowned filmmaker. Teko Benson is here. I see you. Thank you very much, Teko. I could go on and on and on. I don't know. Please, my sister, Ronke Jones Adeola, I see you. Thank you very much. Now, from my village, we have those we call pillars. And they are not many, they are just very few. You know, the brain behind Aquila Capital, Ide Chuka Omochekwa, is here. So please, can we, Ida, I greet you. He's always been there for me. Always. Ida, I'm very, very grateful. I don't know. Akobun, I see you. Olumide, my brother, I see you. Boyega, I see you. Thank you very much. Boyega Akoshile, the media advisor to the governor. CKN, I see you. Everybody, I see you. Cornell, I see you. My younger ones from Amatus to Lillian to Augustus, thank you very much. Then, so that they won't stop me from eating at home when I get home. The woman that means the world to me. The woman that grants me enormous serendipity to be able to write. They say, the only one I have, any other woman is a counterfeit. They can try, but they will not succeed. This one, we had one argument one day. My wife said, "What is it you're doing? You think I'll leave this house? You know that crane that Julius Berger that they used to remove something from the road? If they bring it to this house, I go nowhere." Because I was saying, forget all this one, go and eat your food is there. Go and eat and come back. But even with Julius Berger crane, nobody will remove it here. So I thank everybody. I'm also a member of GoCop. Our GoCop president, I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know. I thank everybody. Akogun, Akogo, I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kabiesi, I see you. Kabiesi Lola, I see everybody. One of my closest friends, all the way from Abeokuta, DNI, I see you. You and your team. Everybody, please. Let me yield the microphone. Chifo came all the way from Ibadan this morning. Chifo, I see you. Thank you very much. Yinka Agola, thank you. Thank you. All my brother knights, you know, those who attended same primary school, me secondary school, first degree, second degree, this third one that is giving me wahala. Ayomi, Akomidi Duke, you are here. Thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful. Please let me drop the microphone. Okay, I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Victor, I see you. Thank you very much. Powerful Chief of Staff, I see you. Thank you. Thank you. I should drop it. Thank you. Thank you. Abo, I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very, very grateful. On a Monday, making our time to be here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Whatever is the meaning of that? But not without acknowledging just a few persons. I want to acknowledge the presence of the real governor, not just on the grounds of age, but on the grounds of impact. He is the only governor who has no tenure. And like we sang for TJ, we will also sing for him because soon he shall be celebrating his 80th birthday. Governor Ken Great. My elder brother is here, and it's not all the time that you have your elder brother, Mr. Udeme, forth. So I acknowledge him specially. And there are so many distinguished Nigerians here. I acknowledge all of you. Let me rest on whatever protocol has been established. I don't want to behave like Azu. If you recall, Azu said, I remember the story of a journalist who came to interview somebody and said, all I need is 5 minutes of your time to interview you. And the person said, listen, I don't have the 5 minutes. And he spent 4 minutes explaining why he doesn't have 5 minutes. And so, Azu said to us that somebody advised him not to acknowledge individuals, but he ended up acknowledging everybody in the room. So we will not do that. The other thing is to acknowledge the presence of Kabiesi. Kabiesi. I thought you would have clapped. I will find you and take you to Jeshalan. Kabiesi. Uncle Biscon said, this is, now you've done it right. Let me join Azu and the wife to welcome all of you to this important gathering. In recent times, I've not seen a gathering where you have more seasoned journalists like you have today. And I have one fear. Azu, you have gathered journalists. I've not seen the money bag, the rich men. Some journalist came to my house one day and was restless, very restless. I said to him, my friend, do you do drugs? He said, sir, I don't do drugs. No journalist can do drugs because they can't afford it. And so, he sent me, in fact, that's my friend. His name is Olawale. He's not a deputy editor in these days. But he said to me, I don't do drugs, I may be restless, but no journalist can do drugs. And I asked those who write on relationship, is it true? They said no journalist can do drugs because they don't have money, not that they don't want to do drugs. Now that I've gathered journalists here, who are those that will bring the money for him to publish the next set of books? So I joined him to welcome all of you to this very... Mr. Antonio Broshi, I hope he is not leaving us. To welcome all of you to this very important gathering. We are here for 3 simple reasons. The first is that we're celebrating Azu's birthday. He's come a long way. He is one of the revelations in the journalistic trajectory of the country. The second is to present two books, two very important books. The first is anything and everything journalism, and the second is my story of many colors. Now, Azo has termed the first book, Anything Journalism, he called it the magnum opus, the Bible of journalism. It consists of interviews and other journalistic endeavors. At a time when we have issues with journalistic ethics, professionalism, when we have the preponderance of fake news, it is important that somebody put journalism in proper perspective. If you've had the opportunity of reading my column today, in fact, my column for today is titled The Moral Question. The fact that a country where the moral is in decline at a fast pace and incredible pace. And so when Azo is engaging us on what is proper journalism, I believe that he's doing society a lot of sense. Because there's a misconception that journalism today is about brown envelope. That's absolutely not true. Now, there are still ethical dimensions of journalism. There are professional journalists. Like you have good doctors in society, you also have bad doctors. The same way as you have good journalists, you have bad journalists. It all boils down to a number of things. One is the quality of training. The other one is your ethical standards. The other one is the kind of moral orientation or background you have. Azu represents the finest amongst us. He has gathered views from some of the best journalists around. Nigeria exports journalists to the world. Not that we have fake journalists, we have good, very good journalists. The fake journalists amongst us are in the minority. And so all of us cannot be painted in the same color because of a few sprinkling bad people amongst us. And so we thank Azu. Azu is offering us opportunity for those who have met journalists, those who are aspiring to be journalists, those who are even practitioners, offering us opportunity to learn, relearn, and unlearn how to be a good journalist. And so we thank you. Now that's not just all. Azu also has set the boundaries of journalistic integrity. Integrity is one of the virtues of a good journalist, and professionalism is another dimension. Aside from that, Azu epitomizes the spirit of excellence. I'd like to say something about excellence. Excellence and professionalism is not encoded or in our genes. It is a habit you can form, it's a culture you can develop. That's something Azu has shown, that all of us have hidden potentials to be the best of the best in whatever thing we choose to do. Azu didn't just start being the best of journalists around. He has talked about his mentors here. Azu has been trained, Azu has learned, Azu has unlearned, Azu has relearned. And today, we can all say Azu is among the best that we have in this country. And that's something for upcoming journalists to learn. Let's be humble enough to learn at the foot of the masters. Let's be humble enough to be mentored. Let's be humble enough to get mentors who will take us through the process. That is the only way our hidden potentials can come to the fore and we will be celebrated, and all of us will come gather together to celebrate you. And so we thank Azu. The other one is what is called My Story of Many Colors. It talks about his personal experience, talks about his life lessons and resilience. There's nobody who will not go through adversity at one point or the other. Now, what distinguishes one man from the other is to go through adversity and come out stronger. Azu has gone through adversity. He's gone through challenges, but he's come out stronger each time. Why? Because of the spirit of resilience, because of humility to learn at the foot of the masters. Now, what he has captured in the book, My Story of Many Colors, are life endeavors, life encounters, engagements, challenges, stories that inspire. And I believe that we'll take advantage of this documentation and learn and read about stories that inspire us so that we can be better persons. And of course, finally, this speaks to Azu's creative spirit, a restless man. You've heard that he said he's very restless. Azu always liked to learn. Azu always liked to be challenged. He likes to bring out the best in people, not just in himself. So Azu, we thank you. But one thing that we cannot leave here is to be sure, let's satisfy ourselves that we contributed towards Azu producing the next book. 9 is not just a good number to stop. I've had encounters, I've had discussions with Azu. I know that before Azu will turn 60, he will have produced at least 20 books. Will you be part of that? And so, even if you had worked with Buhari, reading the book Working with Buhari, please contribute to Azu's next book. Why? I don't know why. Thank God, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru is our chief book presenter. If you know his story, I am sure that you'll be very confident that something will happen here today and that Azu Arinze will produce many more books. If you believe and you agree with me, say ah. If you say that Azu will stop producing books, say nay. He will not stop, and he will keep producing more books. And so, let me join Azu to truly thank all of you. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the very first step. Azu has started well. He's done well. He's inspired many. He has learned from many. He's become a role model. We appreciate you. Azu is a good example of a man who has learned the rudiments of journalistic excellence. He is a role model when you talk about journalistic integrity. He reports quality life, good life. He reports facts. But again, he's also a master of prose. And so we thank him, we celebrate him, and we say to him, happy birthday. We thank the family and all those that have supported Azu in his journey. And finally, to say to you that I don't have 5 minutes. So I've spoken to 4 minutes. May I bring this speech to an end? Thank you, and God bless all of you.
But he used Barapo and suddenly named the street after him. Thank you, everybody. It's really a very beautiful morning, I would say. Looking at all these giants from the career that we've been practicing, and I also see very influential men and women. Please, pardon me, let me tell the line of Azu. You know, Azu came and he looked at the hall, he started to appreciate people. Sorry that a few people will crave your indulgence to appreciate this morning. I don't know when I will see them again. Let me start with Bob D. Dele Momodu. Sorry that I'm calling you out. Many years ago, I was a young student in England, in London actually. And we tried to get in touch with Innovation to have us, you know, back then to appear Innovation was a big deal. And I didn't have money, so I said, let me go through the back door. So I called him up, I said, Uncle Dele, please. Then I was the president of Nigerian Students Association and the current managing director of Federal Housing Authority, Oyetunde, was my secretary. So we hatched that plot together. So I called Bobby. Bobby said I should come over to his house. So I drove all the way from, no, I didn't drive. I took the tube. And he told me to come on a Saturday morning. So that Saturday morning, I went to his house, and the first thing he did was to serve me this meal. And he said, I shouldn't even say anything. Finish your event and bring the whole things that will flash you. He didn't stop there. So when I was going, he now gave me money for being I'm very grateful. And I also see Oga Udeme Fort. He offered me my first job in advertising. But unfortunately, the late Menzeribe also used Barapo and convinced me to come to Sunrise that year and work for him. So that employment letter is still somewhere in one of my files at home. Thank you very much. I see Oga Ruben Abati. I saw him coming. Where is Ruben? Hold your hand. Oga Ruben. Ruben, when I was in 2007, I think, I had a book presentation in Abuja. And I didn't have money to pay Ruben. So I went to his office. Then he was the chairman of the Guardian Editorial Board. And I had a way, you know, I kind of charmed him. He said, okay, don't worry. He bought his own flight, came to Abuja, did the book review, and he did it very well. And I didn't spend a dime. I want to appreciate him for that. So there are also a few people here that, Kunle Bakari, where is your partner? You guys know who I'm talking about, Mayor Kimball. Is he here? Is Mayor here today? You know, back in the day, when I studied at the University of Uyo, So then I used to write, gossip stories. So then when I write, then I'll post it, then we're using post office. And then it will take like forever to get to them. And they will publish. And then they will buy poster order and send me money. And that poster order, I will not spend it. I will just be taking it around the campus. Then if you want to chase women, I'll just... So let me stop here, please, because if I keep talking about, I have stories with almost many people here. He did here and see you. Thank you. So my job is simple. He says I have two jobs here. One is to do the book review, and the other one, please, is the collective. From the south, the beautiful and wonderful people of the southeast have asked me to come here. Ifeanyi, can you stand up, please? So Ifeanyi is Akokwesinamobia. We've come here to actually appreciate Lagos people for the way you've been taking care of our brother. Where is Azu? Azu, is he here? And to say, please, don't leave him, or if you people leave him. So hold on to him strongly, and we thank you for all the support over the years. Also a pleasure to see the elegant style of your Onyeka. Onyeka, do you remember a hotel called Crystal Park Hotel in Aba? Yes. I used to steal my parents' money to come and watch you play concert. Anyway, sorry, this is not why we're here. So let me do the book review. As far as they said, as you said, it's 10 minutes. How can I fly all the way from Abuja to come and do a book review for 10 minutes? So please, pardon me if I do a little over 10 minutes. And I'll start with the first book, Review of Azuarinze's My Story of Many Colors. Book title is My Story of Many Colors. Author Azuarinze, pages 172. Then there's the ISBN number, and the book reviewer is myself, which I want a PhD. So I start. Azuarinze's My Story of Many Colors is the compendium of the author's reflections on his professional encounters and near encounters with very prominent personalities in Nigeria in the course of his very eventful 30-year journey as a practicing journalist. The book draws the reader in with a beautifully designed cover, the name of the book, and text graphics, combined with the image of the author in his well-cut suit. I didn't say coat. Plays with the reader's emotions and reminds of Dolly Parton's coat of many colors. Any reference to that evergreen song immediately stops as one begins to sample the book, which has 34 short, straight to the point, easy to read chapters spread across 172 pages. The book's conversational style suggests that the author has not forgotten his tabloid roots. My Story of Many Colors opens with chapter 1 and chronicles the author's encounter in 2022 with other journalists, with Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who at the meeting, while responding to a question by the author on his penchant for identifying quality talents, gave credit to God. So we'll move quickly to the next. I'm going to skip some chapters because of time. The author takes us in chapters 8, 9, and 10 through his encounters with successful business entrepreneurs, such as Prince Julius Adeluyi of Duli Pharmacy, Dr. Michael Olawale of Lagos Chamber of Commerce, and boardroom guru Dr. Michael Omoyari. We learned that philosophy is to think on paper and never to speak off the cuff. As my mind began to query the author's heavy concentration on the men folk, I wondered aloud if indeed he has an issue with Nigerian women, as none had featured in his wonderful profile so far. My fears were assuaged as I arrived at chapter 11 to read about the author's encounter with Madam FIRS, Ifak Omogi Okaro, who shared the importance of paying attention to details and being a reflective person. Okay, so let's quickly move on because of time. So I learned on chapters 32. The author shares his on page 32, he shares his experience from the COVID-19 era. We also had our own childhood and teenage crushes. The author shared the story of his in chapter 32. With all due respect and apologies to Mrs. Azuarinze, who is in the hall today. But please, anyone who knows Judith Ezemba should ask her to get in touch with the author for old time's sake. On a note of finality, the book, My Story of Many Colors, concludes with chapter 34, A reminder to us all that not only do the rich also cry, but we should strive to live a life of gratitude, because just like the chapter's title, we say we all have our various challenges in life. Conclusion. In attempting to tell other people's stories, the author has actually told his own story in the book. The reader is left with the impression of a kind and hardworking man who loves his Rotary International, cherishes and appreciates friends. The book is truly an inspirational one. But for some typographical errors, of course, we can, ascribe to the famous printer's devil. I think I'll leave some of that, but the author will have to do some work in the reprint. The book may have benefited from grouping the encounters into categories such as business, politics, etc. But again, Nigeria is a peculiar society, and with an unpredictable economy, everybody is everything, and having multiple streams of income is encouraged. In brackets, side hustle. The author could be forgiven for this. My Story of Many Colors is another wonderful outing by the irrepressible, hardworking, and intellectually mobile Azuarense, a man who continues to inspire us all with his chronicles of historical moments and personalities of our time through lenses of the interview subjects. I recommend the book to all. So quickly to move to the book. There will be soft copies of this I've sent to the author already. The second book, Anything and Everything Journalism. And I start. Anything and Everything Journalism, as the name suggests, is truly about anything and everything journalism. The book, which has 37 chapters, positions itself as containing the success secrets, styles, and strategies of the masters of journalism. In an era of citizen journalism where it does appear as if everyone with a smartphone and who can make a post on social media has now become a journalist, it is encouraging, inspiring that the author Azuarense has dedicated his time and committed his intellect, just like the chairman of the occasion earlier said, into studying the journalism masters, spanning several eras and genres of journalism for posterity. To the author's credit, he dedicated the 430 pages book to late Delegiwa and late Dimba Igwe. We still remember them fondly and pray that their souls continue to rest in peace. In no particular order, I think I'm going to read this out. In no particular order, the author writes about the styles, secrets, and strategies of Olusegun Oshoba, Reebu, Bayo Nanuga, Mike Awoyinfa, Dele Momodu, Femi Adesina, Dimba Igwe, Simon Kolawole, Azubiki Shekwena, Ruben Abati, Muskilu Mojid, Olusegun Adeniyi, Louis Odion, Ikechukwu Amechi, Larry Zamoje, Femi Sowolu, Bisi Olatilo, Sonny Rapo, Adesu Onyenogwe, Bimbo Loyode, Sheike Inde, Kunle Bakare, Steve Ayorinde, Funke Bomodo, Bwengo Motosho, Bwenga Adefaye, Eza Anonaba, Christophe Isiguzo, Ibim Semenitari, Dotun Oladipo, Dare Babarisa, Lekon Otufoduri, Shono Shinkeye, Larry Idowu, Femi Akinjunde Johnson, Mayor Akipelo, and Ali A.M. Ali. At least as an Okoroman, I tried in some of those names. In the book's introduction, the author asks the question, why are some journalists making it and some are not? Continuing, he asks, what are those making it doing that those who are not have refused to or are shying away from doing? Is there any way out for those who are still not finding their feet in the profession, both financially and otherwise? How also can one distinguish oneself in a profession without any form of stain? Great post, as I said. The author goes ahead chapter after chapter to provide some answers to some of these questions. For example, the great Olusegun Oshoba counsels journalists in the opening chapter on legitimate avenues through which a journalist can make money. He said, and I quote, "You need to have a highly experienced, serious-minded stockbroker to advise you. Landed property is also good," Oshoba said. Well, personally, I think the second part is good, but the first part about stockbroking, I don't know. Then moving on, we quickly go to my top paragraph. The taste of the pudding, they say, is in the eating. The book, Anything and Everything Journalism, serves as an encyclopedia of sorts. It is a journalist's worthy companion, filled with knowledge and wisdom from men and women who have pushed the pen for decades. Not just journalists, every professional wishing to add to their repertoire of knowledge in media, leadership, and related fields will find the book very useful. Someone already described the book as journalist's Bible. I agree and highly recommend the book to all. Its easy-to-read style helps the reader to comprehend the various themes discussed by the interview subjects. Anything and Everything Journalism is a delightful effort. It is informative, educative, and inspirational. The book deserves a worthy place on our homes, offices, and school library shelves, and coffee tables, Its content should occupy our minds as well. The author deserves every applause, encouragement, and commendation. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be in your midst today, and this occasion has permitted me to see a lot of people that I haven't seen in many years. And I will start with Bob D. Bob D encouraged me to accept to mount the throne. It was his birthday. Yes, it was his birthday in May 2014, and I visited him at home in Ghana, in Accra. And I just told him in passing, can you imagine? My people are asking me and insisting I should come to the village and become king. How on earth can I leave everything I'm doing to become king? And then, on a plate of pounded yam, he lectured me for 2.5 hours. And at the end of the day, I realized I had no other option. And the second person was Daddy Gio, Pastor E. Adeboye. I went to him thinking, he would tell me, no, that's for ungodly people. Unfortunately, after praying, he just said, so, in all honesty, given my own personal interest, this is not what I wanted to be. But it's good to be what God wants it to be. So this is my own divine call. Yes. So today, if you are meant to be a carpenter and you are a tailor, please reverse and go back to God's calling. That's the honest truth. This was not my plan, but this is my divine calling that I've been there even before I was born. So I give God the glory for that opportunity. Of course, I'd like to acknowledge the governor. I visited him recently, and governor was running all over the place. I said, no, leave that. This is group master. Leave the cafe aside. I spent a lot of time with him, and we went through a lot of things. He's somebody who I noticed encourages quality. Incidentally, I moved into the office he used before. I used to be head of consumer health care for Nigerian German chemicals in those days, and he vacated that office working for another German pharmaceutical. So the only thing is I don't smoke and I can't drink a bottle of NSC, and but all the people here, most of the people here who have met him, have realized that he's always meticulous about quality, about delivering good service, isn't it? And Azu Arinze is one of his products. I don't remember what you are called those days, glamour boys or something, you had names, so you know yourselves. And so people were struggling to even have the gold card of the Coliseum. And he could stand up throughout the night, attending to people refusing to sit down. Ruben Abati, I think he's here, and so many other people were products of his school. So I'd like to congratulate you. So the other day when I saw online that you were going to be 80, I found it difficult to believe. How could you be 80? I'm still looking at you like 60 something, thereabout, but God will elongate your life in good health. So smoking doesn't kill, obviously. what are you imagining? No, I'm speaking the language of the gods, and yeah, for those of you who understand. So I pray that God Almighty will be with you. I'm going to Azu Arinze. There's something about him that nobody has talked about. He has this charm, almost like a woman. When he wants something from you, he keeps smiling at you, keeps blinking, and before you realize it, you've done it already. That's his charm, permanently smiling. If anybody caught me in a picture, one of the things they always told me was that why am I always frowning? Because I don't know how to pose for photographs unless you snap the pictures unexpectedly. Azu has the charm, and Azu was lucky again to marry from the same school of the governor. And I'm happy that the marriage has lasted and will last forever. Because if you are a good man with a good plan without a good wife, it's not going to lead anywhere. Yes. So that's why St. Paul said it should be better you remain single, because to be married is not easy. So unless you are a KBC, whereby you can always extend your ministry. Yes. I'm speaking in the language of the gods. Please understand that. So when I first became king, the first 6 months, the Christian Association of Nigeria came to visit me in the palace. And they seeing only one queen with me, they said, oh, we are very happy. Like now, you are born again. I said, please, concentrate on your own area of Yes. Yes. It's true. I tried to go through the Bible. I didn't come across any king who had only one wife. And I came across a lot of people who were very close to God, who were speaking to God, like Abraham. I think he had like 3, 4. And I saw there's a certain Jacob who worked for 7 years to marry one wife and ended up with the wrong wife, and then worked for another 7 years. So he married 2 sisters. And when they did not give birth on time, he married their mates, making 4. Nothing is strange in this world. Most importantly, focus on your area of core competence. Which is so I'm happy that Azu has focused on his area of core competence. When Brigadier Inka was saying every book is 2-2, I was wondering, you dare not say 2 wives. You dare not say 2 wives. I know he wouldn't, so maybe he was going to say that, but he realized that would be wrong for him to say, so he changed it. So Azu has focused on his area of core competence, and that's why he's doing very well. And he will do much, much better. This is not about working for any governor or for any president or whatever. This is about your area of core competence. A lot of people in Nigeria have been promoted beyond their level of competence. That's part of the problem we have in Nigeria. But we are living with it and we will survive it. So I'd like to pray for you that God Almighty will bless you. We open bigger doors of grace to you. And I pray, because it's your birthday, you will never lack any good thing that your heart desire, other than having more wives. God Almighty will open bigger doors to you. No evil eye shall see you. Any evil eye planned against you will never ever prosper. It shall be well with you. And I say, go and prosper. You will never lack anything. And I pray the same for your wife. She will never have the grace to see any other better man. She will always love you forevermore. I got a lecture last week. They said the Bible doesn't say women should love their husbands. The Bible says men love your wives. What does the Bible say about women? It says respect. So if you are expecting too much love from women, don't be too. I'm not saying women can't love, but the Bible didn't say that. If we are going to follow that. And there were religions even before Christianity came anyway, and that's the traditional religion. So when they come to lecture me, and I keep telling them, well, is God a Christian or a Muslim? No. God is neither a Christian nor a Muslim. God is God Almighty. It's important that we understand and have a relationship with God. And people get disappointed because every time they are looking at their pastors or the head of their denomination as their example of God. And that will always lead to failure. But you should have a relationship with God. God is there for everybody. Whether you are speaking in Ibibio, Efik, Yoruba, any language, God is the one that made all the languages. It is strange that in this world that we have, the most religious countries as listed are top 1, Afghanistan. I think Nigeria is number 2 or number 3. How come these are the countries with the poorest economy and one of the biggest terrorist situation? Something is wrong somewhere. So I urge you all to use the opportunity of your presence today to make a difference in your own little way. I think Azu is making a difference in your way, and everybody will do the same. And God Almighty will be with you. I had to squeeze out time to be here, so as I drop the microphone, I will be setting out on my way back to Osun State, which is my first calling. Okay? And I pray that God Almighty will make you remember today for good. Whatever is in your heart that you desire from God Almighty, it will happen. Amen. And that evil that you think some people are planning for you can never come to pass. So shall it be. don't mind regarding it. He won't be able to come close to me to ask for the mic. I will drop it when I'm ready to drop it. God bless you. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go on protocols because I'm going to call some of you that I was also called for protocols to come and join me in presenting this book. Two things came to mind when I got in here today. Azu called me some months ago and said, "Hey, Bon, you are going to be the presenter." I said, "Look, I'm not into journalism, so why should I?" I said, "No." My mind said, and I said, "Well, I will." And because of him, I sacrificed one or two things. What I found out when I got here today is the timing. I've been here for so many events, prominent people in this country. And most times when they say 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and you get here for 11 o'clock, the event will not start until 1 o'clock. And I said, well, African time, let me get here for 11:15. And I got here at 11:15. This place is already filled up. It clearly shows the kind of person Azu is, that he's actually a good man. And Azu, you have to stand. And because I believe being a good man, goodness and mercies of God will follow you and your family. And I think because of that, I want us to stand up to give him a round of applause for having the caliber of people we have here today. Thank you very much. Please sit. It's a strategy to let you exercise because you've been sitting for hours. Also, I would say congratulations. And my job is very simple, to make the presentation of the book. But what I'm going to say before I do that, some people made Azu what he is today. He has so many mentors. So I'm not going to do the presentation, I'm going to call the mentors to join me in this presentation. Kule, you are the one that gave Azu the first job he got. So like they say in Yoruba, you should so say, so now you should be proud to see somebody that you tutor and standing here today to present a book. So you should come out please and join me in presenting this book. I want to call my brother and friend. When I hear the original Otumba, so you always tell people that my own Otumba is original, which is true. When you have Otumba of original, it's Otumba, the real Otumba. I'll call my brother. I call him the only Bashorun of the world. Bashorun, anyone want to please join me there? There's somebody I have to call, because if I don't call him, he's one of Azu's friend, mentor and father. He happens to be my in-law. His wife is my sister. You know yourself. So please stand up. Please, I'm going to call my friends who are my brother, Udeme Ufort. Please join us. Simply, you can't escape it. Please join us. I have to call the chairman of today. We do sport together every morning. He didn't see me this morning, he was asking. Please join us. And Madam, when you can wait, you have to join us, please. Mrs. Omotunde Lawson, please join us. You know, the chairman said no money back. You bring out the money today. Rotarian Dr. Wole Kukoyi, please join us. And my dear brother and friend, the only one that calls me Otumba too, Kuli, that's his name. Mr. Fred Additional, please join us. And Dr. Larry Izanoje. And where's your darling wife? Please. The woman that, please, Madam, Mrs. Don't mind Kadesio. He's trying to encourage Azu, but me, I will fight for you. I will. Where are the books? Ladies and gentlemen, before I present the book, I had a conviction that the first two, I'm going to pick 50 copies of the set. And the 50 copies will begin with the first two rows in the front on my account. I know you're going to buy two, but on my account, the first two rows We pick 50 copies and then they will give it to you before you leave today. It's on my account. I present this book to the glory of Almighty God and mankind. That this book will be, I recommend it for the upcoming journalist because it's a reference book. I've read the book and I believe that this will be useful to all the journalists, upcoming and even the present ones, the old ones, the veterans. I recommend this book to all of you. May God bless these books. In Jesus' name, please. This boss, please, and the governor, please join us, sir. Mike Aoifayes and the governor, please join us, sir. I don't want to harass an 80-year-old man. Yes, why not? Oh yes, let's go. Oh, your partner in progress. Come here and join us. You, come and join us. My Kefion. I didn't know it's around. Oh yes, the book. Yeah, please join us. Please join us. Yes. Now we present this book, Anything and Everything Journalism, and My Story of Many Colors. These books were published by this gentleman, and we present it to everyone here to buy and be part of it. May God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So we have communities of people that will come and join us too. Tayo, where are you running to? Tayo, come up. The Nigeria Business must pay for this book now. What's wrong with you? Yes. Yeah.
I gave, and Baba must double it. Because when I came in here and I saw okay, I said okay, I'm happy. These days, these things enter left, right, and center in billions. And that's what it is. I don't need to say much. All you needed to hear about this wonderful man has been said by everyone here. It was like they held a meeting. It must show you that the guy is a nice guy. If everybody said the same thing and they did sit down to have any meeting, I'd like you to please put your hands together for Azu again, ladies and gentlemen. Particularly the wife, who has stood very resolutely behind him. Did the woman hear me? Put your hands together for this wonderful woman. Now the last time here was 2022. In fact, earlier on today, on Biscon, on YouTube, we celebrated him. So I was listening to everyone. I remember that I came in late and I said, oh, we're Baharam, oh God. I said I came in late because I was late. Let me give him something to forgive me. And I gave 500,000. That was then. But now, I'm going to call the man in charge of my bank. He will send 1 million naira to me now. And you will get it. I know there won't be lateness in this. If I get the account in another 30 minutes, it would have been done. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I studied Yoruba at the University of Ife, and we were taught that Erin Kiifon come from when your father has spoken and he says he will pay 1 million naira. I will humbly do half of that so that you will not accuse me of rudeness. Thank you. Thank you very much. When I walked in here this morning and I saw the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Akoko Peterside, my comment was, Doc, we meet here again today. If you look around this room, I don't know how many birthday book launches are attended, invited by Azu, but one thing has been consistent. Looking around this room, each time I've been here, similar, same things have been consistent. Azu is consistent. He's a man with a personality you cannot resist. He gets into you, he won't let you go. As soon as the first day I met him, he has gone on with an Arabite. No option, no other thing to do but to stick with it. A great friend, very loyal and very committed. And on that note, I will take 10 copies of this book as a value that I will advise him eventually. Thank you very much. As somebody whose birthday is in very close proximity to mine, Azu's birthday was yesterday. My company does what we call the innovation series, and we've done this for 12 years. Each time we have that event, and we've had it for 12 years now, one of the earliest people to arrive at that event is always Azu. So when Azu says I should attend this event in whatever capacity, and this is not my first time, I've also attended every single launch. It's actually a privilege and not a duty, not an unwarranted obligation. So I feel very privileged to be here, even though it's my 16th birthday. And indeed, for the presentation, Azu and I have where we meet and where we compare notes and where we do things. So that's the same route I'm going to take, and you understand what I'm saying. Suffice it to say, I'm very glad to be here, and I congratulate Azu, but I will perform. Thank you.
He told me that he's going to give him 500,000 naira.
He was our district secretary, and we worked together. That year became a phenomenal year of unprecedented achievements. Oh yes, very cautionary year. And 2 years ago we were here when you presented the last 2 books. Here today, another 2 books. I'm a fast reader. Within the minute that I stood there, I flipped through the pages, my story of many colors. And I saw that I appeared on 3 different parts in this book. Well, you know what I did last time? I won't do less than that. I'll do more. I don't want to announce it. I'll do that. Congratulations. You share the same value with my daughter. That makes you also another beloved brother of mine. God bless you.
The meaning of that acronym, powerhouse. And that has been demonstrated here in many, many fronts. Thank you for what you have done for Rotary in the Rotary year of the Kusheleri, and the Rotarian of integrity. And I'm talking about our constituency now, Rotary. Is somebody that we are very, very proud of. When you talk of integrity, it is Azu. When you talk of hard work, commitment to duty, hard work, is Azu. So I'm just so pleased to be here to rejoice with you. Of course, you know that I'm always behind you. I'm going to support you very, very robustly. That I won't mention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My brother, there's something special about Azu. He has this unique way of nurturing friendship. I also want to heartily thank Madam for the support over the years. When Azu talked about me, he said there's a way we do ours. And if you remember the lines he used, check your phone. Later today, Azu will check his phone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To disclose where he got the tradition from. Chief M.K. Wabiola, when we were in Concord, Larry was going to Chibadiola every morning, wanted to go to Auckland to cover the Commonwealth Games. So after some time, Abela got frustrated. He said, Larry, you just want to go to Auckland. So everybody says, I was there, Auckland. So that's how they used to draw money for Larry. Thank you. He turned comedy into big business. And if we say the richest man here today, that is what it is. But no shame you. No shame me at all. Thank God who said, Mr. Man, we broadcasters, we have money. What's that I told you right
2 million, but we'll be paying small. We'll do 2 million, but we'll be paying small as the economy improves.
Somebody will come and meet you and then talk to you because you are the original powerhouse. The money men they are paid to, and when women make money, they don't pay to. So you can see what I'm saying now.
I thought you were going
to. It's speaking like. Yes.
No. Well, I'll just be very quick, and that's to echo what has been said here about Azu. To have Azu, thank you. To have Azu as a friend is to have a real friend, in the true sense of the word. He's a rare breed. He shows so much respect and honor for other people, not just you, the friend, but everyone that he's dealing with. There's a level of respect that he brings to the table, which makes you give him back that respect, because respect begets respect. So I think that's why we're all here, to honor him and to respect him as much as he has shown to us. And one of the important things that I think this book should do is that we make sure that it gets to schools and to institutions. We are lacking that kind of training that you find here, the kind of experiences he's gone through, his endurance, his commitment, his focus to his purpose. What was it that was said here? His area of competence? Okay, he's been committed to it. And this is what we need to teach our young people. So I know you guys like to think that we ladies are not united. A lady has spoken here. And as far as we are concerned, once a lady has spoken, we have all spoken. But having said that, and with her permission, I'd like to add something to what she's going to do, but to insist that the books that I'm going to buy, that they be given to an institution. That's all I'm going to ask for. Azu, may the Lord bless you, keep you going. The way that you've looked after your family is an inspiration to many people. You have my daughters with you, so if you didn't behave, I would have been, right there dealing with you. But I'd like to thank you for taking good care of my family, for taking good care of your wife and these lovely girls that you have. May God continue to lead you, to bless you, to protect you, to guide you. Godspeed. You haven't even listened. There's so much more that's coming to you because you love what you do. You love God and you love people. You will never lack support in your life. In the name of Jesus, I pray.
Thank you very much, but that prayer is for more than one year. It's more than one. Yes, the governor, sir.
Well, I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you know the spelling of my governor is not G-O-V. It's G-U-V, not G-O-V. But of course, I had to be here because of Azu. In fact, if I announce anything, I can announce anything because I know Azu will give me back. Because he has been giving me back for a long time, because he came to my resource team as a young member, resource team of the coalition. And there I had good friends, young, intelligent ladies. And one he did from Uniland, freshly minted from Uniland, was a member of the resource team. with Michael Fion, the very bad boys you have. And every time we hold our meetings, I'm very strict, Eddie Brimer, all of us are about 10, about 20. There's always noise at the back. Then I say, we are here for a resource team. Not knowing that there was another meeting going on inside the resource team. People that are having what they call competence of, area of competence. Aldo Arinze met, he did his wife of today. And that is the pleasure I have. And that is the long relationship that we have had. So it's a family friend. They come to my house, I visit them, the children. Because I was around when they had these kids, who are now in the universities as well. So, because I'm not a GOV, I will try and get something from my grandkids because I'm retired. I get 200,000.
Thank you, sir. She's representing the women folks, so 3 of them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Friend, my auntie, because I'm just the 70 by October, and it is a gap between me and Noyeka. When she's doing her 50th birthday, I was there. Yes. So we've been together for a long time, and I thank God for knowing her and my local. See, so today, Asu is with me and I've been with them for a long time. I just like him, so this one I will do 200,000 because of preparation of my birthday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, the people in the front row and the second row, don't forget to pick your paper and your books. You get it. On that note, I want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman will now give us the last word.
Thank you very much. May I invite Mr. Femi Adesina to just and Tony Okorochi to come and say something. Just say something about it. Just say, I didn't say present money. All right, say something.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It was Bob D who was presenting a book about 3 or 4 years ago when he turned 60, and I made remarks. I said journalists should write books, and that Azu was a challenge to all of us. Now he has done it again. His 9th book ahead. So, all journalists should write books. Yes, books worthy of reading, not just anything. So I want to thank Azu for doing this again, and I believe that they're books that we will enjoy reading. Thank you very much.
Our guy in the profession, when God for you, please. Let me use my power today as chairman. When God for you, please. Our guy.
The chairman says I should not present the book. I should say something. So much has been said about my brother and friend Azu Arinze. Someone in whom I am well pleased. Very, very seriously. You can't have a better person than Azu. And I read everything that Azu writes. And Azu reads everything that I write. Because he comments on everything
that I write religiously. He says, I wrote something which I published yesterday about the gentleman seated in front here, the governor with the youth, and Azu commented on it. The governor sent me some remarks on it, very long. Kunle Bakare, Gaby, commented on it. Quite a lot of people, and one of the things I said is that I write this because the governor is not a money man, he's not in politics, he's not a pastor, he's not going to give me any money, he's not going to give me any appointment, and he will not cast and bind on my behalf. Those are the people that I respect, and those are the people I think that Nigeria needs to take us away from this horror movie that we are experiencing. But that's not why we are here. We are here to present this. I'm going to read this book religiously.
Please, can the ushers go around with the pledge forms for people who are interested in pledging? I have 100,000 from the Nigerian Guild of Editors for 5 books. Thank you.
As I do normally, I never announce donations and payments and all that, but I definitely will get in touch with my brother and friend Azu Arinze, and I will do what did you say, Chairman? I will do the needful. Absolutely. Congratulations, my brother. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here as a proud and grateful daughter to express my heartfelt thanks to all those who made this event possible. I'd like to start by thanking the very special guest of honor. I also like to start by thanking everybody who made out time from their busy schedule to come here to come and support my daddy. I also like to say a very big thank you to Mr. Kunle Bakare, to Dr. Tunji Olubodi, to Chief Dele Momodu, to Mr. Eze Anaba, to Mr. Femi Adisho. In fact, to mention but a few, I'd like to say a very big thank you for everybody who came out here to support my daddy, who came out here to buy his books. I'm really, really grateful and thankful, and I pray that as you made out time, God will continue to make out time to pay attention to your needs in Jesus' name. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Who's your guy? Olumide Apata. See us we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbavo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh, Oluji, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Apata.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Assemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each. totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle or Ba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go down low man we sabi. You got better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Asway Odalu, he sure for us. Aye. Forward ever and go. If Asway there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Asway Odalu for governor. Aye. Forward ever and go. Mama, if Asway there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Asway you go down low for governor. Sure you go vote for PDP. Oh yes, PDP. Oh yes.
And gentlemen of the press, it is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today on this momentous occasion of the 2023 Presidential Inauguration Lecture with the theme Deepening Democracy for Development. In my capacity as the chairman of the Presidential Transition Council, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome every one of you to this auspicious event. First and foremost, I would like to commend President Muhammadu Buhari for his unwavering dedication to strengthening democracy in Nigeria. Throughout his tenure, he has consistently emphasized the importance of democratic principles, the rule of law, and good governance. His commitment to upholding the integrity of electoral processes, enhancing transparency, and combating corruption has been commendable. Likewise, his efforts towards ensuring the active participation of citizens in decision-making. In like manner, I welcome His Excellency, the Vice President-elect, Kashim Shettima, GCON, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. His leadership and dedication and unwavering commitment to the progress of our nation have been an inspiration to all. Furthermore, I extend a warm welcome to His Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, former President of the Republic of Kenya, who has graced insights in previous occasions, and I think he will do similarly today. Your wealth of experience, Your Excellency, in governance, regional integration, and socio-economic transformation is highly esteemed, and we eagerly await the wisdom and knowledge you would impart upon us. Undeniably, Nigeria has experienced deep divisions and polarizations exacerbated by politics, poverty, and illiteracy. Political, ethnic, religious, and other fault lines have strained the fabric of our society, threatening the very essence of our unity. We acknowledge the damaging influence of hate news, disinformation, and the propagation of divisive narratives which have sown seeds of discord and hindered our socio-political development. In the light of these pressing concerns, the theme of this inauguration lecture, Deepening Democracy for Development, assumes paramount significance. It is our firm belief that by embracing this theme, we can transcend the existing fault lines and foster a renewed sense of common purpose, understanding, and shared responsibility among Nigerians. The profound significance of this lecture lies in its power to illuminate the path we must continue to traverse as a nation, deepen our democratic values, and unlock the full potential of our developmental aspirations. It is an occasion that calls for introspection, evaluation, and concerted efforts to strengthen our democratic institutions, practices, and processes. This gathering represents the essence of our collective aspirations as we come together to discuss and reflect upon the path we have traversed and the road that lies ahead. The 2023 Presidential Inauguration Lecture serves as a platform for dialogue and enlightenment and the sharing of ideas, all aimed at fostering the growth and development of our nation. Today's program events encompasses a wide array of topics that are pivotal to the progress and unity of our nation, from deepening democracy for development and integration, religious tolerance, economic growth, security, and youth inclusiveness. We have deliberately chosen these themes to provoke thoughtful conversations and generate ideas. Through robust discussions and engagement, we hope to foster a collective vision for a better Nigeria. We are therefore honored to have in our midst an illustrious lineup of speakers, each a visionary in their respective fields, who have graciously accepted our invitation to share their wisdom and insight. As I mentioned earlier, we are privileged to have the former President of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, as a speaker, who brings with him a wealth of experience and a profound understanding of the complex dynamics between democracy and development. We are equally delighted to have the esteemed Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence, Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, CFR, MNI, and the Most Reverend Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, who will enlighten us on the crucial topics of religious tolerance and inclusiveness. Their words will serve as beacons of light, guiding us towards uniting a harmonious society where all Nigerians can coexist peacefully, regardless of their religious affiliations. Furthermore, we are honored to have Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, COA, the President of the African Development Bank, who will share his invaluable insights on further strengthening of our economy during the Tinubu years. His expertise and guidance will undoubtedly foster or steer us toward enhanced sustainable economic growth and prosperity. We are also privileged to have Ms. Amina Mohammed, GCON, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, who through a recorded message will be sharing her deep understanding of the intersectionality between security and development. She will shed light on the path to achieving a secured and prosperous Nigeria. And finally, we have the youthful and esteemed Dio Israel, the national youth leader of the All Progressive Congress, who will emphasize the critical importance of youth inclusiveness in governance. His perspective will remind us of the immense potential that lies within our vibrant youth population and the need to improve them or empower them as catalysts for positive change. In conclusion, let us approach this inauguration lecture with open hearts and open minds, ready to embrace the wisdom shared by our esteemed speakers. May their insight ignite our imaginations, perspectives, and spur us to take bold and decisive actions that deepen our democracy and our journey towards. May the inauguration lecture be the catalyst that propels us towards the Nigeria we continually envision, a Nigeria that thrives on democracy, embraces inclusivity, and realizes the aspiration of its people.
Cultural potential and our abundant human capital to propel the well-being of our citizens and to strengthen our voice in the global community of nations. It is sad to note that today, many thousands of our children are migrating to Europe on fishing boats, fleeing from chaos and poverty, living harrowing dangers in search of a so-called better life. About assuming our rightful place in this world as Africans. And why do I mention this? Because it's important to understand the genesis of most of. For the first time in Kenya's history, the outcome of a general election had been overturned by the courts. Whether on account of judicial activism or plain ignorance, the decision of the Supreme Court to overturn my August victory and order fresh elections was all that was needed to put the country on an extremely dangerous footing. The constitutional lacuna surrounding the lack of defined and codified rules of engagement for the operations of government in the event of such a repeat election exasperated the situation even further. As the country prepared to go back to the polls for a second time on October 26, 2017, the main opposition parties made the decision to boycott the polls, and whereas the victory of my party was all but assured, the victory came at a price. Once again, two communities had gotten their way yet again, and the much-touted tyranny of numbers had delivered another victory with staggering efficiency. Indeed, the intelligence reports in the days and weeks after the election and my subsequent inauguration pointed towards growing intercommunal and inter-ethnic unrest, more so in some hotspots, particularly in the mass urban settlements of Nairobi and in our lakeside region of our country. Our security services adopted a containment posture and did their best in preventing the situation from escalating. And as I was getting my daily updates, I was reassured that normalcy would be restored. And indeed, it became clear to me that the calm that had returned to the country had been replaced by an inexplicable sadness and a tangible despondency that had seeped into the hearts and minds of large sections of our population. There were communities that felt defeated, that they had nothing more to lose, and that they no longer wanted to associate with a country known as Kenya because they felt that they had no stake in it. I was not the only one who sensed that there was more that bellied this uneasy calm, and that something serious and possibly more sinister was slowly brewing. The economy had not bounced back at the pace we had anticipated. Investors had adopted a wait-and-see attitude. And even though my coalition had an overwhelming majority in both houses of parliament, the politics seemed to be all wrong. And all this happening at a time when I was reconstituting my cabinet, putting in place the organization needed to deliver on the remainder of our pledges to the people of Kenya. And it was then that I was reminded about the inverse correlation between our election cycles and the country's economic performance. Whenever political temperatures went up, real GDP growth came down. The facts do not lie. In 1992, after the first multi-party elections since the lifting of the ban on political pluralism, real GDP growth contracted to 0.8% from 1.4% the previous year. In 1997, it dropped to 0.4%, down from the previous 4.5%. The same thing happened in 2008, when the economy virtually ground to a standstill. The long and short of it was that after every election from 1992, our country would take a hit for up to 2 years. Things would then settle, and shortly thereafter, we would be once again in campaign mood, and the vicious cycle would readily repeat itself. This meant that during every election cycle, thousands of jobs were lost, private investment and private sector confidence would shrink, and revenues to government would be strained, with adverse effects on our national development agenda. And it was then that I made possibly one of the most difficult decisions of my presidency. And I resolved two things. Firstly, that I would deliver on my development promise no matter what. And secondly, that I would not be the president that took Kenya back into any form of civil strife. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it was not weakness that led me to seek out the leader of the opposition at the time, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. It was the appreciation that it was not about him, but rather the people whom he represented. The millions who felt excluded and marginalized by our brand of politics and the imperfections of our democracy. The things that we discussed in the days that followed, and which culminated on the 9th of March 2018 in what we Kenyans commonly refer to as a handshake, are the subject of another lecture. Suffice it to say that on that day, our country, Kenya, exhales a breath of fresh air and freedom. The dialogue that began was about what we needed to do to make Kenyans feel included in the affairs of their nation. It was about how we could strengthen devolution to deliver on what the framers of our Constitution had intended. It was about how to make every Kenyan, from large or small communities, feel like the government was theirs. We recognize that when stripped down to its most rudimentary form, Kenya was simply an amalgamation of different ethnic communities trying to coexist peacefully within the borders that we found ourselves in. Time and energy towards the peaceful resolution of conflicts on our continent, I remain alive to the fact that I must continue to play a part in fostering peace in my home country of Kenya. I use my voice and my platform to persuade, especially those in power, that a dialogue with those in opposition to their victory is not a weakness, nor is it a denial of their victory, but rather a much-needed tool that creates a more inclusive Kenya and that sets a forward developmental trajectory. A trajectory that meets the expectations of all in our society. And I remind that the mentality of winner takes it all can only result in division and retardation of the national development agenda. Therefore, dear friends, as you celebrate victory of an election and prepare to inaugurate a new president, remember that your victory is not just about numbers, as Western democracies would have us believe, but that the real victory will be how you will reach out to all the voices in Nigeria and how every Nigerian, from Katsina in the north to Port Harcourt in the south, from Bambana in the west to Maiduguri in the east, how they will all feel included in your victory. And see your government as their government, your agenda as their agenda, one Nigeria, one government for all. And if I may address His Excellency the President-elect, President Tinubu, through you, Your Excellency Vice President-elect, I speak to you as a brother, but also as an elder statesman in leadership. The contest is now over, and the hard work of building a prosperous and unified Nigeria now begins. Upon assuming the office of president, you would be wise to transcend from the tactical politics of an election and assume your role as Nigeria's vision bearer. This will demand a complete overhaul of the adversarial mindset that we as politicians are conditioned to embrace during the electoral process. As president, you must learn very quickly to lead those who love you and those who loathe you with equal passion and commitment, because you are now the father of all. Your Excellency, when countries are in election mode, the people and its leaders are more divided than ever and boxed into their various sectarian and partisan interests. So when you are the head of state and you take command of the country's armed forces, you become the embodiment of the sum total of the many different ethnic groups, religions that make up your country, and you become the symbol of unity. Indeed, you become the face of Nigeria. I encourage you to surround yourself with the voices of those who will counterbalance the hardliners that feel entitled to a piece of your office. You will lose nothing and gain everything by reaching out across the political, ethnic, and religious lines to those who may feel aggrieved by your victory in one way or another. Please allow them to exhale and be part of your vision for a greater Nigeria. It is my hope and my prayer that the lessons from across the continent will give you the resolve to walk the difficult path of overcoming those three enemies I started by mentioning, the three enemies of nationhood: negative ethnicity, religious discrimination, and corruption. As your fellow African, I look forward to a Nigeria that emerges from this transition ready to flex and fight for its rightful place on the global stage with both hands at the ready. Your Excellency, President Buhari, I once again thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all very kindly for your attention. May God bless you all.
Note that yesterday at the National Mosque we had a lecture which captured all the ingredients, or most of the ingredients, of religious tolerance and inclusiveness. I believe I shouldn't be saying much on that religious tolerance. Is what we have been working on the last 16 years as co-chairman of NAREC, together with the president of CAN, and I believe the SGF in the last 5, 6, 7 years have been the anchor and the arrowhead of our activities, so he knows a lot, and the government too knows a lot about our works for religious tolerance and understanding in this great country, Nigeria. So I will deviate a little bit, but not too off, because most of the things I'm going to say, if you put them together with what the former president of Kenya said, you'll find a lot of similarities. So I crave your indulgence to patiently listen in the next 8, 9, 10 minutes of my presentation, even though I was given 15 minutes. We all know why we have democracy. And we call democracy a government of the people, by the people, for the people. And such democracy we are supposed to practice or to have is to ensure development, peace and stability of our people, peace and security. Coming from a tradition of good governance that is informed by an intellectual tradition, which itself is an heir of a long tradition of governance going back to the empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, perhaps my contribution should dwell on the writings of our forefathers who established the Sokoto Caliphate over 200 years ago. Being scholars, these leaders have left behind over 350 different works between the three prominent figures. I will just provide some few snippets to take us through this short presentation. On the necessity of government, for example, Sultan Muhammad Bello said, "It is certainly known that if it were not for the power of rulers, no person would have been safe in his house, let alone in the wilderness. Nor would it be permissible for any person to collect tax, and the interest of the public would not have been preserved. For this reason, it becomes necessary to appoint a supreme leader and his deputies, such as the prime ministers, the governors, and the judges of all the regions of the earth, so that the interest of religion and leadership may be maintained and the proper order of the entire world be established. If it were not for the authority of state, many people would have been killed before they could kill a single man who is legally condemned to death when they seek to obtain their rights from each other without a force to protect them. Rulers in our case are those who have been elected to govern us, govern our country or our states. If the leader follows the path of righteousness, piety will take ascendancy over his worldly desires. If he goes astray, his piety will fall victim to worldly lust. Therefore, fear God. Know that every soul shall have a taste of death, and you shall receive your full recompense on the day of judgment. Leadership is also service to the people. As Sheikh Uthman Danfodio said, seeing to the welfare of people is more effective than the use of force. It has been said that the crown of a leader is his integrity, his stronghold is his impartiality, and his wealth is that of his people. There will be no triumph with transgression, no rule without learning, and no leadership with vengeance. No society can rise above its leaders. In other words, it is the quality of leaders which determines and pegs the quality of society. As Sultan Muhammad Bello said, and that fatness is the cause of its destruction, as it will be slaughtered and eaten, unquote. Leaders need to understand those things that are necessary for a state to survive, and those that are capable of destroying politics. On this, Sheikh Uthman Danfodio wrote, one of the swiftest ways of destroying a state is to give preference to one particular tribe over another, or to show favor to one group of people over the other, and draw near those who should be kept away, and keep away those who should be drawn near you. A ruler was asked when he had lost his throne, what brought your rule to an end? He replied, being intransigent in my views and neglecting to seek advice. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the few remarks I want to make to draw attention of our incoming governors, presidents, and other leaders on the intellectual heritage which we have been talking about for decades, or for centuries rather, which I hope our elected officials will reflect on and find useful as they undertake the onerous task of children with the affairs of the state. I should also draw your attention to levels of poverty and ignorance in the land, and ignorance in the land only made worse by the rising population of this country, which is estimated by the United Nations to be well over 400 million by 2050, which will make Nigeria the third largest populated country in the world after India and China. As political leaders, you need not only, but also, and more importantly, think of the next generation. I leave you with these thoughts and pray for God's guidance, wisdom, and patience for our leaders to take our country to the highest height, and may we have peace and stability in our great country, Nigeria. And as we wish our incoming government most of the Allah's blessings in all what they do to take our country to the promised land, we call on all and all to give support, prayer, and stay in peace. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of our leaders for for what they have done for our country, and may He bring peace and stability. As I also leave you in peace, I say, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That religion, just like any other form of identity, whether it's ethnicity, religion, gender, the real problem is when these categories are left unattended to. It is then that they provoke problems. So I really think that we must appreciate the fact that all the values and the temptations, the trials that the people of Kenya have gone through. In summary, what struck me very powerfully was the idea of the tyranny of numbers, the tyranny of victory. And if I may add, the arrogance and the triumphalism that tends to characterize victory, and how dangerous all these are. Because numbers are important, but they're only important up to a point. And the real challenge is what you do and how you aggregate these numbers for national development. And I think Nigeria and Africa in general must wake up to the threat that is posed by the emergence of what you call illiberal democracy. 20 years ago, this word was not talked about, but now it is in the vocabulary of political science, that there is a resurgence of democracies that look like democracies but don't work like democracies. They conduct elections, they have judiciary, they have political parties, but in the final analysis, they are a halfway house between the values of democracy and dictatorship and tyranny. And I think that the guest speaker has given us all the ingredients we require to be able to walk through the challenges. And I saw the Vice President-elect smiling. He's somebody I already know, and I appreciate the depth of his intellect and his capacity to process a lot of it. There are many people, including Christians, who will be disappointed that Bishop Kuka is standing here, because there's been a lot has been made out of the fact that we are dealing with a Muslim set of people who have won the elections. What are the implications of this for Nigeria? And of course, with one side of our mouth, we also say as Nigerians that we want people to be able to govern us, who love us, who cherish us, and who understand the principles of the management of diversity. Now, we will not be nervous, and we really should not be nervous about the future. Not only because it is in the hands of God, but I think that the greatest value, and I hope that this lecture that has been delivered by Uhuru Kenyatta, although unfortunately, sir, you've been in Nigeria twice, but we are not yet Uhuru. We are aspiring. We're not yet Uhuru yet. But I hope that it provides the incoming government with the texture, the material that it requires. Because how to build a good society is not a complicated thing. It is not a complicated thing. And the principles and the question, because one of the things that SGF said to me was also the fact that we'll be talking about the fact that as Nigerians, we are better together. Everybody knows that we are better together. But the first question to ask is, who are we? After 9/11, the American political scientists were asking the question, who are we? Because there was a problem in terms of who people are. And I think if you live in Nigeria, all of us know. And this is why those who listen to me will attest to the fact that I don't like to talk about religion, in part because I don't believe there is a religious problem. But somehow the Western media, the Nigerian media, and the political elite have assumed the fact that there is something between religions and that there is a conflict between religions. There is absolutely no conflict, between religions. I say to people, assuming, for example, we all have knives in our houses. Assuming you come back from work and your wife is in the kitchen, and she comes to welcome you with a knife in her back with which she's been slicing onions, you will have no problem entering the house. But if you had a fight with your wife before you left the house, and your husband comes back and knocks on the door, and you see your wife with a knife, you will pull back. So knives by themselves are not a problem. It's what you do with them. In the same way that identities are not a problem. Identities are not a problem. It's how you activate those identities and what you do with them. Now, will I be walking around Nigeria and people say to me, we worry about you being in Sokoto, and when I speak, I can tell a million stories. And I give you an example. What happened in Sokoto? With the tragic story of Deborah, I had gone for a burial of the father of one of my priests, and I was on my way back in a car when I got a call to say that one of my priests called me to say, look, this is what is happening. And I got to Abuja, and I got telephone calls from everywhere. Where are you? I said, I'm in Abuja. He said, I hope you remain in Abuja. I hope you're not going back to Sokoto anytime soon. You know, my family members who called me, I said, so what am I supposed to do? No, remain in Abuja. Some people say, leave the country. And I said, to go where? And people could not understand. When I had to go back to Sokoto the next day, people said to me, I had to just tell my friend, where are you? I told them I'm in Abuja. But when I got to Sokoto, I walked to my house. And for me, it's a very powerful image. As I entered my house, just as I got to the gate, I saw an armored tank, soldiers, their numbers, guarding my house. And I was touched. I came out of the vehicle and I greeted all the soldiers. I shook all of them. But I saw from their faces, they looked to me very much like Fulani people. The soldiers who were guarding my house. By their height and so on. So when I went in, then later in the evening, I came back and I started talking to them. There were about 12 or 14 of them. First of all, I looked at them, with all their equipment, they're there in my house. After we greeted, I went back. At about 6:30 to 7, I came out, stood by my balcony. And I saw all of them done their ablution. They are preparing for their Salah. And they prayed in my house. I'm looking at them. And this is Sokoto I'm supposed to be running away from. And here are these people, they are Muslims, they are Nigerians, they are here to protect me. Nigeria is a complex country of great possibilities, great contradictions, about which we will not be in this crisis. Managing diversity is a science. The World Bank knows this. My brother, Dr. Akunyumi, is here. He's going to talk about all this. They understand, and no country, no business, no family, no organization has a future if you don't figure out how to manage diversity. I want to conclude by saying religion has been turned into a weapon, and it's a weapon of choice for politics and politicians. The danger and the challenge for us as religious leaders, because the Conservative Party in England, because the British government was a theocratic state, so to say, and the Conservative Party was literally part of the Anglican Church. And the joke used to be that the Anglican Church is the Conservative Party at prayer. The danger with being captured by politicians is that religious leaders, and I tell people, when people talk about Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, all of these people, I work with the Vice President-elect. I served for 6 years or so in Atiku's university. Peter Obi is my very close friend of very many years. And I'm a Nigerian, and I can work with anybody. And we must get to that point in which we have enough trust in ourselves. So religion in Nigeria, the Section 10 of the Constitution talks about the fact that the state should not adopt religion as a state religion. But we know that the reality is completely different. So the challenge for us going forward is to address the issue. What is the meeting point between religion and politics? For us as Christians and as Muslims, we must understand we are first of all citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria who just happen to be Christians or Muslims. We could be anything else. And our inability to appreciate those differences also is directly related to the way the political class has continued to treat us. Let me put it that way. Because if you are not able to manage diversity well, people have gotten out their pens and their pencils. When you call out ministers, everybody is looking at who is from my village, who is from my town. Because, no thanks, we have come to associate opportunity, privilege with having your own person power. It's not the way to go, but the reality has led us otherwise. So I want to say that first of all, Nigeria must heal. Nigeria must heal. But we also must have the courage to identify the scars, the wounds, the injuries. The worst thing that can happen to us is to pretend that everything is okay, because everything is not okay. We have so many of our citizens who have lost their lives. We have so many of our citizens who are still in captivity. Managing diversity and managing differences is not about religious leaders talking together. It is about whether the state can create the kind of infrastructure, the guardrails, that can help Nigerians move as citizens of their country. But right now, there is how people feel because they are Christians or Muslims. There is how people feel because they are women. The levels and categories of exclusion are so tremendous and so immense. So I hope that going forward, the things that the guest speaker has spoken about most eloquently, that is, how do you manage victory? How do you manage victory? How do you mutate from being a politician who was contesting election to being a politician who has won election? Very often, and what is clear to us in Africa, why religion, why ethnicity, why all these things continue to injure our countries, is largely because we have not come to terms with the fact that power is just about, as somebody said, our turn to eat. Michaela Arong's book, I know Michaela pretty well, she autographed a copy of her book, but her arguments were most eloquent because her arguments were largely, if the Kalenjin did very well under Arab Moi, and if your dad and Mwai Kibaki and other people who are, if they've done well, it was almost natural that the man contesting for election against you would say, it is our own turn to eat, and we can see what power has been. Therefore, it is our turn to continue with the things that other people have done, privilege their community, privilege their... So we cannot grow a country like this. We will remain volatile. And as you see on a racetrack, everybody stands or kneels differently. There is no advantage. The location may be different. But when the gun is fired, the man who is right closer to the inner part of the ring is a little bit away. We don't expect that all of us will finish, but let us create an environment in which all of us can compete. And we will win according to our energy and our speed. I used to have a parishioner, and she came to me and she was complaining. You know, when they were, that is the local school examination, when they are over, most people will come to you and they say, my son passed WAEC. But if they don't pass, they say, WAEC failed my son. So the challenge for us in Nigeria is to create a condition, a situation where all of us can compete. We will never win the same prize. But let there be, as His Eminence the Sultan said, let loss of elections not be a punitive, because the problem with Africa, when you lose the elections, you don't get a chance to get back in.
An inflection point. Our world is facing a series of interlocking threats, security challenges, and cascading crises in food, energy, and finance that are magnified by the growing impacts of climate change. 1/4 of humanity resides in conflict-affected areas, and as of mid-2022, over 100 million individuals have been forcibly displaced worldwide. The devastating effects of violence have not only impacted those directly involved in armed conflicts, but have reverberated throughout societies. And in our modern era, incidents involving malicious uses of digital technologies by state and non-state actors pose unique challenges and threats, impacting our security landscape and the well-being of individuals and nations. We are witnessing a rising tide of inequalities in finance, trade, and technology, both within and among nations. And the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated income inequality on a global and local scale, widening the gap between nations and societies. Moreover, our continent is disproportionately bearing the brunt of a climate crisis it did not create. The unequal suffering resulting from the effects of climate change represents one of the most profound injustices in our world today. And Nigeria itself faces a myriad of security challenges across various regions. Intercommunal tensions, farmer-herder conflicts, organized armed conflict, and terrorism continue to threaten the northern and middle belt regions, while separatist agitation and the militancy menace in the southeast and south-south are a challenge. These security challenges impede progress and development in various sectors. and I commend the government of Nigeria and its armed forces for its national and sub-regional efforts to address these complex challenges. This is a moment for us to come together, united in our determination to address these multifaceted challenges. We must find local solutions to our national problems. We must foster international cooperation and Nigerian leadership, strengthen our collective resolve and embark on a pathway that champions inclusivity, equity, and sustainable development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development stands as humanity's most effective tool for prevention. It is the only way to address the underlying drivers of conflict and fragility. This is the security development nexus in action. In practice, this means inclusive, people-centered development solutions that address grievances, consolidate peace dividends, and build resilient communities where justice and dignity are our watchwords. It means leaving no one behind. It means delivering more under the United Nations Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Union's Agenda 2063, which provide a framing for investing in the nexus. By creating decent jobs, particularly for youth and women, we empower individuals to live dignified lives and reduce the risk of social unrest and strengthen social cohesion. By bridging the digital divide and investing in new technology, we enable connectivity, drive economic growth, and create new possibilities for working together. Infrastructure development, implemented with a conflict-sensitive approach, will open up new opportunities for cooperation and foster the type of subnational integration that enhances economic empowerment against unexpected shocks. And by transforming our education system, we can equip future generations to fully participate in modern economies and to meet the demands of our fast-changing nation and world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to propose 4 key elements which can catalyze accelerated sustainable development that addresses the underlying drivers of insecurity when they are present together. First, we need a strong policy environment that transcends disciplines. This means policies that integrate all sectors, from security to humanitarian to development. It means designing measures that address the more profound structural causes of insecurity, while also investing in local economies across food security, energy access, and digital connectivity is key. Second, we need strong institutions. This means institutions that are built to last, ensure the rule of law, and provide a framework for a just and equitable society. Institutions that create an environment where citizens' rights are protected and deliver essential services to the people, such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and social welfare. This means partnerships, their constitutional responsibilities. Third, people. We must invest in our people, and our leaders at all levels, government, community, business, traditional fathers, must all be at the table. A transformational education sector will also be crucial. The knowledge and skill sets needed for nation building must continue to evolve at pace. This includes women and youth. 70% of Nigerians are under 30. Girls under 30 alone comprise nearly 1/3 of the total population. Women and youth bear the most significant toll from conflict, yet they're rarely given a seat at the mediation table. This is despite the fact that we know from experience and from independent research that pathways to peace are always more successful when they involve women and young people. Finance, policies, institutions, and people are only effective if combined with sound investments and accountability mechanisms. Recourse to justice, effective criminal justice systems, and transparent governance of resources are all required for sustainable development to meaningfully address the root causes of violence. Sustainable development will never address the root causes of violence without recourse to justice. And for this, we must invest in people and supplies that deliver on the rule of law. In the words of Secretary General Guterres, from the smallest village to the global stage, the rule of law is all that stands between peace and stability. SDG 16 is our compass in this regard, and its fulfillment has ripple effects throughout all SDGs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the existential threats of our time, from climate change to the threat of nuclear conflict, underscore the importance of multilateralism. No one nation can defend itself against these threats entirely on its own. Nations working together can achieve things that are beyond what even the most powerful state can accomplish itself. And that is why the United Nations was created. It is what we do. Convene for peace and give hope in times of cascading crises. The United Nations needs Nigeria and strong African voices to rise up, speak on the global stage, and double down on the multilateral solutions that meet the immense challenges of our time. The global narrative must be one that is shaped by all of us, and not just by a few. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the latest peaceful democratic transition of power is yet more proof that Nigeria is better together. Our deepening democracy is consolidating the foundations of a prosperous future together. Your responsibility as leaders of this great nation is to continue this trajectory and to guide the people of Nigeria along inclusive pathways of peace and development that leave absolutely no one behind. It is time to be humbled by the weight of this responsibility for over 220 million Nigerians. And we at the United Nations are committed to helping you achieve a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria where all Nigerians will thrive. I thank you.
Friends of Nigeria, beloved Nigerians, I wish to start by thanking you, Mr. President, for inviting me to the ceremonies for the swearing in of the incoming president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, for this achievement, the 7th democratic transition of our beloved country. I would like to congratulate the incoming president and also the incoming vice president. I wish to thank the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, the chairman and members of the Presidential Transition Council for inviting me to speak at this inauguration lecture for the incoming president of Nigeria. It is such a great honor to share my views and perspectives after the wonderful speech that has been given by my very dear friend and brother, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, as our nation gets ready to have a passing of the baton between His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari and the incoming president, His Excellency Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. It is your turn. I wish to congratulate you, Mr. President, for your stewardship against difficulties of our nation for the past 8 years. And thank you most sincerely, Mr. President, for your support for me as President of the African Development Bank. People say great things about what, by God's grace, we've been able to achieve. But unless I was sent on a mission and supported on that mission, it would not have been possible. I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because without your support in 2015, and you're standing beside me and behind me in the rough times of 2020, I will not be president of the African Development Bank. Mr. President, I was brought up as a kid to always go back to their elders and thank them. And we always say that the person who sent you on an errand is the person you go back to thank and give the report back to. And so I'll just say two things as I thank you, because I will not have another opportunity to thank you. The African Development Bank, Mr. President, was ranked this year as the most transparent financial institution in the world. And last year, Your Excellency, Mr. President, the African Development Bank was ranked as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. And so as you take leave as President, please accept my deepest gratitude, because without your support, I wouldn't have been there. And I want to thank you so much that you can take pride in these achievements as you go. And my dear brother, Bishop Kuka, was talking about Nigeria. I am proudly Nigerian. I will live as a Nigerian. I'll die as a Nigerian. And I'll ask God for permission on Resurrection Day, If I might just hold a green, white, green flag in my hand, and that would be great. I would like to congratulate the incoming president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who will take over the mantle of leadership from Nigeria from you. I'm delighted that my very dear friend, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, was invited to deliver the inauguration lecture. He is a great leader, not only in Kenya, a great leader for Africa. And I'm sure you must be wondering, there are actually two Kenyans that are actually here on this panel. Well, I lived in Kenya for many, many years, 10 years in Kenya. And I remember one day, President Goodluck Jonathan took me on a mission to Kenya, and we went to see President Uhuru Kenyatta. And as the two presidents were introducing members of their delegations, President Jonathan said to President Uhuru Kenyatta, "Here is Dr. Adeshina, Minister of Agriculture," to which President Kenyatta responded, "Yes, Adeshina is the Kenyan on loan to Nigeria." We all laughed. Thank you, Mr. President Kenyatta, for what an incredible, powerful speech you gave us today. Very, very insightful. Your Excellencies, the election of a new president always elicits hope. Nigeria will be looking to you as President Tinubu and Vice President Shettima for your first day in office with hope. Hope that you will assure security, peace, and stability. Hope that you will heal and unite a fractious nation. Hope that you will rise above party lines and forge a compelling force to move the nation forward with inclusiveness, fairness, equity, and justice. Hope that you will dramatically improve the economy, which is what I'm going to talk about today. And hope that you will spark a new wave of prosperity. And hope must be brought to the present, as hope deferred makes the heart grow weary. Your Excellencies, the starting point must be macroeconomic and fiscal stability. Unless the economy is revived and the fiscal challenges addressed boldly, the resources to develop will not be there. No bird can fly if its wings are tied. Nigeria currently faces huge fiscal deficits, estimated at 6% of the GDP. This has been due to several challenges, including low receipts to dwindling revenues from export of crude oil, vandalism of pipelines, and illegal bunkering of crude oil. According to Nigeria's Debt Management Office, Nigeria now spends 96% of its revenue servicing debt, with the debt-to-revenue ratio rising from 83.2% in 2021 to 96.3% by 2022. Some will argue that the debt-to-GDP ratio at 34% is still low compared to other countries in Africa, and that is absolutely correct. But no one pays their debt using GDP. Debt is paid using revenue, and Nigeria's revenues have been declining. Nigeria earns revenue today to service debt and not to grow. The place to start, therefore, is to remove the inefficient fuel subsidies. Nigerian fuel subsidies benefit the rich, not the poor. Fueling theirs and government's endless fleet of cars at the expense of the poor. Estimates show that the poorest 40% of the population consumes just 3% of petrol. Fuel subsidies are killing the Nigerian economy, costing the economy of Nigeria $10 billion alone in 2022. Now that means that Nigeria is borrowing what it doesn't have to borrow for. If it simply eliminates these inefficient subsidies and uses the resources well for national development. Rather, support should be provided to private sector refineries and modular refineries to allow for efficiency and competitiveness to drive down fuel pump prices. The newly commissioned Dangote refinery, by Your Excellency, Mr. President, the largest single-train petroleum refinery in the world, as well as the petrochemical complex, will revolutionize Nigeria's economy. And congratulations to you, Mr. President. I'd also like to give congratulations to my dear brother, Aliko Dangote, for his amazing $19 billion investment. You've got Nigerians, Mr. President, who believe in Nigeria. He's one of them. I am one of them. And we are many of us. We believe in Nigeria. Your Excellencies, there's also an urgent need to look at the cost of governance. The cost of governance in Nigeria is way too high and should be drastically reduced to free up more resources for development. Nigeria is spending very little on development. Today, Nigeria is ranked among the countries with the lowest human capital development index in the world, with a rank of 167 among 174 countries globally, according to the World Bank 2022 Public Expenditure Review Report. To meet Nigeria's massive infrastructure needs, according to this report, we require $3 trillion by 2050. According to the report, at the current rate, it will take 300 years to provide the minimum level of infrastructure needed for Nigeria's development. All living Nigerians today and many generations to come will be long gone by then. We must therefore change this and change it decisively. Nigeria must rely more on the private sector for infrastructure development to reduce the fiscal burdens on the shoulders of government. Your Excellencies, much can be done to raise tax revenue, as tax to GDP ratio in Nigeria is still low. This must include improving tax collection, tax administration, but moving from tax exemption to tax redemption, ensuring that multinational companies pay appropriate royalties and taxes, and that leakages in tax collection are closed. However, simply raising taxes is not enough, as many question the value of paying taxes, hence a high level of tax avoidance. Many citizens provide their own electricity, sink their own boreholes to get access to their towns. These are essentially high implicit taxes. Nigerians, therefore, today pay the highest implicit taxes in the world. Governments need to ensure effective social contracts by delivering quality public services. It is not the amount collected, it is how it is spent and what it's delivered. Nations that grow better, they run effective governments that assure social contracts with their citizens. Your Excellencies, we must rebalance the structure and performance of the economy. A very common refrain in Nigeria with every successive government is, we need to diversify the economy. But is it really so? The economy of Nigeria is one of the most diversified in Africa, with the oil sector accounting for only 15% of the GDP, and 85% is accounted for by other sectors. Nigeria's challenge is not diversification. Nigeria's challenge is revenue concentration. And that is because the oil sector accounts for 75.4% of export revenue and 50% of all government revenue. The solution, therefore, is to unlock the bottlenecks that are hampering the 85% of the economy. These include low productivity, very poor infrastructure and logistics, despite gains being made, epileptic power supply, inadequate access to finance for small and medium-sized enterprises. Nigeria must also shift away from just relying on import substitution to export-focused industrialization. No team in soccer can ever win by playing defense. Every team that wins in soccer, they win by playing offense. When you do export-led industrialization, that's offense. That's how economies will grow, and that's how we will thrive. Your Excellencies, for faster growth, the abnormal have simply become normal. Nigeria's private sector is hampered by the high cost of power. Providing electricity will make Nigerian industries more competitive, especially within the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And it's actually not brain surgery. Let me give two examples, Kenya and Egypt. With the support of the African Development Bank, working with President Kenyatta, he was able to expand electricity access in Kenya from 32% in 2013 to 75% in 2022. What an incredible achievement in just a period of 10 years. Today, 86% of Kenya's economy is powered by renewable energy. And one project where I came to visit with the President is called the Last Mile Connectivity Project. The bank's support, it allowed Kenya to connect the poorer households, 2.3 million of them, to electricity. And that's 12 million people provided with affordable connection to grid power. Thank you, Mr. President. It was fantastic. I'm just coming from Egypt. In 2014, Egypt had electricity deficit of 6,000 megawatts. But by 2022, Egypt had 20,000 megawatts of surplus power generation. Amazing. So it can be done. I'd like to commend the federal government under the leadership of the President for the tireless efforts being made in this area, with recent commissioning of several power projects across the country, and with so much private sector, but still much needs to be done. Nigeria should invest massively in renewable energy, especially solar. God loves Nigeria because solar, we got sun all the time in Nigeria. And that's why the African Development Bank is implementing $25 billion in what we call Desert to Power program to provide electricity for 250 million people all across 11 countries, including all the Sahel and including all of northern Nigeria. Your Excellencies, for inclusive development, which my dear sister Amina Mohammed just spoke about, Nigeria must completely revive its rural areas. Nigeria's rural areas are forgotten and have become zones of economic misery. To revive and transform these rural economies, we must make agriculture their main source of income, a business, and a wealth-creating sector. To be clear, agriculture is not a development activity. It is not a development sector. Agriculture is a business. The development of special agro-industrial processing zones will transform agriculture in Nigeria, add value for agricultural value chains, and attract private sector food and agriculture businesses into these rural areas. Special agro-industrial processing zones will help to turn the rural areas into new zones of economic prosperity and create millions of jobs. The African Development Bank, which you also support, Mr. President, Islamic Development Bank, and International, currently supporting Nigeria to implement a $518 million special agro-industrial processing zone program in 7 states of the country. And we've received, and the FCT, already we have requests from 19 states to have that done. We are ready, Mr. President, and incoming Mr. Vice President and incoming President. We are fully ready to help you to expand this into every single state in Nigeria. And we are equally ready to help to revamp agricultural lending institutions to help modernize food and agriculture sector. Your Excellencies, the best asset of Nigeria is not its natural resources. Nigeria's best asset is its human capital. We must therefore invest heavily in human capital to build up Nigeria's skills that we need to be globally competitive in a rapidly digitized global economy. We must build world-class educational institutions, accelerate skills development in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as well as in ICT, computer coding, which are not the jobs of the past, but the jobs of the future. Your Excellencies, there is an urgent need to unleash the potential of the youth. Today, over 75% of the population of Nigeria is under the age of 35. This presents a demographic advantage, but it must be turned into an economic advantage. Nigeria must create youth-based wealth. We must move from the so-called youth empowerment programs. The youth do not need handouts. They need investments. The current banking system will not lend to the youth. If you're a young person, you go to a bank, they ask you, how old are you? You say 21 years old. They ask you, go bring your tax receipts for the last 25 years. How does that work? Special funds, while palliative in approach, are also not systemic. and are also not sustainable. What is needed to unleash the entrepreneurship of the youth of Nigeria are brand new financial ecosystems that understands, values, promotes, and provide financial instruments and platforms for nurturing business ventures of the youth in Nigeria at scale. The African Development Bank and partners, including the Agence-Française de Développement, Islamic Development Bank, and others, we launched right here in Nigeria the $618 million IDICE program to develop digital and creative enterprises. Mr. President, under your leadership, this is one of the great things I hope that you're most proud of. These things will create 6 million jobs and add $6.3 billion to Nigeria's economy. Your Excellencies, as I close, the African Development Bank is currently working with central banks and countries all across Africa to design and to support the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks. These will be new financial institutions run by young, professional, highly competent experts and bankers to develop and deploy new financial products and services for businesses and ventures of young people. Several African countries have already agreed to set up the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. Nigeria should establish the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank. Your Excellency, Mr. President, thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. President-elect, let me now close. Nigeria's economy needs to soar. You have an incredible opportunity to make history by building a resurgent Nigeria, a united and prosperous Nigeria. It is Nigeria's turn. I wish you all the very best for success. May God bless you, may God help you, and may God bless the Federal Republic.
Similar honor in 2002, October 1, when President Obasanjo was hosting his Independence Day event, and he hosted the Summit of Nigerian Children, ICO, and I had the honor of representing the children of Nigeria on this podium at that event. And a few years later, I'm here today representing the youth of Nigeria, in particular the youth of our party. And I want to begin by telling you a story. I love stories. A young boy was trying to kill a bee, and the father said to him, "Stop, don't do that." And the boy said to the father, "Daddy, what's wrong? It's just a bee." And the father said, "Don't you ever say it's just a bee. It's not just a bee. Because without this bee, thousands of plants around the world would go unpollinated. Without this bee, the rates of fruit and vegetable produce would decline and lead to famine. Without this bee, many crops would die and farmers would go bankrupt. Without this bee, the world would go without honey and we will eat our pancakes dry. It's not just a bee." And that reminds me that the bee here we're talking about is the wonderful young people of Nigeria. We're not just young people. We're not just youths. We're the lushness of this green land. The best resource, like Dr. Akinwumi Adesina spoke about, that Nigeria has to offer. The best export of our great nation, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We may look insignificant, but we're over 60% of the population of this country, and more importantly, President Buhari, we are your tomorrow. And it reminds me of another story. President Kenyatta, you'll be familiar with your sister, Wangari Maathai. She spoke about the story of the human bed. And the story was about a bush that was burning. It was a strong fire in the forest, and all the animals were running away looking for an escape. And they were running, the lions, the tigers, the elephants, all of them were running out of the forest. And there was this little human bed, a small boy like me, sitting quietly. And then he observed that the nation was on fire. And what the human bed did was fly to the nearest river, use his little bed to fetch some water, run back into the forest and pour it there. Run back to the river, got some water with the little bag, ran to the fire and pour it there. And all the other animals were smiling and laughing and saying, "What do you think you're doing? Can you save this forest from the furnace?" And the human bed looked at the elephant and all the other animals and said, I may be just but a human being. As small as I am, I will do my best to save the forest from the fire. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the youth of Nigeria are the human being. Our country has experienced military challenges over the years. We've gone through abuse, we've gone through many poverty challenges, but the youth of Nigeria has continued to be creative and innovative. In particular, with our creative industry, entertainment and sport, we are putting Nigeria on the map. We may not be able to end poverty in Nigeria in one day, but we're creating solutions in fintech, in sport, in entertainment. We're fighting poverty. We're creating corporations like Jumia. We're creating companies like the other companies doing many other fintech companies across Nigeria. Andela, Flutterwave, many. That is our own way of being a human being, of solving Nigeria's unemployment and poverty problem. And so when you have the population that brings us the Grammy Award, that brings Nigeria on the entertainment scene, that brings on the screen in Antarctica, in the Caribbean, in North America, at the Grammys Award and the Emmys Award, why would you waste such a resource? What are we doing with this resource? And that's why yesterday at the Villa, we had an interaction with the president, Muhammadu Buhari. And everybody was thanking the president and said, thank you for Second Niger Bridge, thank you for Maradi Trail Service, thank you for Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. I said to Mr. President, sir, thank you for the Not Too Young to Run bill. Because by that single act of leadership of signing the Not Too Young to Run bill into law, it created a generational shift that made a 28-year-old girl become a member of the House of Representatives in this 10th Assembly. If you want to clap for the youth, clap for us. And so, if we're going to deepen democracy, we've got to deepen youth participation in the public sector and in good governance. We've got to give young people a seat at the table. But let me also warn leaders. We have decided among ourselves, if you don't give us a seat at the table, we will go to the Kubo wood market, we will buy wood, we'll buy nails, we'll make our own chair, and we'll bring it to the table. We must deepen youth participation at all levels, at local government level, at House of Assembly level, at governorship level, at the Senate, National Assembly, and even at the top level. And that's why as I traveled across the country, campaigning for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, went to 33 states on my own, with my team of youth leaders engaging the youth in the community. Our message was simple. The Tinubu presidency is going to be an inclusive administration for young people, because it's going to come and work with us to build a Nigeria for us. The reality is that a future for us without us is not a sustainable future. And that's why as government, as people, we have a role to play. We have a lot to do. And to do that, we need to ensure that we create platforms for young people to get involved. And not just platforms like Youth Parliament or Youth Council. I was a former Deputy Senate President of the Nigerian Children's Parliament. So you can call me Distinguished Senator Dayo Israel. But beyond all of those youth platforms that we get, young people must begin to play mainstream politics. Their importance, you can never overemphasize it. I won't be standing before you here today, but for the opportunity to be in the Children's Parliament, to be a one-day commissioner for information under Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Lagos State under his one-day governor program, and also be a member of the British Council Connecting Futures program, the IVLP program, the Global Changemakers program, and many other activities created to give young people a chance. Those years of programs and activities prepared me, and I think that we need to do more to intensify platforms and opportunities to prepare the young people for the future. We need concerted effort to raise the next generation of Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, and because President Kenyatta is here, Jomo Kenyatta. We need to consciously create the next generation and build and mentor the next Muhammadu Buhari, the next Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because Asiwaju did not get here in one day. It was a combination of many years, over 30 years, of participation in governance preparation for where he is today. And so we need to begin to prepare that 20-year-old person, that 30-year-old person that is going to take over from you and lead Nigeria to the path of greatness than you have done. There are many like us who are out there. And you know, I'm a Christian and I love to take my wisdom from the scripture. It says that children are like arrows in the hand of the mighty. In other words, if you are a mighty man, you're going to war, you have an arrow in your hand. If you keep the arrow in your pocket or in your bag, it's useless. You've got to stretch your bow. You've got to pull back the arrow. That is only when it can bring you results. You've got many young Nigerians who are filled with talent, who are filled with skills. They're not perfect, but you've got to make use of them and give them a platform to take responsibility. And we're doing our best on our own. We're building empires in techs, in corporate financing. We're raising capitals, even more than some banks. Many young people are raising investment in multi-billion dollars. So who says we are not ready? We are the ready generation. We only need an opportunity. We only need a seat at the table. We have excelled in sport. We put Africa on the map. We have created results. We only need intergenerational collaboration because we're also responsible for the future of this country. We are going to be living in that future. And that's why, as I begin to wrap up, I want to take another wisdom from Joel chapter 1, verse 28. It says, in the last day I will pour my spirit upon flesh. And it says, your sons and daughter will prophesy. In other words, they will speak of the things that have not happened. It means they will be futuristic. They see tomorrow and they can begin to walk into creating that tomorrow. So if we have the capacity to create tomorrow, then you need to give us a seat at the table to help you build tomorrow. It says, and your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men will see vision. We need to help our young people, not just to see vision, but to run with that vision by building their capacity. And that's why I'm going to go into 3 different action points for all of us before I sit down. Action point number 1 for government. As government leaders, Vice President, platform at which we can be more than just essays and SLAs and PAs, SA media, to give us real assignments, give us challenges. Let me borrow the word of Caleb in the scripture. Give us this mountain. But you must prepare us. We must prioritize building capacity, training, and reforming of the educational system. Before I came in to become national youth leader of the APC, I was privileged by the grace of God and with the support of my governor, Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, to be a permanent board member of the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB. And the reason I was a permanent board member of SUBEB was also because there was a policy in Lagos that said that our board must have a woman and a youth as members of the board. Vice President Shetima, it is our call on behalf of the youth of our party that the new administration should expand its policy to ensure that no board appointment, agency, parastatal, without a young person as a member. Youth, am I speaking your mind? We are demanding a seat at the table. Every board, every agency, NNPC, NPA, NPIC, every board, a seat for young people. We have worked for the party. We have the capacity. We have the potential. We need the platform. Are we not ready? Can we not do it? Test us, sir. We need to give young people the skills to be able to compete globally. We need to create a platform for internship and volunteerism. Like Dr. Akilu Madeshina said, we must invest in youth innovation, youth community action, and youth enterprise. There are many young people who are running development projects in their communities, NGO projects. They need grants, they need funding. We need to put money where our mouth is and support the young people. We must make it easy for young people to run for public office. And that's why I want to thank President Buhari one more time for the Not Too Young to Run bill. Building on that, I want to thank my national chairman, the distinguished Abdullah Adamu. I went to the NWC when we got elected, and I asked that they please consider giving the young people 50% discount on the nomination form of the party. From presidency, that was 100 million. governorship that was 50 million, House Senate that was 10 or 12 million, and we were able to get 50% discount nomination form for young people 18 to 40. I want to thank all my NWC colleagues for supporting that, and the NEC members that gave that a life. Because of that, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President-elect, we have over 13 young people under 40 elected into this 10th National Assembly of Nigeria who took advantage of our discount on nomination forms. We must strengthen civic education. We must create a sense of history. We must create a platform for intergenerational engagement. We must introduce policies that deepens youth inclusion in governance, like the Lagos State Suburb Law that allows for one young person to be on the board, and many more that the Tinubu-Shettima administration will bring to birth. And to our parents, let me speak to you fathers and mothers. We must be like, I'm going to refer to the scriptures again, like Anna, when she was raising Samuel. She raised him concertedly with a mindset that she was raising someone special. No child becomes great without a concerted effort from his or her parent. We must make an effort to concertedly raise the next generation. In the family, we must restore back values in the family. You must remember that you're raising a king. To you, my young brothers and sisters, the youth of our great nation, in this hall and those watching me on live television, I'm saying this to you. You must be ready to stand up and take responsibility. You must be ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn in any form, either through individual programs or by registering from programs like the Carrington Youth Fellowship, the Mandela Washington Fellowship, the yearly program, or some of the ones that I participated on, the IVLP International Business Leadership Program, the British Council Global Changemakers, Connecting Futures, and many more that will be created under the Tinubu-Shettima administration. You must be ready to go out, go online, go and sign up, go and apply, go and showcase your capacity. Don't wait there for manna to come on your table. You've got to go out of your tent. Go out there and volunteer. I started my NGO when I was 8. I remember in December, I think it was 1999, 2000. I was at the Ganifawa Emi Olisa Agbakoba's This Day lecture at the This Day Dome in Apapa Surulere in Lagos, Apapa, Lagos. I remember the 1 million march of Ganifawa Emi. I was in the crowd. In 1998, when Amsa Tabiola came back to Nigeria to run Kind, I was the youngest at the table. Myself, Jimmy Ate, Jikate, I think it was Jikato, with MTA, Jimmy Ate, Collins Babalola, and many of Professor Wole Soyinka. A young boy in my school uniform, but already getting involved in the NGO. And that's why in 2002, May, I was selected to represent all the young people of Nigeria at the UN General Assembly Special Session on Children in New York, and came back to Nigeria to chair the ICO in October. At a young age, I was already getting involved. I was volunteering. I was participating. I was doing community action in my secondary school. You have to be able to build your own future. You have to step out. You cannot wait for government to do it all for you. You need to take responsibility. We need to invest in digital literacy and provide access to information for young people. And let me wrap up, Your Excellency, with a story. A young boy went to an old man. I said the story at the villa some time ago. I'll repeat it. And he said, Baba, I want to know what the future holds for me. Is my future great or is it dim? And the old man said to the young man, what is in your hand? He said, I have a butterfly. He said, so what do you want to know? He said, I want you to tell me if this butterfly is dead or alive. The butterfly was alive in the hand of the young man, but his goal was that if the old man, wise old man, said that the butterfly was dead, he would open his hand and the butterfly would fly out. And if the old man said the butterfly was alive, he would crush it first and then open his hand to show the old man that the butterfly was dead. A man like President Muhammadu Buhari, calm, quietly looked at the young man and said, young man, the life and the future of the butterfly is in your hands. Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the life and the future, the growth, the progress of Nigeria over the next 4, at least, maybe 8 years is in both of your hands. Do it right and carry the youth along. Thank you and God bless you.
Council, I stand before you today to express our heartfelt gratitude as we bring this all-important lecture to a close. We are deeply humbled and honored by the overwhelming support and active participation from every one of you. We would like to extend Kenyatta for gracing us with his presence and delivering an enlightening keynote address on deepening democracy for development. Your wisdom, insight, and experiences have provided us with invaluable perspectives on national unity and the role of democracy in advancement. Your presence here today serves as a testament to the strong bonds of friendship and collaboration between our two nations. Our deepest gratitude also goes to His Eminence, Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, Sultan of Sokoto, and the most revered Dr. Martin Hassan Kuka, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, for sharing their profound thoughts on religious tolerance and inclusiveness. Your words have reminded us of the importance of embracing diversity, fostering religious harmony, and building a society that values and respects the rights and beliefs of its people. We would also like to express our appreciation to Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for their insightful discussions on strengthening the Nigerian economy in the Tinubu years and security and development, respectively. Your expertise and contributions have shed light on the critical areas that underpin our nation's progress and prosperity. We are truly grateful for your commitment to Africa's development and your dedication to supporting Nigeria's growth. A special note of thanks goes to Dayo Israel, National Youth Leader of the All Progressive Congress, for his enlightening presentation on youth inclusiveness in governance. Your passion for active participation of the younger generation in governance and their engagement is undoubtedly a great contribution to the evolution of our nation. We thank you. To the amazing organizing committee, volunteers, and other support staff, your enduring commitment and tireless effort has been the driving force behind this seamless, momentous lecture. Your dedication and organizational skills have been truly commendable. Thank you for your relentless hard work. We would also like to thank our esteemed guests, distinguished personalities, excellencies, scholars, and representatives from different sectors, members of the media, who actively and continue to echo our mandate. We thank you for coming. To the Secretary of the Government, to the Government of the Federation, my immediate boss Mustafa CFR, I say thank you for your exceptional leadership, meticulous planning, and commitment to excellence. Indeed, your strategic insights and attention to detail have played a pivotal role in shaping the philosophy and objective of this lecture. To the President-elect and the Vice President-elect, as you stand on the precipice of assuming the highest office in the land, you have been chosen to be the voice of the people, the guardian and of their hopes and aspirations, and the catalyst for positive change. The decisions you make will reverberate far beyond your term in office. I have no doubt that your leadership will be of positive transformation to leave behind a nation that is stronger, more united, and more prosperous. Lastly, and on behalf of the entire, again, the Transition Council, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari for your unwavering, invaluable support and commitment to the whole transition process. Your Excellency, your vision, dynamic leadership, and dedication to fostering a democratic culture that values inclusivity and unity have laid the foundation for this remarkable gathering. We are truly honored to serve under your leadership and grateful for the opportunities you have created for sustainable national development. In conclusion, let us carry the spirit of this inauguration lecture with us as we leave this venue. May we continue to embrace the values of unity and democratic consolidation. Let us strive to bridge the divisions in our society, promote dialogue and collective responsibility, and work towards a future where every Nigerian feels valued, respected, and included in our nation's development trajectory. I thank you all for your kind attention, and may God bless our nation.
And gentlemen, I begin by thanking President Muhammadu Buhari. Ali bin Abi Talib said, power does not change a man, it reveals a man. In 8 years of stewardship, you were subjected to the most cruelest of attacks. You were demonized. You are dehumanized. You are even robbed of your humanity. You are called the brain of Sudan. But never for a single moment did you harass or use any extrajudicial means to extract vengeance. About a year ago, the nation was at the brink of an implosion. There was acute agitation for a power shift. For the first time in the contemporary history of Nigeria, I dare to be contradicted by anybody. For the first time, a sitting president provided the enabling environment for the conduct of a just and fair primaries in his political party. That was how President-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged as the flag bearer of the APC. And as H.S. Aga said, the truth that sets men free is most often the truth that men prefer not to hear. The digital anarchists can say whatever they want, but the truth is that President Muhammadu Buhari conducted the fairest and just election in the contemporary history of this nation. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Your actions are so loud that I do not hear what you say." Beyond the famous handshake of Raila Odinga, on March 26, 2021, at the burial of late President John Magufuli of Tanzania at the Jamhuri Stadium in Dodoma, Tanzania, the then President Uhuru Kenyatta was eulogizing late President John Magufuli. At about 12:52 to 12:55 p.m., there was a call to prayer and Afan from a nearby mosque. President Uhuru Kenyatta paused as a mark of respect to the Muslim faithful. After the call of prayer, he said, "Oleni wafeni mendili kwa kusema." Let me continue with my speech. And the dramatic course was welcomed with raucous applause by all our attendees. Mayo Angelo said, "I have come to learn that people may forget what you said. People may forget what you did, but people may never forget what you have made them feel." It made me feel proud as an African. It made me proud as someone who believes in the progress and unity of the African nation. The Sultan of Sokoto spends a greater time of his time crisscrossing the length and breadth of this nation, fostering unity and diversity for our great nation. And my very good friend, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, like Gani Pawahimi, is not a man of in-between. He's the gadfly, the infant terrible. You either love him passionately or hate him intensely. 14th Emir of Colonel Muhammad Sanusi II. Cesar Aleta, a Spanish telecoms giant mogul, offered $1 billion to the Catholic Church. The Catholic pontiff is a Jesuit priest who believes passionately in education. He advised Cesar Aleta to invest that fund in education in the developing world. And Bishop Kuka and the 14th Emir invited him to come to northern Nigeria. That was how the Proputoro experience started unveiling here in Nigeria. And lo and behold, the religious merchants went to town that Bishop Kuka is trying to Christianize the North. I came out and defended him. And there was a payback time about 8 years down the line when I emerged as the vice presidential candidate of the APC. People expected him to come out firing on all cylinders. They never knew of my relationship with Matthew Kuka. He chose the path of the golden mean and said, look, Nigerians, you all have to write. You all have the right to vote for the candidates of your choice, but we don't have to demonize any person. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I've begun my boss's speech by thanking our esteemed keynote speaker, His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, for his remarkable address. As a leader of a great and proud African nation, you have personally managed the crucial yet often difficult interplay between democracy and development. We were all cultivated and listened with unbroken attention to your portrayal of the political, economic, and social forces that describe the arena of national governance. Like you, I'm an African. I love our continent dearly. If I were asked 100 times to choose my own birthplace, then 100 times over I will choose to be an African and a Nigerian. I am proud to belong to this lineage and to be of this place. My heart beats proudly to see how my fellow Nigerians and Africans are creating their own democratic, political cultures and institutions to fit the conditions and challenges of their societies. The essence of democracy merges dialogue, justice, and fair play. That it is more than a form of government. It is a way of life, a distinctive manner of thought and conduct for a leader. As such, it challenges each leader to be his better self, and this can be difficult at times, but remains indispensable to the steady functioning of democracy. Democracy is a benign paradox. It guarantees freedom, yet its survival is dependent on the responsible and limited use of that freedom. In the long run, it is the best form of government because it allows the majority to have its way while safeguarding the fundamental interests of the minority. It is forever a work in progress, a road that never ends, yet one that grows finer and less wearisome the more you walk it. I hold precious our democracy, not as a tidy abstraction, but as a pragmatic vessel that can take this nation to safer harbor in all aspects of our collective existence. Through the lenses of our national experience, I can see the scales balancing the merits of democracy against those other forms of government. I can see plainly that an imperfect democracy is better than the most perfect dictatorship. It is more just, more humane, and even more productive. We have emerged from one of the most fiercely contested elections in the annals of humanity, and the resounding echoes of the promises we have made serve as a haunting reminder that failure is a luxury we cannot afford. We are surrounded. We are surrounded by the expectations of our citizens, the skepticism of our opponents, and the chain of chaotic events that necessitate the proper functioning of democracy. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I stand on this elevated ground, what I behold are not mere individuals. I see a visual manifestation of the expectations placed upon us in this hall. The allure of this system of governance lies not in the ostentation of authority. What distinguishes democracy is the recognition that power is not ours to claim. We, adorned in flowing robes and fancy suits, are but servants, duty-bound. We never underestimate the true proprietors of this power. We are here to serve. We are here to listen. We are here to be held accountable. We are not saints on an evangelical mission. Therefore, like every mortal, we may stumble here and there. However, none of these mistakes will be intentional. We shall never be oblivious to the impermanence of this power. And we acknowledge that we shall be judged by man, time, and God. No doubt, our hearts swell with gratitude. No doubt, assuming the mantle of leadership in these troubled times warrants deep reflections. We shall undoubtedly honor and celebrate this opportunity. Yet I implore you, let the strains of our jubilation be hushed, for now is not the time to revel in the enchantment of triumph. Instead, let us come together in solemn unity and recognize the realities that afflict our nation. As Winston Churchill said, truth is so precious that it has to be surrounded by a bodyguard of lies. In politics, a lot of lies are being traded on at the top. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I was a child of necessity. There is no any Islamization agenda. Bola Tinubu, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a Muslim who is married to a Christian. Not only a Christian, but a pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Someone who has not Islamized his family. People are alluding that he has the intention to Islamize the nation. The likes of Bishop Hooker, I want to commend them for giving testimony to the truth. When I was the governor of Borno State, Borno is 90% Muslim. Churches were destroyed by the Boko Haram insurgents in southern Borno. When I expressed my desire to rebuild those churches, I was advised against it. It's tantamount to political harikiri for you to embark on such a venture. But I told the people that the Christians in Borno are stakeholders in the Nigeria project. They are my brothers and sisters. I went ahead and rebuilt those churches. And politics is about perception, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we begin the formation of a new administration, I deliberately picked an Igbo man, a Catholic, to be my chief security officer. Stand up for recognition, please. For the purpose of inclusivity and togetherness, again, it shall also demand sacrifice and unyielding resolve. But we shall confront uncomfortable truths. The observations by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina are poignant. And I want to differ from the perspective of my junior brother, Dio Israel. There won't be a Tinubu-Chetima administration. There is an outgoing Buhari administration. There will be a Tinubu administration. As Spyro Agnew said, I have all vices, including the office of the vice president. A vice president is as powerful as his loyalty to his principal. I don't want to be presumptuous and make loud pronouncements, but definitely the issues highlighted about the fuel subsidy removal, about the realignment of the exchange rates, multiple exchange rates, will certainly be addressed by President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I stand here, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, imbued with a profound conviction that in unity we are going to move a mountain. I implore on all Nigerians to give us the benefit of the doubt, to invest your trust and confidence in the Tinubu project, to believe in the Nigeria project. In spite of the division that permeated our politics in the last 2023 presidential elections, the most Christian of northern states is Benue. Benue is 90% Christian, but the Nigerian candidate defeated the religious candidate in Benue state. We won 2 of the 3 Senate seats. We won 10 out of the 11 House of Representatives seats, and we won the governorship seat in Benue state. The most northern of northern states is Sokoto. The Nigerian candidate lost to the regional candidate by a mere fraction in Sokoto. We won 2 Senate seats in Sokoto, and we won the gubernatorial race in Sokoto. So finally, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, what binds us together to persist whatever that divides us? Thank you so much. And may God bless you.
At the close of this important inauguration lecture, I stand before you with profound sense of pride and gratitude. Today, we have embarked on a journey of introspection, enlightenment, and collective growth. We have delved deep into the theme of deepening democracy for development and explored the lessons that will guide us as we transition to a new era. Throughout this lecture, we have recognized the challenges and divisions that have tested the very fabric of our nation. We have confronted the harsh realities of inequality, regardless of their background or social status. The underlying philosophy of this lecture has been rooted in the belief that our nation's progress rests on the pillars of unity, inclusivity, and shared responsibility. We have acknowledged that the task of nation building is a collective one, transcending political affiliations and personal interests. It is a commitment to leaving no Nigerian behind, ensuring that every citizen feels the positive impact of good governance and enjoys the dividends of democracy. The lessons we have learned here are not mere intellectual exercises, but a call to action. As I prepare to hand over the reins of governance to the President-elect on the 29th of May, I am filled with a renewed sense of hope, hinged on the capacity of my successor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to deliver on the assignment given to him by Nigerians. I am at the same time reminded of the immense responsibilities entrusted upon us as leaders and the tremendous potentials that lies within our great nation. We must heed the lessons of this lecture and translate them into concrete actions. We must continue to prioritize the welfare and well-being of our citizens, providing them with quality education, accessible health care, and sustainable livelihoods. We must fight against corruption in all its forms, unfolding the principles of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. But above all, we must remain united.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go man we sabi. Your bata of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswa Hirodalu, he sure for us. Aye. Forward ever and go. We fast where they we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. Aswa Hirodalu for governor. Aye. Forward ever and go. Mama, we fast where they we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor. Sure you go vote for PDP. Oh yes, PDP. Oh yes.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Ensemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize 3 million naira, second prize 1.5 million naira, third prize 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle, Oba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
Edo people, who's your guy? Olumide Apata, Oludi. See us we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, Una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
Conceptualized by the ace multilingual broadcaster of immense talent and creative genius, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communication Global Media Network 25 years ago, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the strongest, most admired and preferred global brand in the art of high society celebrity entertainment broadcasting. For the past quarter of a century, the ubiquitous The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the face of Nigeria on global television, projecting the image of the country with our peculiar lifestyles, fashionable dress sense, and the different ways Nigerians celebrate from the north, east, west, and south, showcasing proudly Nigerian inimitable styles of celebration. From very humble beginnings to global recognition, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, marks 25 years of captivating, non-stop entertainment. BOS celebrates remarkable entertaining brilliance, unforgettable moments, and lifelong memories. For 25 years, the ubiquitous Bisi Olatilo Show has charmed and captivated hearts of our global audiences beyond borders with enchanting and unmatched entertainment. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of incredible creative power as the most admired brand in the art of high society entertainment broadcasting. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, is usually the first program to break the news about any big-ticket event across and beyond the shores of Nigeria. As the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates its 25th anniversary of setting the pace and pioneering a very compelling and engaging style of celebrity entertainment broadcasting, 25 years on and still counting, BOS has embarked on a new era of 24-hour TV broadcasting with Biscon Television. Biscon TV, which is on terrestrial and satellite broadcast platforms, churns out news, sports, politics, business, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs 24 hours daily. Biscon TV, which has a very strong presence on YouTube, is the fastest growing platform on YouTube and other social media platforms. It's a magnificent transformation from BOS, a weekly program, to Biscon TV, a 24-hour TV station which churns out general interest news, sports, and lifestyle and entertainment programs. More years of brilliant broadcasting from the stable of Biscon Communication Global Media Network beckons.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government declares Wednesday public holiday to mark Democracy Day. Labour Union awaits President Tinubu's decision on minimum wage before next action, says Ajero. Business. Smuggled Nigerian PMS floods West African markets, sells 1,700 naira per litre. Foreign. United Nations Security Council backs US Israel-Gaza ceasefire plan. Sports. NPFL slams Enyimba 10 million naira fine after match abandonment. And now the news in full. The federal government has declared Wednesday, June 12, 2024 as a public holiday to mark this year's Democracy Day. In a statement today, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, who made the declaration on behalf of the federal government, congratulated Nigerians on the occasion. The statement read, "As we mark another Democracy Day in the history of our dear country, let us all reflect on the efforts of our founding fathers and ensure that Nigeria remains a united, secured, peaceful, and indivisible entity." He urged Nigerians to remain steadfast on the tenets of democratic governance. Tunji-Ojo reiterated President Bola Tinubu's commitment to positive reforms to revive the nation's economy and enhance security. The minister further called on Nigerians and friends of Nigeria to appreciate the progress that has been made and look forward to a better future for Nigeria's democracy. The president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajero, says the organized labour will await the decision of President Bola Tinubu on the proposal submitted to him by the Tripartite Committee on Minimum Wage. Ajero ruled out any industrial action till the president makes his stance known on the two proposals presented to him on the new minimum wage for workers in the country. While the NLC and Trade Union Congress TUC insisted on 250,000 naira as a feasible living wage for workers, the federal and state governments as well as organized private sector proposed 62,000 naira. The Tripartite Committee submitted the two proposals to the President on Monday through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. Hours after the submission of the reports containing the two proposals to the President, Ajero said the union, comprising of the NLC and TUC, would decide the next line of action after the President's approval on any of the two proposals. The Office of the Accountant General of the Federation has written the Budget Office of the Federation demanding the confirmation of budgetary provisions for the salary increment recently approved by President Bola Tinubu for the police, paramilitary, and some categories of civil servants and pensioners. The Accountant General's letter dated May 27, 2024 was signed by the Deputy Director of Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System, VEN EQUIM, and addressed to the Director General of the Budget Office. In the letter, the Accountant General Oluwatoyin Mading noted that the confirmation of budgetary allocation would help in the implementation of the new salary scale. According to a statement signed by the Head of Press, National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, Emmanuel Njoku, the increase took effect from January 1, 2024. The statement added that the augmentation applied to the 6 remaining consolidated salary structures, namely the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure, Consolidated Research and Allied Institution Salary Structure, among others. We'll take a break and come back with business news. Do join us again. Welcome back, and if you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The federal government has raised the alarm over the renewed smuggling of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, following the massive increase in the pump price of the commodity in neighboring countries. It stated that while the average price of petrol in Nigeria was about 701 naira per litre, the average cost of the product in neighboring countries was 1,787 naira per litre, a development that heightened PMS smuggling out of Nigeria in the past 2 weeks. The Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, Adewale Adeniyi, who disclosed this at a press conference in Yola, says the NCS had to join forces with the Office of the National Security Advisor to tackle the menace. The customs boss noted that there is comparative price advantage, though beneficial to Nigerian citizens, unfortunately creating a lucrative incentive for smuggling PMS out of Nigeria where prices were 2 to 3 times higher. He said this is substantiated by the report on the average daily evacuation of PMS to various states in Nigeria, obtained from the Nigeria National Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Let's take another break. We'll come back with foreign news. Stay with us. On the foreign scene, the United Nations Security Council has voted to support a U.S. resolution backing a ceasefire plan for the war in Gaza. The proposal sets out conditions for a full and complete ceasefire, the release of hostages held by Hamas, the return of dead hostages remains, and the exchange of Palestinian prisoners. 14 of the 15 Security Council members voted in favor of the U.S. drafted resolution as Russia abstained. The resolution states that Israel has accepted the ceasefire proposal and urges Hamas to agree to it too. It means the Security Council joins a number of governments as well as the G7 group of the world's richest nations in backing the 3-part plan that was unveiled by President Joe Biden in a televised statement on 31st May. Biden described it then as an Israeli ceasefire proposal. Sports News is up next. Stay with us. The Nigeria Premier Football League has cracked down on Enyimba International FC, imposing a fine of 10 million naira following the club's conduct during the match day 35 fixture against Rangers International FC held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu on Sunday. In a letter to Enyimba dated June 10 and signed by the NPFL Chief Operating Officer Davidson Owumi, the league outlined multiple breaches of its rules committed by Enyimba during the ill-fated encounter. Notably, Enyimba was found in violation of Rule C9, having failed to ensure the proper conduct of its players, officials, and supporters. The club was also cited for breaching Rule B623, disrupting the transmission of a live broadcast. Consequently, the MPFL imposed a series of stringent sanctions on the club, including a fine of 1 million naira for failing to ensure the proper conduct of their team, a fine of 5 million naira for disrupting a live broadcast, a fine of 1 million naira for throwing objects onto the field of play, a fine of 1 million naira for encroachment onto the field of play, among other fines. Meanwhile, the MPFL has given Enyimba 48 hours to either submit to the summary jurisdiction and the prescribed sanctions or elect to be dealt with by a disciplinary panel. It noted that failure to comply or a frivolous appeal may result in additional sanctions. Entertainment news is coming up next. Stay with us. Ira Star has been breaking new grounds with the release of her sophomore album, The Year I Turned 21, which continues to set new charting records. In another notable milestone for the Grammy-nominated singer, Ira Star's The Year I Turned 21 debut at number 195 on the Billboard 200 after it sold 8,000 units in its first week. This feat sees Ira Star become the first Nigerian artist to have an album debut on the chart. Since the album's release on May 30, 2024, Ira Star's The Year I Turned 21 has enjoyed praise for its brilliant fusing of genres and robust musical offerings. The album broke the record for the biggest opening day Spotify Nigerian streams for an album by a Nigerian artist with 1.2 million streams. She also set the record for the highest opening day global Spotify streams for an album by a Nigerian female artist with 6.3 million streams. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anazie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Do stay with us.
Edo people, who's your guy? Olumide Apata, Oludi. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road is rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Ensemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle, Oba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. we no go. I swear you go down low, man, we sabi you. Your kata of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. I swear you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man, we sabi you. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswa Yodalu, he sure for us.
Forward ever and go. If Aswa there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswa Yodalu for governor. Forward ever and go. If Aswa there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
To every nook and cranny of the world. People in Canada, in the United States of America, South America, Australia, the whole of the continent of Africa, Asia, and elsewhere. They are looking at what we are doing. They are hearing us loud and clear. And when it is time, those wonderful people who are not able to be here physically will be seen on the screen. Before we continue with the array of introductions that we have, because we have the movers and shakers of the industry here, we have captains of industry, we have people who
everyone, and I want to, it's going to be a welcome address, but we also have to provide some narratives. But first of all, let me acknowledge the presence of God in our midst here for making all of us to be present at this event. We give glory to His holy name. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the governor of Osun State, who is ably represented by Otumba Lai Oriowo, who will be delivering his speech in the course of the program. By order of protocol, and Uncle Shebabidusimi, order of protocol suggests that I should recognize Her Excellency, Mrs. Titi Ponle, former Deputy Governor of Osun State. Also want to recognize the reasons why we are here. The reason is why ODA is even in existence. That is the founding fathers of ODA. They've been mentioned, but in the course of my speech, I will speak a lot about each of them. But for now, let me just thank them for what they have done, for what they are doing, and for what they will do, because they are still alive. So they will continue to do until they leave us. Our elders, a lot of whom are here today, we also talk more about the elders in the course of the program. And of course, our distinguished members. The strength of ODA is in the members, the quality of members who are movers and shakers in various fields of human endeavor and spread all over the world. So thank you very much, members of ODA, for making ODA what it is today. Thank you very much. Our guest speaker, who is of course also a member of ODA, Dr. Sheye Oyeleye, who is the Director General of Dawn Commission, the development agenda for Western Nigeria. So Sheye is a gift from Osun State to Southwest Nigeria. So thank you very much, Sheye, for being here. We have a number of special guests who are not from Osun State, but who are distinguished both locally and globally. And I want to recognize in particular Prince Julius Adelusi, Adelui, OFR. Uncle Julius has been away from Nigeria. He called me about 4 hours ago and said, Shegun, I just saw your invitation yesterday. I said, yesterday? He said, yes, he has been away. But he saw it yesterday and he will be here. And he asked me, what time should you be here? I said, sir, please try and be here about 3:30. I said, okay, I will be here. And here he is. So thank you very much, sir, for honoring this invitation. It's very special to us and to this occasion because Uncle Julius is the president of Ugbima Ure Ekiti, the Ekiti equivalent of what ODA is to Osun. So in the course of this program, he will be giving the goodwill a message. And we have had a lot of discussion as to how Osun and Ekiti can work together because we are both Iluoke compared to Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo. So thank you very much, sir, for honoring the invitation. Let me be partial to my constituency because I have here two past presidents of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. I have Dr. Uche Olowu, MNI, who is the past president of the Institute of Bankers, of which I'm also a past president. And I have here Dr. Bayo Olugbemi, who is also another past president of my professional banking institute, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. So thank you very much for honoring our invitation. The gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this occasion. And we are here for 7 reasons. One of it is, of course, to give special recognition and honor the 6 founding members of this association, the 6 people that conceived the idea of creating an association like Osun State, of Osun Development Association, which was then called Osun Development Group, before it was changed to Osun Development Association because the CAC would not register Osun Development Group because they tried to register Osun Development Association. Of course, subsequently, they brought in, some other people like Oba Lashore, people like Shiva Omolo, and so on and so forth. But these are the 6 original people that conceived the idea, because they also were some of the people that struggled and championed for the creation of Osun State, which came into effect in 1991. So we thank you very much for all you have done, and we deem it fit to give you the player recognition here. Unfortunately, 3 of them are alive, 3 of them are deceased, but in spite of that, we are still recognizing all the 6 of them, and we thank God that we still have 3 of you around with us. The second reason why we are here is to appreciate those members who have served as the first set of Board of Trustees. We created the Board of Trustees in 2010, and there are 7 members. I think Baba Dugun is dead, but we have 6. I'm also a member of the Board of Trustees, but I'm not in their category because I'm behind them, so they are in a different category. So 4 of the people that are founding members are members of the Board of Trustees, but there are 2 others who are not the founding members, but who have served very, very well. One of them is Lieutenant General Alani Akinrin-Ade, who unfortunately is not here. He was in Lagos till Friday or so before he had to go for a commitment that he has in Yakoyo. So he sends his apologies. But we are here, we have here Engineer Mrs. Emaduka, the first professional woman engineer in Nigeria, the first this, the first that. I will count how many first that I know you are. And of course, my dear uncle, the husband, Engineer Vincent Maduka, the first Nigerian GM of NTA. The first Nigerian husband. So thank you, sir. And of course, we are also, because we said we should be building the future generation. While we are recognizing our uncles and fathers, we also recognize the generations coming behind. So the Colonial Committee selected 2 young Osun indigenes. They are not members of the organization, but they are some of the future of Osun. Folusho, a lady, and Kola Wole, I know, a man, who are doing very well in the area. So they will also be honored. You will see their profile in the pamphlet that has been given. We call them Young Osun Trailblazers. Of course, these are awards that we are giving. And I think this is the first time, I don't know, others can correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time that ODA is giving this kind of recognition. It's going to be a regular event because there are so many people who have been ODA, who have supported ODA. There have been so many of our leaders, governors, both military and civilian, who have done very, very well and cooperated very well with ODA. So I believe that subsequently there will be a lot more of this recognition that will be given to people that have served. We're also inaugurating today the Pioneer Council of Elders. As we are honoring our elders and creating a new structure for ODA, which I will allude to in my speech, we don't want to lose their services. So we want to formally create a council of elders, and they are all made of people who have the wisdom, the age, who are 75 years and above, who will be there as Babang Bejo, who will be, giving us support and advice and guidance as things move on. So some of them are here today, and you'll be seeing them when they get to that. And of course, we are inducting 18 new members today, 10 distinguished men, and 8 highly distinguished ladies. You can see that we are gender balanced in ODA. 10 men and 8 ladies will be inducted today as new members. And of course, number 6, thought leadership by DG Don Commission on issues of development in Osun State, beyond rhetorics. Because I don't know if we have the people that champion for the state, for Osun State in those days, whether if you look at Osun State 30 years after, is it the kind of Osun State you envisage when you are planning for it? We need to ask that question. what has gone wrong, what do we need to do to make sure that we utilize the resources, the opportunities that we have in Osun to create the Osun state that we want. And lastly, it's an opportunity to socialize and network. A lot of people may want to find out what is ODA. Of course, in the pamphlet, we've written about what ODA stands for, but for the purpose of others who may not have read it, the Osun Labour Association is a network of accomplished and eminent indigenes of Osun State, bound together with the spirit and urge to support growth and development of the state, selflessly, without asking for anything from the state. They are from all walks of life, both in Nigeria and abroad. I'm stressing the word selflessly because these are not people who are looking for contracts or are looking for appointments for the state. They are people who are made, who are influential, who can benefit the state, and they believe that they can come together and work together. Yes, indeed, some of them have been called upon in the past to serve the state in many, but they were not serving based on the fact that they wanted it. They were serving because they see it as a call to duty, as a service to their state, not something that they went to begging the governor or whatever that they wanted, any appointment from government. It was established in 1995 by those who championed creation of Osun State in 1991. There were 6, and of course, it has grown. And over the years, particularly in those early years, the ODA has supported the state, various state administration in areas of peace and conflict resolution. For instance, I remember the Ife Modakeke crisis that really created a lot of problems in the state at the time. At that time, I was just a young member, and I was, drafted by the then chairman, Chief Aduk. I think I was his secretary then, to follow them to the palace of the Oni of Ife. We had the committee of ODA. I think Professor Balaji Akemi was the chairman at the time, went to give a report to the Oni and so on and so forth. And it was a work day. Everybody left whatever they were doing to go and do that. And we thank God that through the efforts of ODA and others, that issue has been laid to rest. There are also issues about problems between the state governments and the union of the state. ODA stepped in. The issue of the LifeTech crisis, ODA set in, and I know there were various committees, committee chaired by Professor Lua, another committee chaired by others, and so on and so forth. And just like Oishiku said, a lot of people from Osun State were instrumental to the creation of LifeTech University. And I know that Professor Lua played a very prominent role. I think was the chairman at the time. Prince Monley also was there. Engineer Mrs. Maduka was also part of the team that created the state and served also in the council. We also had the job crisis, where ODA came in and resolved it. And of course, there are issues of advocacy on issues of development, advisory to the government, planning economic summit. I think the first economic summit was held during the regime of Prince Oyinlola. And ODA was the one that batted that. And I remember that Chief John, one of the elders of ODA, and Prince Wale Omole were the people that represented ODA to drive the first economic summit. And that gave birth to a company called Kajola Investment, which was supposed to be the Osun State equivalent of what Udua is to the southwest. Of course, Industrial and Technical Development Fund to support technical department development. Late Shibis Midiora was the chairman of that. So these are just a few examples of activities of ODA, and ODA have supported, guided, and advised successful administration, both military and civilian. Of course, ODA does not have the political power. We can only advise. Whether those advice are taken or whether they are even implemented the way it should be implemented is a different thing. And that is why ODA has decided that apart from just advising, we also have to initiate private sector-led things where we can have control of the outcome of those interventions. So I'm not just advising governments who may have a totally different idea of what you are talking about or planning to do. I will also be speaking shortly, on that. So the spirit of the event of today and the future direction of ODA. Let me also, before I go to this new direction, let me also talk about those that we are honoring today, because it is the reason why we are here, the reason why the ODA is here. We mentioned Chief Laji Abuaba, who is here with the wife, Mrs. Abuaba. Chief Abuaba, as I've been mentioned earlier on, was the first civilian, at that time it was combined, head of service and SHG. I mean, very, very powerful position. And he was working, of course, with the military administrator. I know military administrators, they don't really know much. They rely a lot, almost 100%, on the SHG. So he was the brain behind the, the foundational work that was done in Osun State. So we thank you very much, sir, Chief Ababa, for all that you have done for Osun State. And I'm told, I don't know whether it is true, that when Osun State was created, and Osun people moved to Osun, that people say, all the good people in Oyo State have moved to Osun. That was what we had. So it appeared that Osun people are actually the one running the whole Oyo State. So thank you very much, sir, for that. And of course, you later also took another national assignment. And I'm not sure so many people remember, sir, that after you left SSG, you became the managing director of NEFUND, National Economic Recovery Fund in Abuja, and they did incredibly well. So thank you very much, sir. Of course, Prince Tunde Ponle, an accomplished industrialist who set up the first indigenous manufacturing company in Nigeria that has won so many awards. He also created the first golf club in Osun State, and of course we all know the MyCom group, a philanthropist of note. So thank you very much, sir, for all you have done and all you continue to do for the state and for humanity. And thank you very much, madam, for the support. And of course, Professor Raphael Oluremi Aina, the Ashiwaju of Otayegbaju, and also a high chief of the source, Ilefe. Very soon we will have the Oni of Ife joining us at this event. Professor Aina has been many firsts in many ways. He's the first professor of technical education in Nigeria, maybe Africa even, but at least I'm sure of Nigeria. The first professor of technical education. He also served the nation in ICPC. He has served Osun State in many respects. Just as Oyeshiko has said, he was part of the people that set up the Lautech University, working for the state. He was also in the foundational governing council of Osun State University. He was also the chairman of the University of Valencia. I don't know which other one is. I mean, apart from this, he has done also for so many other private universities. He was presidential and chairman of council of Igbinedion University. There's another university in Ilorin that is also the presidential and chairman of council. I can't even remember all the great things that he has done. As he's serving the community in Otayegbaju, he's serving the state, he's serving the country. He used to be one of the most respected national commissioners for ICPC in his time. And I think it was during his time that he created the ICPC Academy to bring intellectual input into corruption management in Nigeria. So thank you very much, sir, for all that you are doing. And these are the three that I like, but I know Professor Chief Adigun is there, but Kola is here. Kola, where are you? You should be sitting in front here. Kola, you should be sitting here. Kola Adigun is the first son of late Chief Adigun, who was the first chairman of ODA, and I was privileged to serve under him as a secretary because in year 2000, when Shibisa Konde became the governor, we had a group in Lagos then. Because I realized at that time that there were 8 indigenous of Osun State who were managing directors of banks. Bimbo Lashore is one of them. We are together. Who again? Bimbo. There's another. Anyway, there were 8 of us who are MDs of banks. And I think Kola Yeye was in National Bank also at the time, MD. And then there were also about 5 or 6 who are MDs of insurance companies. Aki Ogumbi, Remi Olowude, and we said, let us set up what we then call Osun Private Initiative Forum. So we invited Shibisa Kande to Lagos to come and share our ideas with him. And he came with our elders from ODA. That was when our dad said, hey, Yomade, let's work together. Why are you creating another something? Let's join hands. And we said, oh, yes, sir. We will do that. And we join hands. We join hands and we join. So we thank God that you have seen the future. And that future that you created is what is happening today. Our take by I'm not in that so very soon, maybe by next year, I will not hand over. And that's why our effort today in bringing new members, we are concentrating on the younger ones, people in their 40s or early 50s, who will ensure the continuity of that program. Then, of course, Prince Duro Oyinlola. I'm told the daughters will be representing him. I don't know if the daughter of Prince Oyinlola is here. If you are here, you are here. Okay, please, you can come and sit down here, please. And then, last but not the least, Professor Odetola. Odetola was the first pro tem secretary of the ODA when it was founded. It's also late. So that is giving honor to whom honor is due. And of course, I've talked about the Board of Trustees, the two members, Lieutenant General Alani Akina GCON. We all know him. He's a national icon, former Chief of Army Staff, former Minister for Agriculture, and so on and so forth. And my auntie here, Engineer Mrs. Emaduka, first woman professional engineer, first woman president of Nigeria Academy of Engineering, first this, first that. About a month ago, she was talking to me when she saw a new member, the MD of LNG Brunel, and she said, yeah, she didn't call me. She said, you know that I'm in Nigeria? I said, yes. She remember when she was on the board of NNPC. I said, Auntie, you serve on the board of NNPC again? She said, yes. That she was the one that chaired the committee that did the report on the Nigeria LNG before it was created. She has also been a member of the Lautech University. She's been chairman of Osun State Polytechnic Governing Board. So she's done so many things, but she's always very humble, easygoing, you know. Can we? You can hear me? Okay. So thank you very much for this. And I'll talk about the two young people that we are also honoring today. And of course, our elders, people who are 75 years and above, who will now be inaugurated today into the first council of elders of ODA. Some of them are here. Prince Ademola Adetono is here. Uncle Ademola Adetono served in the last executive, and we really benefited from his wisdom, from his maturity, and from his experience that he used to be executive director of Leventis Group. Thank you very much, sir. Then Engineer Ade Afolabi, former general manager of Chevron, who is now chairman of Dansaki Oil. You know, once oil and gas man, you always continue to be oil and gas man. He's also one of our elders that we are going to be inaugurated today. I don't know whether I'm missing out anybody. Patrick, you are, because you are not an elder yet. I don't know if I'm missing any other. Ogwedi Soji, I see you are sitting on the elder's table. You are not an elder. But the full name would be. And what is interesting in these elders is that most of them, when you see about who have everybody, talk about who have Omo I want to but one thing fi Omo Ropo. And most of the people have their children also as members now. Tunde Ababa, architect Tunde Ababa, a very prominent architect in Nigeria, is a member of ODA. Egina Yetunde Daramola, the daughter of Prince Monle, she's based in Canada. She's a member of ODA. Kola Wole, the son of Professor Oluwa, is a member of ODA. Engineer Afolabi, the father of that internationally renowned sickle cell Professor Bose Afolabi, I'm also a member. So all of them are, are giving back some members of their family to be members of the ODA. Looking at the future, ODA has in the last few years, from a number of 6, we have now grown to 136. And in December, when we had an occasion like this, we inducted 15 new members. Today, we are inducting 18 new members, which will bring our membership to 136. The Strategy Planning Committee has suggested that eventually we should have up to 500. But some people are saying 500 is too much, we have to be careful. So what we want to do, that's my personal opinion, is not is that maybe between now and December, we can have an additional 14 to make it up to 150. And then we'll pause and look back. How do we then, make use? Because I see passion in everyone that is joining. They are all very eager to support Osun State, to give for what they are. When we are planning this event, and before when ODA is doing anything, we just do things within what money we have from our own subscription. When we had an event like this in December, we said, let's do the money we have, let's plan with. But a few days to the time, we said, let's even talk to some of our members. Maybe they can donate. And you can't believe it. Within under 1 week, members donated far, far beyond what we require to host the event. So because of that, for this event, let's try the same thing. And I can tell you today, all the money that we are spending for this event today, we did not dip our hand into the money of ODA. All the money paid by are there intact. Just like we did last time, where we even made surplus that was even added. For this one also, it's part of all the expenses that we have spent. These are money contributed by ODA members, either personally or through their businesses or through their friends. It was current, and I'm sure there will be surplus that can still go into the purse of ODA, because we have a lot of things to do that requires money. So I want to thank everyone for what they have done. How do you become a member of ODA? For the purpose of people that are here and for the press who may want to report it, it has been that your father must be from Osun State. That was the criteria. But recently, in May, as a consequence of the Strategy Evaluation Committee chaired by Patrick Akinwutan, members agreed that you can become a member of ODA if your father or your mother is from Osun State, or if you are married to an Osun State person. So if your husband is Osun State or your wife is Osun State, you can join. That's by marriage. We also created the category of honorary members. There are people who are born to Osun State who are not from Osun State at all, but who have lived in Osun State, or who have passion, who believe in Osun. I can see Bayo Oluwemi, so you can now become an Osun State member, even though you are a Ibadan. But I know your dad, your former dad is from Iragbiji. From here. Agba. So you can now join ODA. So honorary members, so people that have lived in Osun State, and you can be honorary members, and then of course corporate members. Corporate organizations that want to join will be screened. We now want to have a new governance structure where we will have an active board of trustees, who will be running the affairs of the association. Like now that we have the board of trustees and the executive committee. Of course, our council of elders will also be there for advice, for guidance, and conflict resolution. Up till about 2 years ago, ODA was run by us as individuals using our time. But 2 years ago, we recruited an admin officer. But then, with the number of the activities and stuff, it's quite that is not enough. So, again, under the new strategy direction, we've now decided to introduce professional management into ODA, where we have a CEO type person that will be taking care of what is required. And then, because we are going to involve in a lot of projects, because we are an NGO registered under the Corporate Affairs Commission, we can, as a group, with the kind of people we have behind us, we can solidly create wealth for our people through participation of funding organizations or other big NGO who may want to support Osun State through us. So we are going to, and I was talking to one of our members yesterday, Dr. Oladimiji Alo, one of the best professional personnel managers in Nigeria. Dimeji, we probably use your company to help us search for this CEO. Even though he didn't tell me yes, he said we'll discuss it, but I know he meant yes. So he will help us to do the search to get the CEO that will run this organization in the way that will see it. I'll be focusing on futuristic things. Youth development will be youth-centric, providing digital skills, economic empowerment to our people, because our people in Osun State, the purchasing power is so low. They used to call Osun State a civil service state. It shouldn't be. After 30 years of existence, it shouldn't be a civil service state. It should be a state where activities and activities are driving what should happen. Whenever salaries are not paid, nothing happened in Osun State 30 years after. It's a very pathetic story, but I believe that with organizations like ODA and others, we can change the narrative and make things better and be a change agent to bring economic and investment into the state of Osun. We tend to create an endowment fund and probably also create an investment and development fund where we can attract billions of naira that will be used to drive the activities of our state. And to this extent, we are planning an Osun Development Summit before the end of the year. It's not an economic summit, it's an investment summit. We should capture not only investment, but to capture social, economic, and so many things. Members will be informed, and our friends will be informed as that goes on. So let me conclude these remarks, very short welcome remarks, by appreciating all the special guests that are here today, all the dignitaries that are here. Like I mentioned, we are expecting His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife. The Oni have been kind to accept the invitation. So, being on 7 days seclusion for traditional rites, which I understand is ending this morning. But he still promised that once he finishes, this will be the first occasion we'll be attending. So I believe we'll be getting the blessing of that 7 days. We'll be the first to get the blessing. When he comes here, we are expecting the Onirisha to be here with us any moment from now. So we thank him, and we thank all the people that have been here. A lot of our members who have been here. For instance, one of our prominent members, and our condolences go to him, Mr. Wale Adeniyi, Controller General of Customs. He was in Lagos for this event, but I had to rush back to Abuja because he was bereaved. He lost his brother-in-law. Professor Ladi Jivizi Futa was the new member, sent apology. Professor Yusuf SAN had the 30th anniversary yesterday. Everybody in Nigeria was there. The vice president, the state governor, chief justice, all of them were there. So this speaks to the quality of people that Shiva Omolo also sends his apology. So Omolo is the chairman of the body of benchers. I attended the ceremony where he was inducted about a month ago, and I knew that's when I discovered that he's the chairman, and then the chief justice of Nigeria is the vice chairman of the body of benchers. I said, what kind of thing is it? But so that tells you the importance of that kind of position. Carl Toriola, MD of MTN, he sent the messages in London. Professor Balaji Akínyẹmí, General Akinade, and so on and so forth. But you'll be giving the profile of some of our members that are here because we want you to know the strength of ODA is not in just the name. It's in the capability, and if you can see the names I've been calling today, no member of ODA can be just said to be an ordinary person. They are all extraordinary people. Please clap for the members of ODA. So I want to thank our members who have been so generous. And like I said, everything we have spent for this event has been provided by members outside of their regular subscription, which is what they should be paying. We thank the media, we thank the organizing committee chaired by able vice chairman, Dr. Tunji Olubodi, who is always there to put the kind of team together. Our service providers, our media, all the Osun State media are here today, from OSBC, from NTA Oshogbo, Rave FM, all of them are here. They came as a group this morning. And of course, we had the national media people who are also here. So thank you very much for supporting us. So in conclusion, let me say that please, let's enjoy ourselves, enjoy the evening, have fun, make new friends, and renew old friendship. So thank you very much for listening to this very, very short welcome remarks.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we give Mr. Chairman a standing round of applause, please? For this evening, he promised.
Báníwòye ọ̀la, àdánimọ̀ gbàgbé, Ọlọ́run ọba àwọn ọba títí ayérayé, àìní ìpẹ̀kun ọba tí yìí sọ̀rọ̀ tí ọba sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́yẹ̀. Òun lọ́ba wí má dàṣẹ́ o. Ọba lè wí lè ṣe, ọba elétí gbàròyé, ọba ṣèyí tó sọ̀rọ̀ lójú gbogbo wa. Ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun o, òun lọ́ba tó ti gbọ́ kẹ́ ẹ tó mọ̀ wí, ọba tó ti mọ̀ kẹ́ ẹ tó mọ̀, arínúròde olùmọ̀ràn kan gbogbo ènìyàn, ọba rí ìhírọ̀. Ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun o, Ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ o, olóyè ayùn o, àwẹ̀dẹ̀ kí o tó wẹ̀ mọ́. Ọ̀ṣun o, èyí onílé ọlá, ọlọ́dẹ̀ là, Ọ̀ṣun o, yèyé oníbu owó yalumọ́. Àrí o, Ọ̀ṣun tó torí tẹ̀gbẹ̀lẹ̀gẹ̀, bá ọmọrùn gungun wáyé, ládé kojú o, ó torí ìdá wẹ́wẹ́, báwọn láwọ̀ gbàgbọ́rọ̀, Ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀, ládé kojú o, ẹ̀wù tí alágbèrè nǹkan sí lọ́wọ́ o. Gbogbo ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun o, ẹ máa já mi ní gbèdégbèjọ. Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo rò kí ọmọ àtàlà, Òṣogbo ìdáró, àró dẹ́dẹ́ bí òkun o. Àró ń bẹ lọ́ṣogbo lọ́ṣogbo ṣe ń wu ni. Ọ̀ṣun ń bẹ lọ́ṣogbo ṣe ń wu ni. Àtàwùjá ń bẹ lọ́ṣogbo lọ́ṣogbo ṣe ń wu ni. Tarúgbó ti mọ̀ jèsì, àjọ sún ẹ̀mọ̀ lọ́ṣogbo ni. Èsúrú ni wọ́n ń jẹsùn lọ́ṣogbo. Àkàrà ni wọ́n ń jẹsùn níjẹ̀ṣà. Èsúrú bàǹbà ni wọ́n ń jẹsùn lọ́rọ̀ bí n bá wá kí yín. Ẹ̀yin lọ́ọ́ máa rí o pẹ́tà, àrẹ pẹ́tà wọ́n gbà. Ọjọ́ àrẹ mi bá pẹ́tà, kí ẹ má ṣe gbà lọ mi. Òṣogbo ládé kojú o, ẹ̀bọ̀rà ti ń gbẹ́nu omi. Ẹ̀wù jẹ́ alágbọ̀lódò, lágbára Ẹ̀dùnmọ̀rẹ̀ ọba gbọ́dọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun o. Ipò onífilẹ̀ yìí sọ̀dẹ̀ ẹ bá mi ṣámí o. Àrùn onífilẹ̀ yìí sọ̀dẹ̀dẹ̀. Òrèrè sí payín lẹ́rìí òní payín lẹ́kún láyé. Ẹ̀ní bá wọn jóbùrì, wọ́n bá wọn jíjú àṣì o. Ìyá mi o, ọmọ aráyé ò wá nífẹ̀ẹ́ gbà fún yín lóúnjẹ. Àrídùnnú yóò ní dìbàjẹ́. Lọ́lá Ẹlẹ́dùmarè ọba pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ lèwu ṣe nílé àárọ̀. Àtẹ̀pẹ́lẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀tànà gbogbo ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun o. Ẹ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí pẹ́ lọ́lá Ọlọ́run ọba. Kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá lè pẹ́ láyé tó. Ẹ ò ní fojú kan sàárẹ̀ ọmọ kó tẹ̀lé pẹ́ lọ. Ọ̀ṣun o, òròkí o. Rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́ o, rẹ́rẹ́ ọmọ eriwo. Ọmọ eriwo. Rẹ́rẹ́ o, ọmọ eriwo. Rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́, rẹ́rẹ́ ọmọ eriwo. Rẹ́rẹ́ o, rẹ́rẹ́, rẹ́rẹ́ ọmọ eriwo. Rẹ́rẹ́ o, rẹ́rẹ́ o, ọmọ eriwo. Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò àmọ́wí o, Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun o, Ọ̀ṣun o. Oníbú owó yalumọ́ o, Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò àmọ́wí o. Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò àdìmúlà, Ọ̀ṣun gbòòrò yéye ọmọ. Omi ò lápá, omi gbégi, omi ò lẹ́sẹ̀, omi gbẹ̀yàn lọ, ìfọ̀rọ̀ ayé wa o, omi gbé lọ. Omi ò lápá, omi gbégi, omi ò lẹ́sẹ̀, omi gbẹ̀yàn lọ, ìdààmú ayé wa o, omi gbé lọ. Omi gbégi o, omi gbẹ̀yàn lọ. Ore ye ye Ọ̀ṣun o, ore ye ye ìyá o, ore ye ye Ọ̀ṣun 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 o. Ore ye ye
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government declares Wednesday public holiday to mark Democracy Day. Labour Union awaits President Tinubu's decision on minimum wage before next action, says Ajero. Business. Smuggled Nigerian PMS floods West African markets, sells 1,700 naira per litre. Foreign. United Nations Security Council backs US Israel-Gaza ceasefire plan. Sports. NPFL slams Enyimba 10 million naira fine after match abandonment. And now the news in full. The federal government has declared Wednesday, June 12, 2024 as a public holiday to mark this year's Democracy Day. In a statement today, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, who made the declaration on behalf of the federal government, congratulated Nigerians on the occasion. The statement read, "As we mark another Democracy Day in the history of our dear country, let us all reflect on the efforts of our founding fathers and ensure that Nigeria remains a united, secured, peaceful, and indivisible entity." He urged Nigerians to remain steadfast on the tenets of democratic governance. Tunji-Ojo reiterated President Bola Tinubu's commitment to positive reforms to revive the nation's economy and enhance security. The minister further called on Nigerians and friends of Nigeria to appreciate the progress that has been made and look forward to a better future for Nigeria's democracy. The president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajero, says the organized labour will await the decision of President Bola Tinubu on the proposal submitted to him by the Tripartite Committee on Minimum Wage. Ajero ruled out any industrial action till the president makes his stance known on the two proposals presented to him on the new minimum wage for workers in the country. While the NLC and Trade Union Congress TUC insisted on 250,000 naira as a feasible living wage for workers, the federal and state governments as well as organized private sector proposed 62,000 naira. The Tripartite Committee submitted the two proposals to the President on Monday through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. Hours after the submission of the report containing the two proposals to the President, Ajero said the union, comprising of the NLC and TUC, would decide the next line of action after the President's approval on any of the two proposals. The Office of the Accountant General of the Federation has written the Budget Office of the Federation demanding the confirmation of budgetary provisions for the salary increment recently approved by President Bola Tinubu for the police, paramilitary, and some categories of civil servants and pensioners. The Accountant General's letter dated May 27, 2024 was signed by the Deputy Director of Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System, VEN EQUIM, and addressed to the Director General of the Budget Office. In the letter, the Accountant General, Oluwatoyin Madeng, noted that the confirmation of budgetary allocation would help in the implementation of the new salary scale. According to a statement signed by the Head of Press, National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, Emmanuel Njoku, the increase took effect from January 1, 2024. The statement added that the augmentation applied to the 6 remaining consolidated salary structures, namely the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure, Consolidated Research and Allied Institution Salary Structure, among others. We'll take a break and come back with business news. Do join us again. Welcome back, and if you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The federal government has raised the alarm over the renewed smuggling of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, following the massive increase in the pump price of the commodity in neighboring countries. It stated that while the average price of petrol in Nigeria was about 701 naira per litre, the average cost of the product in neighboring countries was 1,787 naira per litre, a development that heightened PMS smuggling out of Nigeria in the past 2 weeks. The Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, Adewale Adeniyi, who disclosed this at a press conference in Yola, says the NCS had to join forces with the Office of the National Security Advisor to tackle the menace. The customs boss noted that there is comparative price advantage, though beneficial to Nigerian citizens, unfortunately creating a lucrative incentive for smuggling PMS out of Nigeria where prices were 2 to 3 times higher. He said this is substantiated by the report on the average daily evacuation of PMS to various states in Nigeria, obtained from the Nigeria National Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Let's take another break. We'll come back with foreign news. Stay with us. On the foreign scene, the United Nations Security Council has voted to support a U.S. resolution backing a ceasefire plan for the war in Gaza. The proposal sets out conditions for a full and complete ceasefire, the release of hostages held by Hamas, the return of dead hostages' remains, and the exchange of Palestinian prisoners. 14 of the 15 Security Council members voted in favor of the U.S. drafted resolution as Russia abstained. The resolution states that Israel has accepted the ceasefire proposal and urges Hamas to agree to it too. It means the Security Council joins a number of governments as well as the G7 group of the world's richest nations in backing the 3-part plan that was unveiled by President Joe Biden in a televised statement on 31st May. Biden described it then as an Israeli ceasefire proposal. Sports News is up next. Stay with us. The Nigeria Premier Football League has cracked down on Enyimba International FC, imposing a fine of 10 million naira following the club's conduct during the match day 35 fixture against Rangers International FC held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu on Sunday. In a letter to Enyimba dated June 10 and signed by the NPFL Chief Operating Officer Davidson Owumi, the league outlined multiple breaches of its rules committed by Enyimba during the ill-fated encounter. Notably, Enyimba was found in violation of Rule C9, having failed to ensure the proper conduct of its players, officials, and supporters. The club was also cited for breaching Rule B623, disrupting the transmission of a live broadcast. Consequently, the NPFL imposed a series of stringent sanctions on the club, including a fine of 1 million naira for failing to ensure the proper conduct of their team, a fine of 5 million naira for disrupting a live broadcast, a fine of 1 million naira for throwing objects onto the field of play, a fine of 1 million naira for encroachment onto the field of play, among other fines. Meanwhile, the NPFL has given Enyimba 48 hours to either submit to the summary jurisdiction and the prescribed sanctions or elect to be dealt with by a disciplinary panel. It noted that failure to comply or a frivolous appeal may result in additional sanctions. Entertainment news is coming up next. Stay with us. Ira Star has been breaking new grounds with the release of her sophomore album, The Year I Turned 21, which continues to set new charting records. In another notable milestone for the Grammy-nominated singer, Ira Star's The Year I Turned 21 debut at number 195 on the Billboard 200 after it sold 8,000 units in its first week. This feat sees Ira Star become the first Nigerian artist to have an album debut on the chart. Since the album's release on May 30, 2024, Ira Star's The Year I Turned 21 has enjoyed praise for its brilliant fusing of genres and robust musical offerings. The album broke the record for the biggest opening day Spotify Nigerian streams for an album by a Nigerian artist with 1.2 million streams. She also set the record for the highest opening day global Spotify streams for an album by a Nigerian female artist with 6.3 million streams. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anazie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Do stay with us.
ẹ jẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè ọba rẹ̀. Adéyọba, Adéyọba, bàtà ọba, bàtà ọba, ọba ọba, ọba ọba, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ ọba tọba ní ṣe o, àìmọ́rí Adéjà, ó tún gbé ní òye.
I feel very privileged to have the opportunity to, on behalf of the Igbimaure Ekiti, more or less the equivalent of ODA, to rejoice, to congratulate, and felicitate with each and every one of you. Congratulations on this occasion. Before I proceed, I'd like to, with your permission, introduce a gentleman who is the Secretary General of the Igbimo. It's a learned He's Leonard Silk, a former Secretary General of the NBA. To introduce Dele Adeshina, SAN, Secretary of the. We deem this occasion very important, and that's why both myself and himself are here. May I start by congratulating our friend and brother, Shegwaina, Ekworireo. There are very many organizations of this kind formed all over Nigeria, but very few of them have recorded the kind of achievements that the ODA has recorded.
I noticed that the program itself, which is why I brought it up here to look at, has very rich content. Look at the number of people you're going to honor. I'm happy that they're mostly my friends. They more than deserve and merit this honor. Just two of them I will mention. There's the First Lady Engineer, who traveled all the way from Washington State to the east to find a husband. I wonder where the Ocean State men were. But I think the first thing you can do, Shina, is to make sure as you extended the membership to people who are married to Ocean people, that he becomes a member, bona fide member. And I'm sure you will accept. I also have, of course, here my brother Mike and the dear wife. And very many others who have been selected. But seriously, an organization like the ODA is always needed in every state of the Nigerian space. But it must be made up of members who are almost sacrificial in their sense of contribution to the progress of the state. There must be people who are working for the cause and not the applause. And I look around and I find that these are the kind of quality people who have made up the ODA. Congratulations, and I'm very proud of you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also count myself rather fortunate because following the creation of Osun State, August 27, 1991, and following the pronouncement that a friend of mine, Leo Shegun Ajiborisha, was going to be the first administrator of that state. And the very first thing he did was to set up a radio station, Radio Osun. But then they had this installation. Me, a non-Osun person, I was surprised to be invited to that inaugural thing. And I remember whispering to my next door neighbor on that table that indeed Ekiti and Osun states have a great deal in common. Believe it or not, nature has dictated that. That's why that factor for which your state is known, Osun, Osogbo, River Osun, is a magnetizing, bridge building natural entity. River Osun starts from Ekiti State in a place called Igede, Ekiti. And it is called Elemiligede. It flows through Osun State all the way to the Lekki Peninsula there. But you ask yourself, why is it that we, the Ekiti people who give birth to that river, and where you can say that Osun River is a native of Ekiti, why is it that it is the Osun section of it that has had global recognition? But rather than worry about that, what's important is for both Osun and Ekiti state indigents to realize that something has brought us together and it's going to last for quite a while. Therefore, I was not surprised when the ODA was trying to gather strength that this same Shegun Aina, the current president, had a series of discussions with me. But before then, I had a series of other discussions with the late Obaola Shore. And it just appears to me that it's a natural given that there must be some kind of relationship, build bridging between Ekiti and Osun State. And I'll say to you confidently that that kind of relationship will be fostered on one hand by Igbimoro Ekiti and the other hand by ODA to the progress of both states. It is not easy, but let me just hint you, as I did hint Dr. Aina on very many occasions, that our organizations need to double up without being frustrated, because this kind of job is sometimes frustrating. Sometimes the government suspects you that you're trying to do something to make them shake. That's the mentality of the times. We must not give up. And it is in this joint effort that we realize that when one is feeling negative, the other will bring some positivity into the progress being made. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we believe that an organization like yours, from our experience in discussions, would need to further potentiate the organization in 3 areas. 1 is membership, 2 is robust funding, and 3 is relevant programs and projects. If you get the membership right, and I think you are doing so now, you will be surprised how the funds would come from the influence of the various individuals that make up the group. And then with funds, the projects would come. Especially Osun State is a gifted state, even though we take ourselves for granted in Osun State. Whatever the area of human development, the Osun man can beat his chest and be proud. Traditionally, the most respected Yoruba traditional ruler is from Osun State. Politically, as we talk now, the highest ranking politicians in this nation are either directly or indirectly from Osun State. Now, what I have just said, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what I have just said is straightforward, but it depends on how you individually then interpret it. I'm saying some of the gifts that Osun State have that will make it for the ODA to make progress. If you think, for example, of the professions, some of the leading professionals in the whole of Nigeria are from Osun State. Some of the wealthiest Nigerians are from Osun State, directly and indirectly. A few people sit in Lagos and say that they are very successful. If you tap them a little bit, you will find that the Osun in them is what is driving them. Because as between Ekiti and Osun states, throughout the whole of Nigeria, that's where you still have the residual virtues of honesty, integrity, discipline, and dependability. We have that in common. But we do then have a challenge. And that's that both Ekiti and Osun states are undermarketed. People tend to take Osun and Ekiti states for granted in the arrangement of things. Therefore, both states must so be guided by ODA and Igbimoro Ekiti to make sure that we do develop leaders, which is why I'm quite happy you are bringing young people, develop leaders who would also be at the commanding heights, economically and otherwise. Because that's the only way we can be at the table. Because if you are not on the table, you will be on the menu. And very many times, these 2 states have been on the menu. It's about time we had a turnaround. ODA can do it. And I assure you that Igbimoro Ekiti is already doing something like that. I believe also that if we do that in our togetherness, we can surprise not only the rest of Yoruba land, but Nigeria. Nigeria is in need of states that are well run based on these qualities that we have, so that our leaders can become truthful, always saying the truth. They can be fair to all concerned. They can build goodwill and better friendships, and they will make sure that whatever they're doing is benefiting to all concerned. Finally, I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, that what you're doing today is one of the little steps you can take to promote the revelation of what's going on in your state. Since 1942, they have been officially mining gold in your state, Osun State. What has been the benefit of the individual Osun State person? Who is going to draw an attention to it? It's the ODA. Our discussions continue, Dr. Shina. I think you have been a good leader. If you can prosecute this element well, then the revelation of the state becomes obvious, and with revelation comes elevation and celebration. May Osun State be elevated and celebrated. I believe, too, that this is only the beginning of many things. I'm quite happy that we now have somebody from somewhere who has promised to be a member, who has agreed to be a member. I also thank you that one of the young members is my own son-in-law, Mr. Akin Oguranti, of Executive Director of Zenith Bank. I can tell you, too, that when I got married, it was an Osun State person who was my best man. And when he got married, I was his best man. So I do have connectivities with Osun State, and I won't regret it. That's why I say the IUE and ODA are intertwined. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds, but everybody knows who holds tomorrow. And my prayer for your organization is that that person who holds tomorrow will continue to so favor you that when we then talk of ODA in the near and distant future, we all here will be very proud of what we have. It will be well with each and every one of you. Greetings from the Ugbimo. Thank you very much.
Kò wá tán bí ìyàwó gbọ́kàn sálẹ̀ ọkọ yọkọ́. Àfọ̀njẹ. Kò wá tán bí ìyàwó gbọ́kàn sálẹ̀ ọkọ yọkọ́. Kò wá tán bí ìyàwó gbọ́kàn sálẹ̀ ọkọ yọkẹ́. Ó tán ọ aláṣejù bàbá àṣetán. Orí ẹni kó má fìyà jẹ ní àtàrí ẹni kó má fìyà jẹ ní mo dúpẹ́ Ọlọ́run pa wá lẹ́kún mo dúpẹ́ o ọmọ sùn o ẹ bá ń kí bàbá mi ọ̀ ní ẹrù jẹjẹ ní gbogbo lẹ́kílẹ̀ Adéyẹyè ọba Ògúnwùsì Ọ̀jájá kejì Ọ̀jájá fìdí ọ̀tẹ̀ jalẹ̀ ọmọlúrẹ́bí ọ̀gánù wọ́kú ọ̀tẹ̀ ọmọ ayíkítí ogun ìtírí ogun ìjọ kìíní ogun ìjọ kejì ogun dòdò bídẹ̀ Adéyẹyè ọmọ àríwá obì fi ṣàlejò.
Yes, I want to send an apology on behalf of my governor, His Excellency Dr. Nuruddin Jackson Adeleke, who is unavoidably absent today. Apparently, I got an invitation already from Dr. Aino, who invited me on my own to come here. But last night I got a call from my governor that I should please represent him here because he actually meant to be here and he was had to do some other things in Osun State, but I'm tendering an apology on his behalf. What I could not do for you here is to dance on his behalf, but I would, but I'll surely deliver his message to you. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this address from the governor, so it is my honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering of top leaders of professionals from Osun State, the state of the living spring. I cherish this opportunity to speak to accomplished indigenous people of my state who are contributing in no small measure to local, state, and national development. I have commendable records of your association and activities, your passion and individual growth, and your many additions to state developmental efforts are noteworthy. I say congratulations to all of you. In this era of economic turbulence and uncertainty, no governmental organizations are taking center stage to fill increasing gaps in national and global development. In the northern part of the world, such groups play prominent roles in several sectors. They deliver a lot of programs and projects in several societal sectors and strengthen orderly growth and development in society. In the southern part of the world, such groups are also popping up with model and agenda that are complementing efforts of the state to address the complex developmental challenges facing our societies. As most developing nations are in the southern world, the problem of poverty, infrastructural deficit, and imbalances in the sector expand the dynamics of non-governmental groups. The emerging collaboration between non-governmental groups in the north and the southern part of the world is, however, reducing burden of such groups in the southern area of technical and financial cooperation. The partnership between the new and the old world explains the increasing prominence and significance of several development organizations in Africa and particularly in Nigeria. As a state leader, I'm convinced non-governmental groups are important partners whose expertise, resources, and networking strengths are required to back up state institutions in health, education, economic growth, digital economy, and several other states. We are therefore open to partnership to deliver on our 5-point agenda as the state government. At this point, permit me to present a little detail about our strategies for delivering on good governance in Osun State. Our first focus was to craft an unorthodox governance agenda. The 5-point agenda, namely workers' welfare, financial inclusion, localization, people-centered infra upgrade, social sector and uplift, and agro-industrialization. To implement the above, we equally deviate from the well-known pontifications of governance delivery. We put people at the center and cut most cracks that creates deep gulf between the people and the state policies. We deliver the upstaging and traditional structures without breaching state laws and due process. We enforce localization in project design and implementation to enhance local skill, create jobs for our people. We effect drastic cuts in project costs to deliver more with little resources. Our project and programs also evolved from strict need assessment across 3 senatorial districts. Our vision is holistic in terms of addressing developmental challenges from people, aspirations, and needs. To drive these plans and agenda, we demonstrate a very high degree of transparency and accountability. As a man of means, before coming into office, I ensure our contractors have no kickbacks to pay to any person and to work with an eye to deliver the public good. The zero tolerance of corruption is combined with an ambitious infra agenda, and this is accompanied with soft infra focus so that we are building the roads as we are building the people. Our government also adopted the mantra of government as a continuum. We live it and we act it. I retained all the contractors inherited from my predecessor. None of these contracts were terminated. No contractor was fired. My only insistence was that they must deliver on what is signed with the state. I am also completing most abandoned projects inherited from my predecessors. The Ikirun-Osogbo dualization is completed, and I'm going to complete the road up to the border with Kwara State. The Osogbo Ring Road is being completed with the Osogbo-Iwo Road is ongoing. The infra sector, we insist on salvaging the state asset without undue political considerations. Several external reviewers have rated our approach as highly successful. We also have our positive internal assessments. Within 1.5 years in office, we have achieved what the previous administration couldn't attain in 4 years. We have constructed over 90 kilometers of roads alongside several bridges and channelization projects. Another 80 kilometers of roads are presently under construction. The multi-billion naira infra project, which include 4 flyover bridges, dualization of several roads, rehabilitation of several schools and health centers, are currently ongoing. Osun indeed is a huge construction site as attested by many visitors. Ladies and gentlemen, our fixation on soft and hard infrastructures stems from our belief that we cannot grow Osun economically unless we address the huge infra deficit. We inherited more than 80% infrastructure deficit when we took over in 2002. Hence, we target a quick reversal of the sad statistics before the end of our first tenure. The positive results are there for us to see. We then injected a huge dose of soft social focus by the gradual repayment of half salaries and pension debt inherited from the previous government. We are paying back and the diverted contributive pensions of our senior citizens. Our pensioners are registered for health insurance scheme with state paying registered for health insurance scheme with the state paying the bills. We reform the public service and ensure regular payment of salaries. Promotion areas is also paid. In Osun, there's a nexus between the formal and informal workforce. For now, taking care of public servants boosts, enlivens, and strengthens the informal workforce in the state. The State Statement and Investment Promotion Agency, moribund for long, is now up and running. A one-stop desk is being created for facilitate investment into the state. And of course, very soon, you can fly directly into Osun, as we are working to deliver the functional airport for you. I'm one of the members of the committee to deliver the airport to you in Osun. Permit me to report at this point that our government is open for collaborations in various forms of public-private partnership, as we have ambitious governance plan. We need, and clearly, we need the indispensable collaboration with associations and groups like this, yours, Osun Development Association. Presently, our government is working on the Alumni Governmental Partnership Board for School Development. We are strategizing on partnership to grow the state digital economy, education, health, and agriculture. I therefore extend hand of developmental partnership to ODA and other related associations. Join hands with us, transform Osun for the better. Our doors are opened. On this note, I congratulate the new members and the new inductees of this association. Thanks for listening, and God bless you.
Expert with over 25 years of experience in middle and senior management roles across the public and private sectors in Europe and Nigeria. He has held various positions within the UK civil service and local government, including the Ministry of Agriculture, the Department of Work and Pensions, and the London boroughs of Hammersmith and Fulham, Waltham Forest, and Hackney. Oyele earned his first degree from Obafemi Awolowo University in Nigeria, a master's in European International Relations and Strategic Studies from the University of North London, a postgraduate diploma in Human Capital Management from the London Metropolitan University, and a law degree with honors from the University of East London. Before becoming the Director General of Dawn Commission, he was the Group Head of Strategy, Human Resources and Administration at the T.Y. Danjuma Foundation and the General Manager of Administration and Human Resources at Omatech Computers. Dr. Oyele is set to deliver a keynote address on the topic Beyond Rhetorics, Harnessing the Potentials and Opportunities for Development and Growth of Osun. His vast experience in strategic management, both locally and internationally, and his proven track record in driving organizational success make him the ideal individual to address this critical subject. His insight and expertise will undoubtedly provide valuable perspectives on harnessing the immense potentials and opportunities for the development and growth of Osun State. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our keynote speaker today, Dr. Sheye Oyeleye.
I know I've been allotted a time, and if anyone has to be time conscious, actually Sheye, because I don't live in Lagos. I came from far away, and I'll be going back there tonight. So I should be time conscious. But before I start my paper, and I have a paper prepared, I'd like to say that a few words. So let me be informal before I go formal. When Egbon Jide Olugbode approached me on WhatsApp to thank me for attending his birthday a few weeks ago, I didn't know that he had something else to drop in that WhatsApp message. So he said, Esheo Eku Dide Ojo, are you available on XYZ date? And I said, yes. Oh, you'll be speaking as the keynote speaker at ODA. I said, yes. So I dropped the phone. The next morning I woke up, I said, Kilo Kure si, no? Because I'm a member of ODA as well, and I know the caliber of people in ODA. So I asked myself, Kilo Kure si, So when I was preparing my paper, I tend to work with my team. I kept telling them, whoa, I want to unlock Basorombe. One more Jualo, so we must be very prepared. But I'll do my best to speak to the topic. Again, permit me to still be slightly informal. When I saw Baba Julius Adelui when he came up to pick the microphone, I am immensely grateful to the organizers that I didn't have to speak after him. Because one of my friends would say, Baba Yamansu Ibu wa. So I was telling myself that hopefully I don't have to speak after him, so my own diction will not show up. And, my memories of Prince Adelusi was Julie Pharmacy. As a young boy who was recently jackpot from UK by his parents with all the taste buds of UK, we took solace in Julie Pharmacy down the road here, from here. I remember then there was Julie Pharmacy, there was Jabita, there was Masco and all the stuff. But I still remember the chocolates. And I would ride my bicycle as a young boy to Julie Pharmacy to get my dose of chocolates. Then on a Saturday, further down to Airport Hotel to swim. Thank you for being there for us. And thank you for still giving to this society. I can also see here Baba Maduka. Now, he won't remember me, of course, there's no way he will. I think I must have been a 7-year-old boy attending Christmas party at then Biscon Tv in Ibadan. My late dad, Engineer Lambo Ambekemo, took me to, of course, Christmas party. And, of course, he was then the head honcho at Biscon Tv that year. It's a pleasure again seeing you, sir. Of course, I met Mama a few times. I still met him at Dr. Lubudi's birthday. And for Mama Maduka grew up around the same time with my late dad. So she knows my late dad in and out in Elisha in those days. My own dad died very young, so many years ago. He was only 46 when he passed on. So enough of the informality, as I said. I know I have the time, but I want to crave your indulgence. Normally I like to speak to a paper, but on this occasion, I'm actually going to read the paper to save time. And then I promised the media that I would drop it on their platform after. So let me go straight to the paper, and then, as I said, I've craved your indulgence. Once again, I also want to thank Professor Oluwaina Baba. I first met you through my late predecessor, Dipo Famakenwa. Baba as well. Thank you very much, sir. I don't take this privilege for granted at all. Once again, my name is Sheye Oyele. I'm the Director General at Dawn Commission. Dawn stands for Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, based in Cocoa House in Ibadan. It is a great honor and privilege to be here today at this grand reception and honors event, as we gather to celebrate and appreciate the founding members of this distinguished assembly. I am humbled to have been entrusted with the responsibility of delivering the keynote address. It is really a tough job to do at an occasion honoring great personalities, and I hope to do my best. If I succeed, give me a pat on the back. But if I don't, hold Dr. Olubode responsible. Because I'm still wondering the pounded yam-induced dream they had when he told me that I'll be the one to stand before the likes of Prince Ponley, whose MyCom cable became a colossus in the expatriate-dominated businesses of the past, before Chief Abuaba, one of the first people to bring Igbajo to public reckoning, before Engineer Maduka, Nigeria's first female engineer, or Professor Aino, OFR, the carpenter, who became a professor And before many dignitaries here, I mean, there are so many boardroom gurus here that if you don't know what you're talking about, they will stone you. I'm happy, however, that the honorees who have passed on are cheering me and encouraging me because they have endorsed the message. And I have this noble audience, and I have for this noble audience today a message that I believe will resonate and serve as food for thought. As I'm reading the paper, I'm also referring to myself as a member of ODA. On this note, may I crave your indulgence for a minute's silence in honor of late Chief Benjamin Adigun, late Prince Duro Oyelola, and late Professor Tunde Odetola. May their souls continue to rest in peace, and we pray God's eternal blessings dwell with the people they left behind. Looking at the list of the honorees, it is easy to see that Osun State is blessed with a rich list of high achievers, people who rose to greatness on the launch pad of integrity, commitment, foresight, and hard work. And this is where I want to start my short speech, by challenging this group to make it a priority to nurture and mentor indigents of Osun State to become other high achievers like these esteemed members. I came here to congratulate and celebrate with the honorees. I've been told I have 5 minutes more. Okay. So, I said development is something that resonates deeply with the aspirations and vision of this association. Nurturing young talents that could replicate or even surpass the achievements of our honorees should therefore be a top priority. There is a Joanna out there on the streets of Oshogbo, an Alani combing the bush in Igbajo and setting traps for rodents, many Tundes in Ife, many Noalajis in Elisha. If these young people are to answer the surnames of our honorees, how proud would we be of them? We must therefore rise from this occasion and make it a deliberate course of action to make sure these young people become personalities worthy of the seal of respect that our honorees command in society today. Now, Osun State at a glance. I'm having to skip now because I've been told I have 5 minutes, which is practically impossible. Today, as we speak, the debt per capita of Osun State, debt per capita, is 33,266 naira. This is the amount each resident would have to pay to offset the debt of the state. Note that amount, please, 33,266. The state's IGR per capita stands at 5,185 naira. This means the government is able to raise an average of 5,185 from each resident. This suggests that our government has limited ability to raise its own revenue and reduce dependence on federal allocation. The capex, which is capital expenditure per capita, is relatively low, 5,700, which again implies that the state may be struggling to invest adequately in infrastructure and development projects. What picture do we get from this data? It is simply that of a state that is incapable of investing in its own future. In critical infrastructure and development projects that are essential for long-term growth, it also means that the state's capital expenditure is not yet directly improving the living standards of the people. Now, I list below the top 5 highest and bottom 5 lowest revenue of the Osun State government, gleaned from the state sifters report of Q1 2024. Now, high revenue sources: statutory allocation, 29.5 billion. Share of VAT, 45.4 billion. Share of other FAC revenues, 24.2 billion. Independent revenue, 11.1 billion. And motor vehicle licenses, 613 million. Now, the low revenue sources: capital development fund receipts, 12 billion 367. International loans borrowing receipts, again 12 billion 367. No actual revenue is recorded for this source. Rent on government buildings, 367 million. While the projected budget isn't extremely low, the actual performance is 1.4% of the budget. Earnings from tourism, culture, art centers, which really should be huge, here is only 376 million. The report shows no actual earnings from this potentially significant source. Earnings from agricultural produce, 7.9 billion. This projected revenue source also shows zero actual performance in the reports. Now, from the data above, we could see that what brings money into the coffers of Osun State is not productive efforts. A state that relies too heavily on external funding, in this case federal allocation, is like a bird with clipped wings, unable to soar to new heights. Little wonder we have our health and education statistics in a parlor state. Each time we lament about this below par data, I always say it is a case of Amukwerewo. These stark realities paint a picture of Osun State that is both challenging and full of unrealized potential. It is a state that, despite its natural resources, human capital, and rich cultural heritage, continues to grapple with persistent development challenges. And it is our collective responsibility as members of this esteemed ODA to chart a new course, one that transforms these challenges into opportunities for lasting, sustainable progress. Hopefully, you can now see why I asked that you, even in your old age and deserving retirement, to go beyond just donation and philanthropy and give yourself the job of replicating yourselves and the young people of Osun. It is a daunting task that cannot be left to public governance alone. This should be your big, hairy, audacious goal, as it is known in business strategy. My dear elders of Osun State, we must ask ourselves, how can we, as a collective of non-partisan elders, thought leaders, technocrats, and top professionals, drive the transformative change that our beloved state so desperately needs? This is why I titled my speech, Pioneering Progress. We must challenge ourselves to lay the foundation for the sustainable development of Osun State, irrespective of which political party is in power. I always say this, that it's easy to play the game, blame game. Oh, it's Aregbesol's fault. Oh, Oyetola did nothing. Oh, Adeleke is not doing anything. We will have made the blame game a pastime. It can even be therapeutic for some of us who will fall sick if we don't engage in it. This is very easy to do when we gather at our hangouts and relaxation centers. But the world of development is hard. Are we ready to change gear from the easy path of blame to the highway of development where the rubber meets the road? From this picture I painted above, I'm bold to say that the job of a governor like the state of Osun is one of the toughest, and it continues to need serious-minded focus on what needs to be done to lift millions of people from the depths of poverty. A blueprint for Osun's future. Why do we need a development blueprint model? It is very simple. So that we can be able to measure the impact of our interventions and know exactly what and where to improve. As it's often said in management circles, what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. In private chats with many well-meaning elders, there's always a sense of frustration. The more resources they pour into their philanthropic interventions, the more it seems things are getting worse, and the ideal society they envisage remains elusive. But I know that ODA as a group shares this frustration. But at the heart of this is a lack of model upon which such interventions were based, making it difficult to know exactly what parameters to monitor and improve upon. So I gave an example and a metaphor. I called it the Iwo Road as a metaphor development model. Whether we like it or not, development models are actively shaping our realities in Nigeria.
Hello and welcome again today on Biscon TV for newspaper review. My name is Sarah Abiodun and I'll be taking you through the papers, and I'll be starting with New Telegraph. First headline here says, CBN, external debt servicing go up $2.19 billion in 5 months. Allocations, federal government, states, local government share 1.14 trillion naira for May. That's on page 8. Foreign airlines return to full capacity, offer cheaper fares, more seats, seek more frequencies expansion in Nigeria. That's on page 2. Alaafin stool, have no anointed candidate, says Makinde. elevates 12 Oyo chiefs. That's on page 28. Alleged 2.8 billion naira fraud. EFCC opens case against Sirika, daughter, others. That's on page 3. Insecurity. Terrorist kingpin killed. 2 soldiers shot in Niger. Southeast among highest in human trafficking. NAPTIP. That's on pages 4 and 5. Rep seeks rotational 6-year single term for presidents, governors, 2 VPs. Wants all election in one day. Mandatory electronic transmission of results. You can read all of that on page 3. Southwest governors condemn agitations for Oodua Republic. Sanwo-Olu replaces Akeredolu as chair. That's on page 2. Aircraft carrying Malawi vice president goes missing. That's on page 5. Tinubu removes Arase, appoints Argungu as new PSC chair. Shedu now NPTF boss. That's on page 3. Customs intercept 129,185 liters of fuel worth 90.5 million naira in Northwest. That's on page 8. 27 Rivers lawmakers steal PDP members' court rules. That's on page 4. Minimum wage. Labour awaits Tinubu's executive bill to determine next line of action. SGF receives tripartite panel report. You can read all of that on pages 2 and 5. And lastly, for New Telegraph, we have in evening physical activity lowers blood sugar levels. That's according to study, and that's on page 30. Now to this day. Southwest governors adopt common agenda for region's prosperity. Economic integration, security, food production top priority at meeting. Back State Police, Sanwo-Olu's emerges forum's chairman. That's on page 14. FAAC disburses 1.143 trillion naira as Federation accounts grossed over 2.324 trillion naira in May. That's on page 14. Lawmakers seeks rotational presidency. 6 years single term for president, governors and proposed bills. That's on page 14. Labour's deadline for new wage expires today. LCCI calls for flexibility in negotiation. States urge federal government to gradually phase out electricity subsidies in power sector, says money spent on inefficient cost. Strategic partnership for people's welfare. And that's it for this day. Now to the Vanguard. Banks borrow 10.9 trillion naira from CBN in 1 month as deposits rise 120%. That's on page 19. NDDC proposes 1.911 trillion naira as 2024 budget. That's on page 10. PDP membership. 25 lawmakers, Rivers government disagree over court order. That's on page 10 also. And Algon rejects 62,000 naira minimum wage. You can get that on page 14. 10th NAS. 24 senators have no bill in 1 year. 85 senators sponsor 279 bills. Bamidele leads with 23. Barao 17. Sani Musa 8. Umai sponsored 1 bill before accepting ministerial appointment. You can read that on page 5. Reps propose single tenure of 6 years for president, governors. Tinubu replaces IGP Arase with Argungu as chairman, Police Service Commission. That's on page 26. Minimum wage. SGF receives tripartite committee report. You can read that on page 9. Sanwo-Olu emerges chairman of Southwest Governors Forum. You can read that on page 14. And lastly, for the sports, we have Benin Republic 2, Nigeria 1. Cheetahs rubbish Finidis Eagles. World Cup hopes in shambles. And that's it for the Vanguard. Now moving on to the Nigerian Tribune. Southwest governors restate support for state police. Appoint Sanwo-Olu as forum's chairman. Adopt anthem for region. That's on page 16. Founder of Stanbic IBTC, Atedo Putasai, retires after 35 years in service. That's on page 7. Liquidity bane of power sector. Finance Minister. That's on page 7. 35 reps seek rotational presidency, single tenure of 6 years. institute over 50 reform bills. You can read that on page 15. Federal government, states, local governments share 1.14 trillion naira May revenue. That's on page 6. NNPCL disowns reports on alleged inflated subsidy claims. That's on page 6 also. And Tinubu removes Arase as Police Service Commission chairman. You can read that on page 30. Bribes probes increase in electricity tariff today. Minister of Power disclosed to make presentations. You can read that on page 3. Rivers crisis. Attorney General disagrees with court ruling on 26 Rivers Assembly members. That's on page 15. Protest rocks on door over EFCC invasion of nightclubs. Police, state government call for calm. That's on page 26. And lastly, for the Nigerian Tribune, we have Labour never contemplated 100,000 naira wage, let alone 62,000 naira. NLC debunks rumor of strike presumption today. Federal government receives report of new minimum wage from committee. You can read that on page 30. Now to the Daily Trust. 30 reps advocate 6-year single term for president, governors. That's on page 13. Hoodlums jump fence, steal Salaram in FCT council. That's on page 20. Bandits kill 4 officers. Take that again. Bandits kill 4 officers, 22 others in Katsina. Police. That's on page 7. Minimum wage. We won't accept 100,000 naira. Labour. Ajero in Geneva says no strike for now. Local governments can't pay 62,000 naira. Algon. Suspends or a tripartite committee submits reports to Tinubu. You can read all of that story on pages 4. Jais Bank finances 10,000 hectare rice farm in Bauchi. That's on page 23. Aircraft carrying Malawi vice president missing. Search underway. That's on page 5. Dangote Sinotruck targets 60% local content with new plants. And that's all of it for Daily Trust. Now to the Punch. Minimum wage. Labour insists on 250,000 naira. Awaits Tinubu's verdict. NLC president berates governors. Says president will do the right thing. That's on page 28. Federal government services debt with $2.2 billion in 5 months. CBN. That's on page 19. Smuggled Nigerian petrol floods West African market, says 1,700 naira per litre. Petrol hits 1,672 naira per litre in Benin. Cameroon 2,062 naira. Liberia 1,428 naira. And Mali 2,128 naira. 280 liters intercepted in Adamawa, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, Borno, Taraba, and Ogo. You can read all of that on page 2. Southwest Governors Forum insists on state police elect Sanwo-Olu chair. That's on page 7. Reps propose rotational presidency, 6-year single term. That's on page 14. Police foil American suicide attempt on 3rd Mainland Bridge. That's on page 4. And lastly, for the Punch, we have 2.7 billion naira fraud. Ex-director testifies against Sirica. You can read that on page 14. Now to the Nation. Nigeria conducive for business. Edun tells multinationals. Microsoft retains interest. That's on page 5. Alleged 423 billion naira fraud. EFCC raises team to probe El-Rufai others. That's on page 5. Tinubu yet to get minimum wage tripartite committee reports. That's on page 5 also. And CBN reaffirms financial stability of banks. That's on page 7. Argongo replaces Arase as PSC chair. That's on page 25. Eagles World Cup qualification shaky. You can read that on page 30. Rivers G27 lawmakers remain PDP members. Court rules. They are to make laws for state, says George. State government falls RHC judgment. Lloyd, verdict unassailable. Southwest governors go into massive flood production. Region rejects Yoruba agitation. Ohe State Police. Sanwo-Olu is chair. Commissioners for Agriculture of all the states should set up a working template which will ensure collaboration based on each state's comparative advantage. Sirika's in-law failed to execute 2.8 billion naira contract. Ex-director tells court. That's on page 6, and that's it for The Nation. Now, lastly for today, we have The Guardian. Piecemeal restructuring. Raw has House revived single 6-year tenure bill after 4 failed attempts. That's on page 6. Phase out electricity subsidy, 36 governors tells federal government. You can read that on page 3. 4.8 million persons at risk of acute hunger in Northeast. FAO warns. That's on page 30. Bandits shoot soldiers, kill several persons in Niger, Katsina. That's on page 30. Power crisis deepens as Gencos receive 4.7% of invoiced amounts. That's on page 15. Labour insists on 250,000 naira as state governors earn 6.71 trillion naira in 1 year. That's on page 6. Embattled Rivers lawmakers remain in PDP. Court rules. That's on page 7. And lastly for today and for The Guardian, we have youth protest EFCC's raid on Ondo night clubs. You can read that on page 8. And now we've come to the end of paper review for today. Thank you for watching.
Difficult way of introducing new social processes into our culture. And the 4 tools I mentioned above can guide us. Priorities. I am on the last lap of my speech, so please. Any organization may have the best resources and processes, but it can still fail if it gets the priorities wrong. The infamous press conference to announce Microsoft's acquisition of Nokia drives this home. Nokia's CEO, Stephen Elop, was quoted to have said, "We didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost." A critical analysis of the events that led to Nokia's acquisition will reveal that the company got its priorities wrong. It is therefore important for organizations such as ODA to set the priorities, and I offer again a few suggestions in no particular order of importance. 1, how do we attract private investment into Osun? The first step will be to ensure that the state has a PPP law. Osun is one of the states in southwest Nigeria today that does not have a PPP law. 2, social entrepreneurship. I think Osun will be better off starting with social entrepreneurship, especially those that focus on the attainment of the SDG goals. 3, cooperatives and chambers of commerce. We should prioritize the establishment of these business development tools as part of our business culture in Osun State. And 4, digital infrastructure, particularly the internet. This is an indispensable tool for developing modern human capital, and Elon Musk has brought this to our rural communities now. So rather than go all out for an ambitious industrialization project, we should begin to build our industrial capacity by following these 3 recommended steps. Our state is renowned as a civil service state, and I don't like that, with due respect to civil servants. If we jump straight into industrialization, I fear we are not treading the sustainable pathway. Again, let me summarize all I've said. ODA should set BHAG. ODA should adopt regional integration model, VRN resources. ODA should create new culture and social capacities, and ODA should prioritize enactment of PPP law, investments in digital infrastructure, and social entrepreneurship. So a call for action. Distinguished members, as we stand here today, united in our commitment to the advancement of Osun State, we are faced with a pivotal moment, a crossroads where the path to progress and the path to stagnation diverge. The blueprint for sustainable development that we have outlined today is not merely a collection of lofty ideas, but a concrete, actionable plan that harnesses the collective wisdom and expertise of this esteemed assembly. It is a roadmap that, if embraced and executed with unwavering dedication, can propel Osun State towards a future prosperity, equity, and social harmony. But this is not a task that can be achieved by ODA alone. It will require a concerted effort of all stakeholders, the governments, the private sector, civil society organizations, and most importantly, the citizens of Osun State. So in whatever we do as ODA, the citizens must be involved. We must carry them along. They must not see us as one esoteric organization that it's too holy and it's of no earthly use. They must not see us that way. So together, we must forge a shared vision, align our priorities, and pool our resources to bring this blueprint to life. To our esteemed guests and newly inducted members, I invite you to join us in this transformative journey. And I'm glad when Dr. Aina was speaking, that you're bringing in new, younger people. The older ones, your knowledge, your skill is needed. Your experience is needed. The younger ones will only tap into that and bring in their own fresh ideas, but you cannot go away. And I'm glad the Council of Elders is being created for this purpose. So bring your unique perspectives, your innovative ideas, and your boundless energy to the table. Together, let us chart a course that will inspire generations to come, leaving an indelible mark on the history of Osun State. To our founding members and the newly inaugurated Council of Elders, I commend you for your unwavering commitment to this course, because you could easily have given up. You could say, I'm going to Japa, because trust me, I've seen 80-year-old men Japa, which I find that odd, but I've seen them, 80-year-old men. They said, Shayemuti, give up. You are 80, give up. Please, why are you saying you are giving up at 80? Don't give up, please. This is our country. We have nowhere to run to. One of the babas that left at 80, after 1 year, he ran back. He said, so he came back. He's back here in Ibadan. So as I said, to the government of Osun State, we extend a hand of collaboration. Now, this is very important. To the government of Osun State, we extend a hand of collaboration. And I'm glad the governor is represented here today. Very instructive. Because organizations like this must not be seen as partisan or political. Development has no language, has no partisan language. Development has only one language, development. Now, we say at Dawn, one of the reasons Dawn has been growing is because we are non-partisan. The development of Osun is the collective effort of everyone. So whether you are Labour Party or Action Group, God, APGA or whatever, the development of Osun is a concerted effort. Agbajo one, Lafin Soya. And again, I say, let me repeat that. For emphasis, I said to the government of Osun, we extend a hand of collaboration. For it's only through a spirit of partnership and mutual understanding that we can truly unlock the full potential of our beloved state. Partisan politics and development must be mutually exclusive. The only language development understands is bipartisanship, an environment where we are all contributing our little bit in collaboration and not competition. Let us work in lockstep, aligning our efforts and ensuring that the fruits of our labor are justly distributed among all our citizens. The time for action is now. Let us leave the rhetoric behind and embrace the pioneering spirit that has long defined the people of Osun. Let us roll up our sleeves, sharpen our minds, and pour our hearts into the realization of this bold blueprint for sustainable development. For in doing so, we will not only transform the physical landscape of Osun State, but we will also forge a future where every citizen is empowered to reach their full potential. When opportunities abound, and where the promise of better tomorrow is not merely a dream, but a tangible reality. And just before I finish again, I want to thank ODA for investing in education. Last year, they commissioned a study to look at primary education in Osun. Fantastic thing. It was that study that led us at Dawn to convene a meeting of all the Southwest commissioners about a month ago. The underpinning idea for that summit was what ODA did. That's fantastic, and we need to see more of that. Don't come, I'm about to finish, don't worry. I've only got 2 more lines to read. So I stand before you today, filled with unwavering optimism and a steadfast belief in the domitable spirit of Osun. Let us together embark on this journey of pioneering progress and write a new chapter in the annals of our state's history. About 70 years ago now, some people sat in a room somewhere in western Nigeria. About 70 years ago. 7 decades ago. So let that sink in. Some people sat in a room somewhere in western Nigeria and envisioned a building we all call Cocoa House today. Construction took like 7 years. And in 1965, the building was commissioned for use. 60 years later, that building still stands strong as a testament to the heights, both figuratively and literally, we once reached as Yoruba. The power of vision gave birth to such an enduring legacy. And apart from the federal government of Nigeria, no subnational or state government has given us anything close to that structure in 60 years. So it is that vision of 70 years ago, that vision, not thinking of till now, that I will implore us at ODA to deploy as we envision and dream of a new Osun. It is doable. It is possible. Indeed, it has become a necessary imperative. If we want to have a place we can be proud of in the near future that we call home, we cannot abandon that space. And what we are doing today shows that we are not going to abandon the state. We will put in all our energy. The potentials are there to turn that state into, of course, it's a gold mine already. It's only that the benefits are going somewhere else. But I want to thank you for putting this together. And I want to thank the organizers for honoring our older ones and also inducting new ones. Because the task, as I said, for rebuilding Osun belongs to every one of us. Once again, Agbajowo la fi n sọ̀yà o. Ọwọ́ kan ò dẹ̀ gbẹ́rù dórí. So we really need to collaborate. Once again, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. And thank you. May Osun State's future shine brighter than ever before.
So nice, and the feel is alright. And the music is so nice, and the mood is alright. Let us dance, let us dance, let us dance, let us dance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us dance, let us dance, let us dance, let us dance. Let your feelings show. Olúwalàpáta bomi oníbọ̀rẹ́ àdìrọ̀mọ́lá ìsiyèméjì ìdíre tọ́bí gbórúkọ wa ní gòdì mọ́túnú. Gbogbo yín ni mo kí ni rò lólókì lẹ́ni kankan. Mo mo ní pé olúwa la pátá àbò oníbọ̀rẹ́ àdìrọ̀mọ́ láyé sí ebèjì ìdílé tán fi polúkọ ní jòdì náà tuntun. Ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ara máa ń fẹ́ sí mi. Ara máa ń fẹ́ sí mi. Ara máa ń fẹ́ sí mi. Bóyá ní màlánù máa kọrin máa fi gbọ́ Olúwa ga. Màlánù máa kọrin máa fi gbọ́ Olúwa ga. Máa forí yìí máa tún fògo fún Jésù. Mo rò ó títí kí ni ò bá fi ṣọpẹ́. Olúwa ò ní jẹ́ bí mo rò fọ́ bí mo tẹ̀bà. Ibi ọpẹ́ mi ẹ bá mi gbọ́ Olúwa ga. Èmi yóò yìn Olúwa ọba rere tó ń ṣèkẹ́ mi. Èmi yóò yìn Olúwa sẹ́ ọba rere tó ń ṣèkẹ́ mi. Báwo mi yìí bàbá mi máa fi jó mi yìí. Máa fọwọ́ mi yìí bàbá mi máa fi jó mi yìí. Mọ́mí máa jó rọ̀ìrọ̀ì máa jó rọ̀ìrọ̀ì máa fi kòtò orí ilẹ̀. Máa jó rọ̀ìrọ̀ì máa jó rọ̀ìrọ̀ì máa jó rọ̀ìrọ̀ì máa fi kòtò orí ilẹ̀. Máa jó rọ̀ìrọ̀ì. Kábíyèsí mo ní pé kí ló ṣe mí ṣebí ò ní ṣọpẹ́. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣebí ò ní ṣọpẹ́. Mo kàn lẹ̀kùn wáyọ̀ tẹ́. Bàbá ṣí fún mi. Mo kàn lẹ̀kùn wáyọ̀. Bàbá ṣí fún mi. Ilẹ̀kùn òṣì ó ti tì gbọ̀ngbọ̀n. Mo dúpẹ́ Olúwa pé mo níyàn láti máa sábà. Mo dúpẹ́ Olúwa pé mo níyàn láti máa fọ̀rọ̀ lọ torí pé ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ rẹ̀ ayé ìbá ti kẹ́rù mi síbò. Ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ rẹ̀ ayé ìbá ti kẹ́rù mi dàdó. Kò yọ Jésù pé mo níyàn láti máa sábà. Kò yọ Jésù pé mo níyàn láti máa fọ̀rọ̀. Ènìyàn lọ́rùn ṣe lóore dà wọnà wọ́ sókè. Ó ṣe mí o, ó ṣe mí o.
Kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o. On behalf of all of us in this hall, particularly the 136 members of Osun Development Association, we want to welcome you warmly, and we want to thank you very much for honoring this invitation. When we were receiving you downstairs, you were trying to apologize that you are coming late. See, you are not late. It is when you get here that the program is starting. But more seriously, Kabesi, I'm aware that up till 9:30 a.m. this morning, you were just about rounding up a 7-day traditional seclusion program. And in spite of that, you finished that program and you decided that you have to come to Lagos, to honor this invitation. In fact, we are really very, very honored because you have every reason to say that today, for the next 2 days, I want to. I don't know what it is that they do in those 7 days, and I don't think I will ever know. But whatever it is, but what I know is that you are bringing those blessings of the prayers that you have. You are bringing it to us here. And Eshegoni Kabesi, the chairman of this occasion, and our royal father of the day, Nirisha, Oba Adeyeye, Babatunde Enitan, Akande Ogunwusi, Ojaja II. Kabesi, you are coming in at the high point of the 7 reasons why we are here. And those high points is the honoring of the 6 people that created the idea of having an Osun Development Association, which was at that time called Osun Development Group. And that was in 1995. And these 6 people were among the people that struggled and championed the creation of Osun State in 1991. Of course, when the started, other people joined them, and other people have also contributed significantly, but we believe that we should start with the people that actually created it. 3 of them are deceased. Chief Dr. Benjamin Adigun, who is the first Nigerian to have a PhD in actuarial science, and who was a general manager in Haji Poil. And he also became the first chairman of this group. Then we have Prince Oyinlola, who used to be managing director of UAC Property in those days. So the popular, very famous Oyinlola family of Okuku. And of course, Professor Odetola was a professor at the Lower University, and he was the first pro-tem chairman of this association when it was founded. But we are still lucky to have 3 of them among us, and they are here today, Your Imperial Majesty, and they are sitting next to you is Professor Oluwaina, who is one of your high chiefs, who you know very, very well. I know that you know that Professor Oluwaina is the first professor of technical education in Nigeria. He has been involved in everything that has to do with higher education in Osun State and in Nigeria. He's a member of the board of trustees, and in fact, he's the immediate past chairman of this association. I took over from him in 2017, 7 years ago. So they are the people that they have handed it to our generation, because it used to be the generation. They've handed it to our generation, and we are looking forward to also handing over to the next generation very, very soon. And of course, you also know Prince Tunde Bonle, who is a prominent industrialist. You know Baba very well from Ada. Once you mention Prince Bonle, they say Ada. And of course, his impact transcends Ada, Osun State, Nigeria, and even globally. And then, of course, last but not the least, Chief Inolaji Ababa, who is also seated there. Chief Inolaji Ababa was the first head of service and secretary to the state government of Osun State when it was created in 1991, and he's remained a committed member of this group. So these are the first of people that we are honoring, and also the board of trustee members, 2 of them, Lieutenant General Alani Akinrade. I'm sure you know General too very, very well, and all his antecedents and track record. And of course, Engineer Mrs. Ulu Maduka, who is seated to your right, there, Kabesi, with the husband. Ms. Maduka, first woman engineer in Nigeria, first woman president of this, first that. She's first in so many things that she has laid her hands upon. We are very proud to have them as our, forebearers on this journey. And we're also honoring our elders, people that are advancing in age from 75 years and above, who will be moving to the Council of Elders today. And some of them are, apart from those that have, because all the people have mentioned their name, they are also part of the elders, but others that have not mentioned, they are here. Prince Adimola Adetono, who used to be executive director, group executive director in 11th, and he was also a member of the past executive. We have engineer Ade Afolabi of the your Uruko family, Jayo family, yes, of Ire, the popular Afolabi family, and also, and then of course, Chief Odeyemi, the Obashewa of the source, former chairman Eco Bank, former president Nasima, former president LC.
Roles as a technology specialist in the United States and management positions at Procter & Gamble, Monarch Communications Limited, and IGI Insurance. As a digital book, Unleash Your Superpowers uses research and theory to guide readers on a self-improvement journey. Badamosi holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from the University of Pittsburgh, a master's in information systems technology from George Washington University, and certifications from Yale CEO College, MIT, and IE Business School.
You've done us proud and you continue to do us proud. You are just starting. And as we were discussing when you were queuing for your food, I said you will automatically be admitted as an ODA member. And what did you say? You said yes. You said yes. So catching them young. So thank you very much for what you are doing. We're just doing this as a token of recognition for what you are doing, and to be and a good example, role model for our young Osun, particularly those of them living in Osun State, who believe that things are tough, they cannot do anything, that with your own God-given intellect, you can excel in anything you do. And you'll be help us to get involved in some form of advocacy, speaking to the youth of Osun on the ground and telling them the secret of success. So thank you very much. Congratulations. I will not do this alone. I will call on women who are like you when they were young and today have reached heights and who are members. I want to call on Engineer Mrs. Olumaduka to please join me upstairs, up here. And also Professor Mrs. Fumi Bikestet, former Deputy VC OAU, former Pro-Chancellor of Federal University of Gusau, and so on and so forth. She's also a member of the State.
Congratulations, Folusho Badamosi. More wins. As I call on Kola to get set, immediately after this moment.
Kola is also the founder of Ventures Park, a co-working space for entrepreneurs and Ventures Platform Foundation, which empowers entrepreneurs through access to capital, education, and digital resources. He is dedicated to mentoring young entrepreneurs, addressing underserved markets, frequently speaking on technology, entrepreneurship, and social change, both locally and internationally.
To Kola, I know Kola is not here, he's abroad. The father called me, I think yesterday or so, to say Kola said, I'm going to give him an award. And he went on the website. The father said, he saw my name, he saw I said, this must be a credible organization. The father is Chief Oluda Isia, who is the Ashiwaju of Iresi. He's the father of Kola Wole, So on behalf of Kola, so I regard it's okay.
Our father, Prince Tunde Bonle OFR. Please keep on putting your hands together for them. Development of Nigeria, Africa, and humanity. Engineer Mrs. Olumaduka MFR. Chief Akin Akinola
Please join me by putting your hands together for them. They need to be encouraged to do more. Chief John Odeyemi, MFR. Professor Bola. Chief Felix Fagbongbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Chief A.S. Awomolo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And Alhaji Ahmad Ajani. Quickly, I hand over the microphone to the chairman for the inauguration.
Our distinguished elders, we thank God for your lives, and we thank God for making yourself available for the service of humanity, particularly the Osun Development Association. We, the people that are following you, have seen the spirit of service in you, and we promise you that we will uphold what this association stands for, and even carry it beyond your imagination. But in doing that, we will not want to lose your service. We still need you. As long as you are still alive, we know you continue to support this association. And that is why we are creating this Council of Elders. So for all you have done. Gold and silver we do not have, but we have some token things that just give you to appreciate the services that you have rendered, and to say that we continue to rely on your wisdom and your experience in terms of the service to our state. So by the powers conferred on me by the members of the association, it is my pleasure to inaugurate this Council of Elders to the glory of God and for the service of our people of Osun State and Nigeria as a country. Thank you very much.
Alakori, alakoko, show my family, show my laptop, timpakbewa, show my kako, she mama ni problem, pelu boys, tabaja kapada, asalo Canada. If I travel today, give my buy la baba. I'm a man, I'm a brother man, who any problem? Baby show up, show me the meeting call. I know what you do, you relay your money problem. Melanie, Poppy, baby, me show you that. Baby, such a give you feedback. What do you need?
Thank you very much. But this ceremony will not be complete if you don't take a group picture. You lágbára láti pé ọ̀dìn ìṣàbọ̀ tí mo ti bèèrè lọ́wọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé kábíyèsí àwọn ní ẹni tí tàbá fẹ́ àwọn ready pé so mo ti gba àṣẹ in advance pé màá fẹ́ kẹjọ kẹ́ bá ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa àti àwọn ìyá wa by taking the group picture with them.
Gbogbo àwọn ará Ọ̀ṣun a máa ń sun ni a lè máa ń sun fún nǹkan dáadáa. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn bàbá tó wà níbí. Ìgbà tí mo wọlé tí mo rí gbogbo àwọn bàbá yìí àti àwọn ìyá wa, inú mi dùn, ayọ̀ mi kún. Orí mi dẹ̀ wú púpọ̀ pé lótìtọ́ àti lódodo la ní èèyàn lọ́ṣun. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo àwa ọmọ bíbí Ọ̀ṣun àti tí a fi ara kọ́ Ọ̀ṣun, tínú yín bá dùn mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Ọ̀ṣun. Ẹ̀sùn méjì ni màá fi kan alága kí n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Ẹ̀sùn kínní, alága ní kí n máa bọ̀ wá bá àwọn bàbá ìyá àwòrán. Èmi nínú mi dùn jù torí pé gbàgàdàgbàgàdà ni mo máa gbé sí ààfin. Mo ti ṣoríire kan lénìí, ṣùgbọ́n alága wa sọ pé kí n fi àwọn bàbá yẹn lẹ́wọ̀ kan máa fo ibi. Mo ní alága ẹ ṣọ́ra yín o, èmi mo rí àwọn bàbá àti ìyá yìí o, torí pé ọba ni mo jẹ́, mi ò tí ì jẹ ọjọ́ orí. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ló máa ń kẹ́ ẹni tó bá wà ní irú ipò tí mo wà yìí. Àwọn bàbá yẹn àti àwọn ìyá ẹ̀ wọ́n dádé o, kò ń ṣe ẹni tó jọba nìkan ló máa ń dádé o. Àwọn náà dé adé láàyè ara wọn, wọ́n dé adé ọjọ́ orí torí ojú wọn ti rí. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire máa ń sọ pé ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbà gbọ́n la fi dálẹ̀ Ifẹ̀. Kò yé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ìgbà kan wà tó yẹ pé gbogbo wa ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ ni wá, kí gbogbo ìlú tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gborúkọ Ọ̀yọ́, Èkìtì, Oǹdó, gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire pátápátá ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ ni. Òwe náà ti wà tipẹ́tipẹ́. Nítorí ìdí èyí èmi sì fẹ́ súnmọ́ àwọn àgbà yìí o, mo dẹ̀ súnmọ́ wọn púpọ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn, ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Inú mi ò dùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn. Inú mi ò tún dùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn. Èmi ni mo ní gbohùngbohùn lọ́wọ́. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ràn àwọn bàbá yìí tó mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti gbé nǹkan ṣe, àwọn ọ̀yá ọ̀yá gbogbo yín ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi dìde, ẹ jẹ́ ká pọ́n wọn lé. Please let us all rise up and honor our iconic elders. Please keep clapping for them. Oh, I didn't tell you to stop. Ẹ ti ní kí n máa sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì o. Ẹ bá mi pọ́n wọn lé dáadáa, ẹ pọ́n wọn lé. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa náà àìtí ìdádé ọjọ́ orí o, tẹ́ ń ṣakọ. Ẹ jẹ́ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn, kẹ́ forí ọ̀fẹ́ wọn tọrọ. Èmi ti ń fi wọn tọrọ báyìí o, torí èmi náà fẹ́ dádé ọjọ́ orí o. Adé Ọ̀ni ni mo dé, mi ò tí ì dádé ọjọ́ orí. Please clap for them, clap for them, let's honor them. Now I'm satisfied. You can all be seated. Well, I can go on and on today to talk about each and every one of them because I have very close relationship with majority of them. And today I'm very honored. Some of them that I've been reading about growing up. Today, a great honor for me that I'm going to have a picture about them that I will display in the palace. And generation yet unborn will see those archives. Today, your second accusation, the chairman, Dr. Segun Aino, I accused you first in Yoruba. Maybe I will do this mix again. Your second accusation, when I came in, I was very elated to see very prominent Oshun indigenes under ODA. It was very, very stressful for me to come, but I made up my mind that I will come. I just finished a very deep 7-day spiritual festival in Ife. If you know Ife, the cradle of the Yoruba people, divinity in Ife, we don't joke with it. A whole lot of people don't even know that the Gregorian calendar, the Western people brought all those things and it's now part of our culture. But our ancestors, everything they were doing then, very scientific and everything connected to nature, 100%. They use nature to do everything they do. Many years ago, thousands of years ago, our ancestors today will be the day they will say Happy New Year. But a lot of people don't know. Today, as I'm talking to you, the Oyibos, the Western world, brought 12 calendar months. There is nothing like that. We have Oshupa Metala, 13 Oshupas. Every 25 days, you will see full moon cycle. Between 25 and 28 days, that is when you will get full moon cycle. And it comes up, for it to actually go around, it comes up 13 times for it to go around that cycle. And that's nature. It's driven by nature. But Oyibos, they couldn't get it right. They had to sip in leap year. February will be 28, it will be 29, every 4 years. They just wanted to change what we got from our ancestors. Well, they were superpowers, they changed it, but our ancestors tied it to forces of nature. So today, after Ifa festival, and Ifa means the voice of God, Olodumare. But Dr. Aino said, me, I don't know what Kabisi is doing in Ife, and I don't want to know. Doctor, I know you're on your own. Oh. That's your second accusation. We need to learn these things and teach our generation yet unborn. Because this is who we are. We, the Yoruba people, and everything completely is tied to nature. This is when we are about to eat the first maximum rain in tropical part of Africa. The first maximum rain is when you will pray to God Almighty that ki ojo ibuku ko ro. Our ancestors were farmers, hunters around that time. So early June, as in the first few days, that's when it usually happened. And we will now hit the first maximum in June. That is when the new year starts. And the second maximum is called Oshuogun. That is when we do Thanksgiving from September all the way till October. And that is when we have Ereoko. And they call it Ododun la Rorogbo, Ododun la Rausa, Ododun la Romo Bilori Ate, Ashodui Aoshe Mi. But a lot of people don't know the meaning. So, Doctor, I know you are making me to go to history. Because by virtue of my position as the spiritual head of the Yoruba people, it's a very interesting thing. And I've actually learned so much about our heritage because God is God. God is not God of Muslim or God of Christian. God is God of nature. And nobody can survive without nature. There is no Muslim that is tied to a particular rainfall. There is no Christian that is tied to a particular sun. It is one sun for all of us. It is one rainfall for all of us. Same land. It is one wind that is for all of us. It is one oxygen. When you get to the hospital, they won't say the oxygen belongs to Muslims or it belongs to Christian. It is oxygen. Oxygen is oxygen. And it is the air we all breathe in. We don't pay for it. And that is life. Without oxygen, we cannot survive. And God is God of the same rice we are eating. I don't know whether you've heard of Christian rice or Muslim rice. It is the same rice. It is the same effort. It is the same egusi. So everything for us is tied to forces of nature. So Dr. Shegun, come to Ife and bring a lot of dollars and pounds and naira so that I can teach you more about our heritage. So please, I know you are doing very well for ODA. Please clap for him. It's been a very wonderful leader. We will forgive him for saying he doesn't want to know about Ifa festival. Thank you very much. Once again, I will apologize because the last stanza and the last lap of the festival, we did it all throughout the night till daybreak, till around 10 o'clock this morning. But I made up my mind that I will come and see what is happening in ODA. And honestly speaking, I am very, very impressed. You don't know what you have done for me. I've been looking for how to gather the elders of Oshun, at least for me to actually have a picture with them and keep it. I am a student of history and I like to archive a lot of things. You have done me well today. Thank you so very much. And I will not take this for granted. Any day, any time that you are doing anything as far as ODA is concerned, even beyond ODA, I can see another elder statesman that I so much revere. I am so close to him, and any day I see him, we pick it from there. Please let me give him another resounding round of applause. Prince Adilu Sebami. Eba mi patel fun Julie Pharmacy. Eba mi patel yen dada fun baba. Baba ò fẹ́ dàgbà mọ́. Ayan man don ku ni. Eri baba bó ṣe ń dán. Baba is always shining, very on point, very refined. Oyinbo ẹnu wọn gan refined. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ti gbọ́ rí on your own o. I can play it for you. Ẹ ti gbọ́ dada. How refined can it be, eh? Ó le jù. Ó dùn jù. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. So the elders that are in here, please someday wait for my invitation. I still want to celebrate you more than this. But for me, it's a good foundation that I've laid today. I remember our Baba Prince. He's told me several times, Kabiyesi, when are you coming to Ada? When are you coming to Ada? And our Mama Lovely, I just thanked her for taking care of you now. That you are looking younger. And you're, Baba ti ṣe pong, okay. Baba ò tiẹ̀ ní any issue láti go staircase. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún màmá yìí, ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún. Former Deputy Governor of Osun State. Well, like I said, I'm always very passionate about this, our elders. You are taking me into that spirit that I will start to talk about them. But time is far-fetched. Don't let me take the time. But Baba Prince Conley, I'm coming to Ada very soon. The last time I tried to make it, there was one issue on the road. One slight accident that happened. We prayed that such will not happen again. You remember, Mama? Unfortunately, I couldn't come. So, still wait for me. I'm still coming. Màá bá yín ṣe bóyá ọjọ́ méjì ọjọ́ mẹ́ta àjọ dúró dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n èmi àti bàbá Olúàìná bàbá kébé gan ni bàbá kébé wọ́n lè pè mí báyìí pé Kábíyèsí kí n bá wọn l'Àbújá wọ́n tún máa ṣáájú mi débẹ̀ mi ò rírú ẹ̀ rí o. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Chief Olúwa, ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn dáadáa. Àwọn bàbá yẹn mo ṣì fẹ́ celebrate yìí o. Today is not our day o. I can see Baba Odeyemi here too, and a whole lot of you that have been looking forward to meeting. But Chairman is looking at me. Kabiyesi, don't take our time now. You're on your own. Oh. You are the one that brought all of them out. Oh. On a final note, I want to thank all of you and also our mothers. I want to thank you so very much for your support to ODA. So far, so good. I'm very impressed. You have really won my heart today by bringing on board the younger people, Oshun Trailblazers. You're celebrating them. Please, I want you to give a resounding round of applause for ODA. It's a very, very good initiative, a very good one that you are actually doing. May God Almighty continue to bless you and bless all the works of your hand. Also, I want to thank, I sat next to another elder statesman, Papa Maduka, was telling me that it was the MD of WNTV where my father worked under him, and he said he lost contact with him. Unfortunately, according to our heritage, we don't see each other, but thank God for GSM. So I will call him, I will tell him that I saw you, and I will reconnect you again. So please, you are here because of Madam, our very own in Oshun. May God bless you, ma. May God honor you and bless all the works of your hand. Eku toju won adupelo Ọlọ́run for your life. Thank you very much, and God bless you. And also, finally, again, Madam Bickerstead, I can see all the things you did in OAU then. Your records are still there. Please don't cut off from OAU. We can't see all the great things. Things are now changing. During your days, please bring those goodwill back for us. May God help you and may God bless you. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín o, ẹ ṣé púpọ̀, Adélébárè o, Àrìnàkórè o, Àfòyà ibi o, ẹ máa lọ́rí, ẹ máa bọ̀rí o, ìkọ́ ò kí ń kéjò lọ́nà, ìdágìrì ò kí ń dáládà ń rógún, ìdágìdì ayé kò ní dá yín o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, nǹkan rere báyìí ni gbogbo wa máa bára wa ṣe o. Thank you very much. God bless you and have a wonderful evening.
From here, yes sir, you may have to climb the beach. They won't be able to catch you there, sir. We'll advise that some of us step up stage. This is good. This is beautiful. Congratulations, ODA and the foundation. Aren't we lucky to have His Imperial Splendor having our Father with us? Of the honorees, join them. I have here Mr. Soji Akileye Ogunbiyi, His Imperial Majesty, His Royal Highness, my father, the Ebubiba, Dr. Shegun Aina of the Obafemi Awolowo University. That's Daddy. We're sorry to disturb you immediately after now, and also and all of these photographs will also meeting of Dr. Olubodi. That's Mrs. Aworotie people. I can see the material will recognize you. Thank you very much. Can we bring back the podium, please?
Have to come up stage for his celebration and honor Professor Olu Aina, OFR.
Professor Olu Aina, OFR. Professor Olu Aina, born on October 24th, 1940, in Oton-Ayegbaju, Osun State, is a distinguished academic in vocational and technical education. He studied at Ibadan Polytechnic, Western Michigan University, Northern Michigan University, University of North Dakota, Manchester Business School, and Huddersfield University. His career began as a school teacher and later as a research and graduate assistant in American universities. Aina was a lecturer and professor at Ahmadu Bello University and served as CEO of NAPTEB. He has supervised over 45 theses, published 26 journal articles, and presented 87 papers. Appointed as an ICPC executive member in 2011, Professor Aina is recognized for his contributions to education and public service. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Professor Olu Aina.
Respectfully, I'd like to invite my father, the Onerisha, to respectfully, sir, come up stage again to present these awards along with the ODA chairman. Kabiesio, Kabiesio, Kabiesio. Where are the photographers?
To Professor Olu Aina, OFR, for pioneering and sustaining the birth, progress, and growth of ODA over the years. Congratulations.
Civil Service of Western Nigeria and Oyo State, rising to Permanent Secretary in 1983 and becoming the first secretary to the government and head of service of Osun State in 1991. He was managing director and CEO of NER Fund from 1993 to 1999. Chief Aboaba has been honored with several awards and has served on numerous company boards. His philanthropic efforts include chairing the Timothy Adewale Fasoro Trust Foundation and founding the Modupe Oreoluwa Aboaba Widows Assistance Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate Chief Inaolaji Aboaba.
Association Certificate of Appreciation presented to Chief Inaolaji Aboaba for pioneering and sustaining the birth, progress and growth of ODA over the years. Congratulations.
My father, Prince Tunde Kwanle, OFR, should get set. And also Our Excellency, Otumba Titi Layo Kwanle.
Tunde Kwanle, OFR. Prince Michael Tunde Kwanle from Osun State is a renowned businessman and philanthropist. He led the West Africa Portland Cement Company and later founded Mycom Wires and Cable in 1978, growing it into a leading company. He also established Mycom Golf Conference and Resorts. His philanthropic efforts include the Mycom Foundation for Educational Development and the Mycom Cancer Foundation. Kwanle contributed to COVID-19 strategic planning in Osun State. His legacy is marked by significant investment in business and community development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Prince Tunde Kwanle, OFR.
Osun Development Association Certificate of Appreciation presented to Prince Tunde Kwanle, OFR, for pioneering, sustaining the birth and progress and growth of ODA over the years. Congratulations.
The representative of Chief Benjamin Adigun. Thank you.
Osun Development Association Certificate of Appreciation presented to late Chief Benjamin Adigun for pioneering, sustaining the birth, progress, and growth of Osun Development Association over the years.
The representative of Prince Duro Oyelola. Then the representative of Professor Tunde Odetola after.
Osun Development of Appreciation presented to Prince Duro Oyelola for pioneering and sustaining the birth, progress, and growth of ODA over the years. Congratulations.
Representative of Professor Tunde Odetola. Okay. Mommy is...
Osun State is a pioneering female engineer. She studied applied physics at the University of Ife and earned an MSc in engineering from Trinity College, Dublin. Maduka became principal partner at Lecom Associates in 1975 and founded Friends of the Environment in 1993. She co-founded APWEN in 1982 and served as its first president. She was the first female board member of NNPC and a founding executive member of NLNG. Maduka currently chairs the Power Sector Group of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and serves on the UK Royal Academy of Engineering's Grants Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka, MFR.
Clap for her first before I will even present the... Clap very well now. Osun Development Association Certificate of Appreciation presented to Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka, MFR, for your service and guidance to ODA over the years. Congratulations.
No, hold on, sir. We have one more. Mr. Chris Adetayo will, okay, you're here, sir. There is a special announcement.
Over the last, I joined ODA 6 months ago, and I've witnessed he doesn't know it, but in many ways, his leadership has inspired many of us and caused us to commit resources and time to the advancement of this association. And to his surprise today, on our own, we have chosen to honor him as well. Just as we are honoring everyone, many people here, we consider it worthy that he is also honored today. And so on behalf of the chairman of the planning committee, I have the honor of asking our Imperial Majesty to present him with this award. Thank you.
Finally, Doctor, I know is in my trap now. I will take this award to Ife, and I will present to him in Ife. So by fire, by force, he will learn our culture and heritage. Sheki Shanuo. Bear. Okay, the bears have it. Please give him a resounding round of applause for his exemplary leadership. I just appreciated him not too long ago that, how have you been doing it for the last 7 years? This is a very organized event, very refined, the creme de la creme of Osun. Please clap for us now. Are you jealous of we Osun people? Papa Maduka, you didn't clap very low. We can still withdraw Mama. We can still withdraw Mama. Oh yeah, if you are from Osun, tinu eba du from Osun. Oh yeah, ekpatewo fún wa. We're very proud of what you're doing. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Congratulations, and God bless you. And make sure you get a very good succession plan, because you said you have 1 more year. So we will need one more committed hand that will take it up from where you have done it. The same way Chief Oluwaina did so well. God bless you. Congratulations.
On existing protocols. Basically, the short message I have for us is the fact that we've been putting together new people to come into ODA, because we found out that most of us that are there are advancing in age. So we have, in fact, even reduced the minimum age of joining the association to 25 years, so that we could get people who are just coming out of school to be able to come to be members. So one of the observations I want to make also is the fact that we have 18 people that we are inducting today, but out of the 18, about 6 or 7 of them are in diaspora. And about 5 or 6 of them have also told us that they had some engagement. Some of them are actually in flight, moving into other countries. So, but a few of us that are here, we will want to bring them, to call them out, so that we could administer the induction to them. I think the names of the people that we have, I've seen a number of them here, but let me just run through the names. Whoever hears his name and is here should please come out to the front, since we don't have much time. We have Mr. Ake Ogunati. I don't know if he's around. Then we have Mrs. Folashade Femi Lawal. I know she's around. Can we please clap for them as they come out? That means we have Ms. Fumi Onajide. I'm not sure. We have Professor Adewale Olawoyin. I know he's here. We have Professor Adenike Oladiji. I'm aware that Chief Oye Balogun is not available, so he's not here. We have Dr. Francis Kafajimi, is also not here, he's in Canada. But all the people that are in diaspora have a link, and they are actually watching what we are doing here right now. Then we have Dr. Kunle Ojele, is also in Canada. We have Engineer Adele Falade, is also not available. We have Mr. Olufemi Ogundairo, I think he's around. Inductees that are here. Thank you very much.
We have 7 of the team members present physically, and others are online. I've seen the name of so many of them. Lakesha Anu, Professor Adi, Oladiji, Mary Aino, Akin Ogunranti, the Falade twins, Adegbite and Adeleye, and others who are online. We are seeing you. So please say after me, as part of the process. Hi, you put your name.
I
do solemnly pledge that I shall faithfully serve as a member of Osun Development Association, and will do the best in my ability to observe the tenets of the association. I will also uphold and abide by the ideals and purposes of his constitution at all times, with the aim of furthering the objectives of the association. So help me God.
Of the association.
Congratulations and welcome to the Development Association. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
mama malele, baba malele. Kini baro fún baba, kini baro fún mama, kini baro mama. Kini baro, kini baro, kini baro, kini baro fún mama ni malele. Ani láti gbàrèwé, làwa ti ké lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa. Láti gbàrèwé, làwa ti ké lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa. Màmá mi nílé ń kọ́, ṣó wà dáadáa, ṣó wà dáadáa. Bàbá mi ń kọ́, ṣó wà dáadáa, ṣó wà dáadáa. Ìbí mi ń kọ́ sẹ́, ṣó wà dáadáa, ṣó wà dáadáa. Bèbí mi ń kọ́, ṣó wà dáadáa.
We will respond on behalf of all the honorees, of all the inductees, and on behalf of the Council of Elders and the young trailblazers. Because we are pressed for time, this is the main reason we'll be calling on our father immediately after this photo op to respond on behalf of all the honorees, on behalf of the Council of Elders, the inductees, and the young trailblazers. Set of all the today.
For the organizers also, and to say that when you recognize greatest in anyone and you give him or them the kind of honor that you have done us today, it means you are great yourself. Secondly, thank you very much for clapping to remember that we are giving up completely our right to give any excuse when we are called upon to serve ODA. So even those of us who are getting close to the departure lounge, responsibility is responsibility. If we are called upon for as long as we are alive, I think we should respond. There will be no excuses. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, the executive. Thank you, all those who have done the running around. And this is the biggest event that ODA has witnessed in my own lifetime. Thank you, and I hope that those of us who are waiting to be honored, yours will be bigger. And it will be because you have made a bigger contribution to the development of the association. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you.
BSC, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. It's a pleasure to be here again and an honor to give this vote of thanks. Firstly, I would like to say thank you so much to the founding members for us being here. It is because you dared to dream. That is the reason why we're here.
Well, I mean, I'm extremely honored to have received, being from Osun State, my family members, extremely hardworking people who were very focused on education. My late grandfather was actually a librarian at Obafemi Awolowo University. My late father was a pioneer businessman, Remi Olowude. He founded one of the very first private insurance companies in Nigeria. And so I come from a family of very hardworking, amazing, diligent people. And so I'm so proud today to be receiving this award, and I hope to do amazing things for my state as well. Recognition is always nice. You know, it's always good when you're recognized for the work that you've done, especially when you don't think that anybody is looking, you know, but people are watching. And so I think this will propel me because it's going to help me just remember that I also need to give back to my state. You know, even though I don't live in Osun State, there are many things that I can continue to do for the state as well. So the great thing about technology is that it makes borders borderless, right? So we can talk to anybody anywhere. So I will definitely utilize technology to, you know, reach out to different young people in Osun State. I just met one of the presidents of the Students' Union at one of the universities in Osun. He came to come and say hello to me, and we've exchanged contacts. So I definitely plan to make sure that all the things I teach, you know, leadership, coaching, technology, everything will also go to the people of my state as well.
His Excellency, when we discussed, he said that he has recognized this ODA very much, and that it's a kind of organization that we cannot just do with them. We need to deal with them, to partner with them so they can have a synergy that we can have development going on in Osun. So these are the kind of people that you would like to come on board, partnering with the state to continue his own developmental agenda as well. Quite a lot of sense because, I mean, Osun borders Oyo, Ogun, Ekiti, and Ondo. So we're quite central to all other states, and development in Osun will surely affect other states. And I heard him mention about the Ibadan-Akure road that, you know, actually leads to Osun as well. And he implored the governor to be somebody that will champion the cost of the road, the construction, for a better economic output for the state, which I really, and I'm going to take the message down to His Excellency as well. Today, every local government, as you see in Osun, has a construction going on. I was at Ilesha some 3 weeks ago, whereby the dualization of the road that comes in from Express Road from Akure right into the center of Ilesha in Ereda, about 6.5 kilometers, has been commissioned, has been inaugurated, and the construction is going on as well. I think the government is going to do another launching of the flyover bridge in Ife soonest. Then we have even within Oshogbo. If you get there, you know that is the whole place is the construction site. The governor is doing everything to make sure that infrastructure is put in place to enhance further economic values, so that we can gain from whatever the man is doing as of now. And he's going to leave a legacy behind for whoever is going to come later and for Osun.
Who's your guy? Olumide Apata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road is rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbavo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Assemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue, Abraham Tabernacle, Oba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host, His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC, FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We we no go. I swear you go down low, man, we sabi you. Your kata of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. I swear you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man, we sabi you. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With I swear you go down low. He's sure for us.
Forward ever and go. If I swear they we go prosper. Allah go down, we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor. Forward ever and go. If I swear they we go prosper. Allah go down, we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
Nigeria's return to democratic rule in 1999 was not attained on a silver platter. Many Democrats and progressives endured piercing jackboots of despotic military juntas to the detriment of their lives and that of their family. The military dubiously hinged its incursion into politics on a duty to reserve what it termed the corrupt antics of civilians. But it pathetically ended up like a physician who left an ailment worse than he met it. It exhibited intense anti-democratic acts. The dark days of the military in the country's political space was challenged by the finest of Nigeria's heroes who gave their all for a better Nigeria. They ranged from lawyers, journalists, politicians, labor leaders, activists to academicians, among others. The despots dangled three dangerous options before the enigmatic heroes for daring to seek a better deal for the country. They were to choose from exile, prison, or grave. While some lost their lives to the struggle for a new Nigeria, many others are alive to tell tales of the excruciating moments. In order to create a better society where the voices of the youth will be heard, on Saturday, June 12, 2021, Nigeria's Democracy Day, a group, the Eco Youth, organized a symposium in commemoration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's second-year anniversary as Governor of Lagos State, with the theme, Nigeria's Democracy, Youth on Call. The event was held at the Eco FM Multi-Purpose Hall at Agidingbi, Ikeja, Lagos. In attendance were human rights defender, National Democratic Coalition chieftain, Chief Ayok Badokun, Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Youth, Comrade Saheed Afmoja, Chief Press Secretary to the Lagos State Governor, Boyega Koshile, Barrister Moyo Shiri Ogunlewe, among other distinguished guests. The discussants at the symposium were Mr. Yusuf Temilola Nuruddin, the founder and CEO Dynamic Impact, Gbemisola Osadua, Mr. Dayo Israel, and Barrister Moyo Shiri Ogunlewe. The event commenced with the recitation of the national anthem, after which the SSA to the Governor on Youth, Comrade Saheed Afmoja, delivered the opening remarks. In his remarks, he said the opinion of youth in the state counts and urged all youth to continue to play their own part towards the growth of Lagos State and the country at large.
From time immemorial, the youth of a nation is like a ladder that helps to raise the nation high. They have major strengths of a state and the country at large. Therefore, the importance of youth in democracy can't be undermined but entrenched. In no doubt, this present administration led by the youthful governor with stupendous project to Excellency Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu has not for one sidelined the youth in his administration as he ensures that youth opinion counts in the governance of Lagos State. Can you please give the governor a round of applause? It is worthy to recall and appreciate our national leader, Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu Ìjẹ̀gàbá Mbọ̀gù, who laid the foundation and template for youth to participate and excel in all spheres of government during his tenure as the governor and to date. We would be forever grateful to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. A big round of applause for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The team's agenda of the governor, which is a driving force for a greater Lagos of our dream, embrace youth involvement in all spheres. Also, the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Honorable Shegun Daudu, ensures that all hands are on deck in order not to only accommodate youth, but also help to increase their standard of living through various activities. His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu at all times reiterates his commitment towards youth development in the state. However, governance is a collective exercise. We should continue to play our part by getting involved in leadership. Constructive criticism, support, and leadership. We must understand that no nation strengthens our democracy without patriotic citizens, innovative youth, dutiful leaders, and a peace-loving population.
After his remarks, a short documentary on June 12 was shown to all. This was immediately followed by the keynote address delivered by Chief Ayo Badokun, who urged all to observe a minute's silence in honor of those who lost their lives, one way or the other, during the June 12 struggle. Chief Ayo Badokun noted that so far, Nigeria is yet to become a democratic state, because the influence of the military still holds sway in Nigeria today.
When you guys talk about democracy, I'm amused that I've not seen anything democratic in what you are doing. Yes, there's a civilian government, but not democratic government yet in Nigeria. The military toga is in control, and they are still totally dominating the environment. They put most of you there. Their surrogates, their lieutenants, their supporters, their loyalists, their acolytes are still in control. They use it through so many means. And what's democratic? What have they done to democratize Nigeria? What have they done to make democracy popular? That's why I'm amazed. With the crave you people have for election, how many elections have you conducted since 1999? What are those elections, what have they brought on you to the penalty of Nigerian people? The level of poverty, misery, and deprivation in Nigeria today is unbelievable, too high, that we are called the center capital of poverty in the whole world.
In the remarks of the Chief Press Secretary to the Lagos State Governor, Gboyega Akoshile, he spoke on the achievements of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State and how the governor has continued to actively involve the youth in his administration.
He would have loved to be here, but he couldn't because of other state matters to ensure that all of us are kept safe. But like Baba said rightly, that Mr. Sanwo-Olu is one very uncommon leader. Very uncommon. And one of the things that you find out in leaders is that once they become either governors or senators or presidents, they become inaccessible. But here is a governor. I'm sure if he walks into this place today, anybody who wants to take selfie with him, he will allow. In fact, he will tell the aides, please allow them. He will collect your phone and he will take the selfie with you. He has done that seamlessly everywhere. But, you know, the security people will still have to do their job, especially these days of slapping a president. I mean, that's to, you know, so they still have to do their job. But this is Lagos. Nobody will slap anybody, I can guarantee you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I bring good tidings from Mr. Governor. The man who is excellent in all ramifications, the man whose excellency, really fits, but he decided that he doesn't want to be referred to as his excellency, that it is only God Almighty that is excellent. So I think he deserves a round of applause. Now, this is a man who, when he was campaigning to become governor, a lot of people have forgotten this. I was with him from day one up to the day he completed, and up to the day he was inaugurated. And being his media, assistant, I knew everything he said. Okay? This is a man who kept saying that they will continue from where his predecessor stopped. And that's exactly what he has done. Look around you. Every project you have in Lagos, in fact, in the next 2 years, you will not have abandoned projects in Lagos. Amen?
Swiftly afterwards, the discussants shared their different views on the call for the active involvement of the youth in Nigeria's politics. They all spoke about how the involvement of young minds can change the political landscape of Nigeria for good.
Baba spoke to us from the depth of his heart. He's taken us from the past to where we are today. But one thing that I took away from what he has said is that we should take the space. We should fill in the gap and take responsibility. And that's what, Gbemi has also added. The reality is that we have left the control of our lives for too long in the hands of those that may not have our interest. And what am I talking about? The reality is that, from what Baba was saying, is that we have a duty. He said we have seen in the governor somebody we can look like, somebody we can aspire to be, someone that we can drive to become. But the reality also is that we can look at people like Baba as well, and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Nelson Mandela, and see people who stood up in their generation to fill in the gap and take the space. Because like BSC will say, power is not served a la carte. Nobody will give you an opportunity upon a platter of gold. You have to seize the opportunity.
It is not just enough for us to sit down as young people, as armchair critics, just like the lesson we are taking from what Baba has shared with us today. The challenge is for us to come out as devoted and committed collaborators. Just like my honorable here is taking action already, being an aspirant in the upcoming election. It's not just enough for us to fold our hands and say, oh, it is them, then this is us. We should take action. However, that is not to say I'm insensitive to some of the challenges that we face as young people, because as a young person myself, I know those realities. So since this is a dialogue, I'm not just saying this is what the youth can do, but I'm also saying, because I know we have some of our elders in this auditorium today, to also please encourage and create the enabling environment for young people to thrive.
For us to be taken serious, because we're a generation of people that has been misrepresented. A lot of stories have been told about us. And we have not been given the opportunity to sit at that table to tell our own stories. So it is now upon us to change the narrative. Now, when you say politics about participation, nobody is going to come into your bedroom to tell you to come and get involved. You need to, at first, step out of your room, look at the right people to connect with, then you take it on from there. Now, there are opportunities that are given to young people, particularly in Lagos State, that have not been properly channeled in the right direction. Part of it is that I think there is a National Youth Council of Nigeria, there is a Lagos chapter. Now, what I think this group, Lagos Youth Parliament and so on and so forth, what I think we need to start doing is that we do not need to be an appendage of a politician. What we need to do is to begin to come up with evidence-based policies that will tell the people our yearnings and aspirations as young people.
They say politics very dirty, but guess what? You cannot sit there and then they tell you it's dirty. There's nothing dirty in it. Get involved. Yes, it's going to be difficult to get involved and make sure that your position is heard. So for me, 2015, 2019, that happened, and then here I am today. I'm the candidate of the whole Progressive Congress at the Coastal Federal Government. So what I'm saying is, you have to be consistent as a young man. You have to be very, very consistent. And let me also say it again, when you are getting involved in politics, if you are a member of a student union, please, just put that aside and come and learn the game. Thank you and God bless you.
BOS and Biscon TV crew, in an interview with some of the participants at the event, praised Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration for carrying the youth along, with about 40% of his cabinet members as youth. They also spoke on how democracy has evolved over the years, stating that it is a gradual process before we can get to the promised land.
The democratic foundation. If as you are laying the foundation, some people are destroying it. So it is not as if it is not a linear process whereby you go from here to that place. It's a dialectical process whereby you move 2 steps and you are sent back 3 steps. The problem that Nigeria is having now in terms of insecurity and so on is moving us so many steps backwards. If you don't do the needful, after some time, this democracy cannot handle insecurity.
We are not yet there, no doubt about that, but we're gradually getting there. It wasn't the way we were in 1999 that we are today. There's a lot of changes now. We can see that in 2015, another government took over, another party took over from the party that was there then. So it shows that we can revolve, we can change governance, we can determine who leads us through the ballot and not through the bullets. To me, I believe the youth are involved, and youth involvement at times depends on the kind of leaders you are having. You understand? I mean the person in charge. It depends on how that person is able to value or understand the value of youth. Even for the fact that the youth are clamoring for more involvement, more engagement, there are some leaders who don't really understand the value of youth. So for those who understand the value of youth, absolutely they are doing that. They are engaging us, and there are lots of youth, who have been involved in the decision making, the governance, and leadership. We have so many of them in Lagos. Understand? I understand Lagos, and we have so many of them in Lagos. They all start from Ashwaju, down to the governor, and even at the cabinet, we have young people who are involved. We have young people who are GMs, who are general managers of parastatals. Many of we, the SSAs, are young people. So here in Lagos, we're actually actively involved.
From Biscon Communications, it's Happy Democracy Day to all Nigerians.
Edo people, who's your guy? Olumide Akpata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road is rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
You are cordially invited to the third annual choir festival with the theme Messiah My Father. The choir festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Assemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize 3 million naira, second prize 1.5 million naira, third prize 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle or Ba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go down low, man we sabi. Your better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Asway Odalu, he sure for us. Forward ever and go. If Asway they get, we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. Asway Odalu for governor. Forward ever and go. If Asway they get, we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor. Sure you go vote for PDP. Oh yes. PDP. Oh yes.
As the Biscon Tv show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Tv show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Tv show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Tv show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egbaland 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, NIS to unveil user-friendly e-visa channel. For the government to review outdated MDA's policies. In business news, PalmPay resumes onboarding of new customers. On the foreign scene, Rishi Sunak launches manifesto with national insurance cuts. And in the weather sports, Eagles 2026 World Cup bid shaky after loss to Benin. Now the news in full. The Controller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, Kemi Nandap, has announced plans to inaugurate a more accessible e-visa application channel for short visits in line with the Nigeria Visa Policy 2020. Nandab said this in her address delivered at the graduation ceremony of the 12th Command Course of the Immigration Command and Staff College in Sokoto. A statement by the Service Public Relations Officer, Kenneth Udo, on Tuesday in Abuja stated that the Controller General was represented by Assistant Controller General George Dido. The Controller General said the new channel was designed to streamline visa processes, foster foreign direct investments, and boost tourism. The Controller General reiterated her commitment towards the full implementation of the e-border project. Nandab said this included installing e-gates at international airports in Lagos and Abuja and integrating the Advanced Passenger Information System. Nandab emphasized the need to revitalize NIS divisional offices and called for improved participation in Security Council meetings. Now, the federal government has said it has discovered some ministries, departments, and agencies of government with outdated policies. This is as the government said plans were ongoing to revise the outdated policies to meet current realities. The Special Advisor to the President on Policy Coordination, Hadiza Bala Osman, disclosed this in Abuja Monday during the inauguration of the Committee for the Review and Harmonization of Sectoral Policies. Bala Osman noted the move was part of the efforts of the incumbent administration to enhance efficiency within the public sector. Bala Osman assured all that the planned review would not affect activities at the affected MDAs. The Director General of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Professor Ayo Omotayo, said the major hindrance to policy development in Nigeria has consistently been the tendency of MDAs to operate in isolation. And according to him, the President has deemed it fit that there is a need for harmony in what happens in the policy ecosystem and has appointed a special advisor to look into the matter. In another story, economist and managing director of financial derivatives, Bismarck Rowani, has stated that the latest directive of the Central Bank of Nigeria to international oil companies on the sale of foreign exchange on the official market would strengthen the naira. Rowani said this during his presentation at the monthly breakfast meeting of the Lagos Business Desk, which he titled Nigerian Economy on the Brink, Adapt or Collapse. He also called for an increase in telecoms tariffs as well as price deregulation to reverse the stagnant growth in the sector. According to the economist, price controls deter investment, impacting service quality, and the decline in telecom sector investments limits infrastructure development and technological advancements. He mentioned that the best course of action to address the challenges in the sector is to temporarily raise tariffs to cover the marginal cost and ensure the effectiveness of the Consumer Protection Agency. And in the long term, there should be price deregulation. The telecoms industry is connected to other sectors of the economy, including banking, manufacturing, agri, trade, and even the country's electoral system. Speaking on the recently released gross domestic product figure for the first quarter of 2024, Rowani said that while the growth was positive, it was tepid, with most of employment-elastic sectors either slowing or contracting. Coming up next is business news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to business news. PalmPay has announced that it has resumed onboarding users and merchants on its mobile app. A statement issued by PalmPay noted that the development highlighted its commitment to transforming Nigeria's financial sector with secure, efficient solutions, while closely working with the apex regulatory body. The PalmPay's commitment to excellence and financial security remains unwavering as it drives financial inclusion. Despite the growing interest in cryptocurrency, PalmPay does not permit cryptocurrency or virtual asset trading on its platform, and this is in line with the Central Bank of Nigeria's regulations to protect the financial ecosystem. He emphasized that the company's core mission remains focused on providing a safe and reliable platform for the everyday financial needs of customers. He added that for better payment security and regulatory supervision, all new users are required to validate either their NIN or BVN when registering. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to foreign news. The Conservatives promised a further 2% cut in employee national insurance by April 2027 as they launch their election manifesto. The manifesto also pledges to scrap the main rate of self-employed national insurance by the end of the parliament, and it promises a regular rhythm of flights to Rwanda every month, taking migrants across the channel. At the manifesto launch, Rishi Sunak says the Conservatives will halve migration and reduce it every single year. He earlier announced a stamp duty cut for some first-time buyers, a new Help to Buy scheme, and tax cut for landlords who sell to tenants. Keir Starmer, however, says Labour won't match the 2% national insurance cut for employees and accuses the Tories of a Jeremy Corbyn-style manifesto. Labour are setting out their own pledges, including an extra 100,000 dental appointments for children, ahead of their manifesto launch on Thursday. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's now time for sports news. The chances of the Super Eagles making it to the enlarged 2026 FIFA World Cup to be co-hosted by Canada, Mexico and USA now rest on a cliffhanger following coach Finidi George-led side's 2-1 loss to neighboring Republic of Benin yesterday at the Felix Houphouët-Boigny Stadium in Abidjan. It was the first loss for the Super Eagles in the qualifiers after an identical 1-1 draw in the opening 3 matches against Lesotho at home, Zimbabwe away, and South Africa at home. The 3-time African champions are now second from bottom of Group C with 3 points from 4 matches, while Benin, led by former Super Eagles coach Gernot Rohr, shot to the top of the standing on 7 points. Technically, Nigeria would possibly need to win all of her remaining 6 matches to automatically make the World Cup party again since Russia 2018, after the country failed to make it to Qatar 2022. Meanwhile, coach Finidi George has seemingly berated the Super Eagles' faint-hearted approach towards the 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign. So to come is entertainment news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back to Biscon Television News, now to entertainment news. Canadian singer Celine Dion has shared that she hid her struggle with stiff person syndrome for 17 years before revealing it to the public. In an interview with Hoda Kotb on the Today Show this week, Celine Dion revealed that she was secretly battling the illness while managing her late husband, Rene Angeli's cancer battle, and raising their children. The 56-year-old singer, who first revealed her diagnosis in 2022, confessed that she has been experiencing symptoms way back in 2008. According to her, they did not know what was going on with her. She should have stopped and taken the time to figure it out, she added. And like it wasn't enough, her husband was fighting for his own life, and she had to raise her kids, so she had to hide, had to try to be a hero while feeling her body leaving her, she narrated. The Think Twice crooner explained that she eventually opened up about her illness because keeping it from the people who got her to where she was a huge burden. Celine Dion recently stated that her stiff person syndrome feels like she's being strangled. She added that she often suffers from cramps and had even broken some ribs. And that's the news for now on Biscon Television, compiled and produced by Sarah Abiodun. Now the last line. Stephanie Perkins said, "The more you know who you are and what you want, the less you let things upset you." I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome again today on Biscon TV for newspaper review. My name is Sarah Abiodun and I'll be taking you through the papers, and I'll be starting with New Telegraph. First headline here says CBN external debt servicing go up $2.19 billion in 5 months. Allocations: federal government, states, local government share 1.14 trillion naira for May. That's on page 8. Foreign airlines return to full capacity, offer cheaper fares, more seats, seek more frequencies expansion in Nigeria. That's on page 2. Alaafin stool have no anointed candidate, says Makinde. Elevates 12 Oyo chiefs. That's on page 28. Alleged 2.8 billion naira fraud. EFCC opens case against Sirika. Others. That's on page 3. Insecurity. Terrorist kingpin killed. 2 soldiers shot in Niger. Southeast among highest in human trafficking. NAPTIP. That's on pages 4 and 5. Rep seeks rotational 6-year single term for presidents, governors, 2 VPs. Wants all election in 1 day. Mandatory electronic transmission of results. You can read all of that on page 3. Southwest governors condemn agitations for Oodua Republic. Sanwo-Olu replaces Akeredolu as chair. That's on page 2. Aircraft carrying Malawi vice president goes missing. That's on page 5. Tinubu removes Arase, appoints Argungu as new PSC chair. Shaidu now NPTF boss. That's on page 3. Customs intercept 129,185 liters of fuel worth 90.5 million naira in Northwest. That's on page 8. 27 Rivers lawmakers still PDP members court rules. That's on page 4. Minimum wage. Labour awaits Tinubu's executive bill to determine next line of action. SGF receives tripartite panel report. You can read all of that on pages 2 and 5. And lastly, for New Telegraph, we have in evening physical activity lowers blood sugar levels. That's according to study, and that's on page 30. Now to this day. Southwest governors adopt common agenda for region's prosperity. Economic integration, security, food production top priority at meeting. Back State Police, Sanwo-Olu's emerges forum's chairman. That's on page 14. FAAC disburses 1.143 trillion naira as Federation account grossed over 2.324 trillion naira in May. That's on page 14. Lawmaker seeks rotational presidency, 6 years single term for president, governors and proposed bills. That's on page 14. Labour's deadline for new wage expires today. LCCI calls for flexibility in negotiation. States urge federal government to gradually phase out electricity subsidies in power sector, says money spent on inefficient cost. Strategic partnership for people's welfare. And that's it for this day. Now to the Vanguard. Banks borrowed 10.9 trillion naira from CBN in 1 month as deposits rise 120%. That's on page 19. NDDC proposes 1.911 trillion naira as 2024 budget. That's on page 10. PDP membership. 25 lawmakers, Rivers government disagree over court order. That's on page 10 also. And Algon rejects 62,000 naira minimum wage. You can get that on page 14. 10th NAS. 24 senators have no bill in 1 year. 85 senators sponsor 279 bills. Bamidele leads with 23. Barao 17. Sani Musa 8. Umai sponsored 1 bill before accepting ministerial appointment. You can read that on page 5. Reps propose single tenure of 6 years for president, governors. Tinubu replaces IGP Arase with Argungu as chairman, Police Service Commission. That's on page 26. Minimum wage. SGF receives tripartite committee report. You can read that on page 9. Sanwo-Olu emerges chairman of Southwest Governors Forum. You can read that on page 14. And lastly, for the sports, we have Benin Republic 2, Nigeria 1. Cheetahs rubbish Finidis Eagles. World Cup hopes in shambles. And that's it for the Vanguard. Now moving on to the Nigerian Tribune. Southwest governors restate support for state police. Appoint Sanwo-Olu as forum's chairman. Adopt anthem for region. That's on page 16. Founder of Stanbic IBTC, Atedo Putasai, retires after 35 years in service. That's on page 7. Liquidity bane of power sector. Finance Minister. That's on page 7. 35 reps seek rotational presidency, single tenure of 6 years. Institute overs 50 reform bills. You can read that on page 15. Federal government, states, local governments share 1.14 trillion naira May revenue. That's on page 6. NNPCL disowns report on alleged inflated subsidy claims. That's on page 6 also. And Tinubu removes Arase as Police Service Commission chairman. You can read that on page 30. Reps probes increase in electricity tariff today. Minister of Power disclosed to make presentations. You can read that on page 3. Rivers crisis. Attorney General disagrees with court ruling on 26 Rivers Assembly members. That's on page 15. Protest rocks on door over EFCC invasion of nightclubs. Police, state government call for calm. That's on page 26. And lastly, for the Nigerian Tribune, we have Labour never contemplated 100,000 naira wage, let alone 62,000 naira. NLC debunks rumor of strike presumption today. Federal government receives report of new minimum wage from committee. You can read that on page 30. Now to the Daily Trust. 30 reps advocate 6-year single term for president, governors. That's on page 13. Hoodlums jump fence, steal Salaram in FCT Council. That's on page 20. Bandits kill 4 officers. Take that again. Bandits kill 4 officers, 22 others in Katsina. Police. That's on page 7. Minimum wage. We won't accept 100,000 naira. Labour. Ajero in Geneva says no strike for now. Local governments can't pay 62,000 naira. Algon. Suspends or a tripartite committee submits reports to Tinubu. You can read all of that story on pages 4. Joyce Bank finances 10,000 hectare rice farm in Bauchi. That's on page 23. Aircraft carrying Malawi vice president missing. Search underway. That's on page 5. Dangote Sinotruck targets 60% local content with new plants. And that's all of it for Daily Trust. Now to the Punch. Minimum wage. Labour insists on 250,000 naira. Awaits Tinubu's verdict. NLC president berates governors. Says president will do the right thing. That's on page 28. Federal government services debt with $2.2 billion in 5 months. CBN. That's on page 19. Smuggled Nigerian petrol floods West African market, says 1,700 naira per litre. Petrol hits 1,672 naira per litre in Benin. Cameroon 2,062 naira. Liberia 1,428 naira. And Mali 2,128 naira. 280 liters intercepted in Adamawa, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, Borno, Taraba, and Ogo. You can read all of that on page 2. Southwest Governors Forum insists on state police elect Sanwo-Olu chair. That's on page 7. Reps propose rotational presidency, 6-year single term. That's on page 14. Police foil American suicide attempt on 3rd Mainland Bridge. That's on page 4. And lastly, for the Punch, we have 2.7 billion naira fraud. Ex-director testifies against Sirica. You can read that on page 14. Now to the Nation. Nigeria conducive for business, Edun tells multinationals. Microsoft retains interest. That's on page 5. Alleged 423 billion naira fraud. EFCC raises team to probe El-Rufai, others. That's on page 5. Tinubu yet to get minimum wage tripartite committee reports. That's on page 5 also. And CBN reaffirms financial stability of banks. That's on page 7. Argongo replaces Arase as PSC chair. That's on page 25. Eagles World Cup qualification shaky. You can read that on page 30. Rivers G27 lawmakers remain PDP members. Court rules. They are to make laws for state, says George. State government falls RHC judgment. Lloyd, verdict unassailable. Southwest governors go into massive flood production. Region rejects Yoruba agitation. Ohe State Police. Sanwo-Olu is chair. Commissioners for Agriculture of all the states should set up a working template which will ensure collaboration based on each state's comparative advantage. Sirica's in-law failed to execute 2.8 billion naira contract. Ex-director tells court. That's on page 6, and that's it for the Nation. Now, lastly for today, we have The Guardian. Piecemeal restructuring. Raw has House revives single 6-year tenure bill after 4 failed attempts. That's on page 6. Face out electricity subsidy. 36 governors tells federal government. You can read that on page 3. 4.8 million persons at risk of acute hunger in Northeast. FAO warns. That's on page 30. Bandits shoot soldiers, kill several persons in Niger, Katsina. That's on page 30. Power crisis deepens as Gencos receive 4.7% of invoiced amounts. That's on page 15. Labour insists on 250,000 naira as state governors earn 6.71 trillion naira in 1 year. That's on page 6. Embattled Rivers lawmakers remain in PDP. Court rules. That's on page 7. And lastly for today and for The Guardian, we have youth protest EFCC's raid on Ondo night clubs. You can read that on page 8. And now we've come to the end of paper review for today. Thank you for watching.
Who's your guy? Olumide Akpata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, Forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Ensemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize, 3 million naira. Second prize, 1.5 million naira. Third prize, 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle or Ba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go man we sabi. You got better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswai Odalu, he sure for us.
Forward ever and go. If Aswai there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswai Odalu for governor. Forward ever and go.
Mama,
if Aswai there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswai Odalu for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
On Sunday, June 9, 2024, Honorable Otumba Stephen Ogundigbe began his 60th birthday celebrations with a heartfelt Thanksgiving service at All Saints Anglican Church in Oshodi, Lagos. Honorable Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogundigbe is a distinguished Nigerian politician currently serving as a member representing the Oshodi Isolo 2 constituency at the Lagos State House of Assembly. He also holds the position of Chairman of the House Committee on Information, Strategy and Security. Additionally, Honorable Ogundigbe is the immediate past Vice Chairman of Nigeria's prestigious Premier Social Club, the Island Club. Joining the celebrant, Honorable Stephen Ogundigbe, were his family, friends, fellow lawmakers, party members, members of the prestigious Island Club, and well-wishers. The service began with an opening prayer, a processional hymn, and a vibrant praise and worship session. Scripture readings were taken from Deuteronomy 6, verse 17 to 25, Psalm 71, verse 16 to 24, Romans 6, verse 3 to 11, and the Gospel of John 15, verse 5 to 11.
Know ye not that so many of us, as you are baptized into Christ, we are baptized into his death. Therefore, we are lured with him by baptism into death, that like as Christ was raised up from the dead by the glory of the Father, even so we also should walk in newness of life. For if we have been planted together in the likeness of his death, we shall be also likeness of his resurrection. Knowing this, that our old man is crucified with him, that the body of sin may be destroyed, that henceforth we should not serve sin. For he that is dead is freed from sin. Now, if we be died with Christ, we believe we shall also live with him. Knowing that Christ, being raised from death, dies no more, death has no more dominion over us. For in that he died not unto sin once, but in that he liveth unto God. The last verse here. Likewise reckon ye unto yourself to be dead indeed unto sin, but alive unto God through Jesus Christ our Lord. May God bless the hearing of his words.
Following the readings, Venerable Dr. Kelvin Tokwe Takbere praised Honorable Ogundipe for beginning his milestone celebration in the presence of God. He then delivered a soul-stirring sermon on the significance of dying to sin and living in Christ Jesus.
So we congratulate you and your wife and the entire family. But that congratulation is our congratulation together, the entire All Saints Anglican Church. Okiwa ku orire. Ayọ̀ náà á kalẹ̀ lórúkọ Jésù. And then for those of us who know God, we will then know that this is a blessing from God. And then you will first of all return your thanks to God in the midst of your people. And you celebrate and you rejoice. Ṣó lẹ́ni tó wà nínú chọ́ọ̀chì tó rí Ọlọ́run rí tó mọ bó ṣe rí? Hello. Ọ̀túnba Ayeye, you are 60 now, sir. Ẹ ti rí Ọlọ́run rí. Èmi gan tí mo wàásù mi ò rí rí, mo sì ń bẹ bóyá mo lè rí njọ́ kan ní kí n tó kúrò láyé. Ọmọ mọ̀ pé ó wà. Jésù Olúwa àti àpọ́stélì rẹ̀ John wọ́n ní arákùnrin rẹ̀ tó rí rere tó o bá ṣe fún o ṣe fún dání o ṣe fún Ọlọ́run. That's how to serve God. That's how to love God. That's how to be of use to God. And that is the promise of government. Àti ẹ̀yin tí a fi àṣẹ lé lọ́wọ́, that is what you promise. Ọlọ́run tó dẹ̀ fàṣẹ sí ohun tó fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe tó fi ṣe àṣẹ sí nìyẹn. Olúwa dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń gbé yín ga ẹ tí ń kúrò nínú oko ẹrú ẹ̀ ní padà síbẹ̀ láéláé. Do not go back there. Serve your essence. Serve your essence.
Fervent prayers were offered for the celebrant, his family, the congregation, and the nation before the reception of the Holy Communion. The high point of the service was a jubilant Thanksgiving session where Honorable Stephen Ogundipe, joined by his family and a distinguished assembly of friends, constituency members, and well-wishers, expressed gratitude and joy. Church associations also presented gifts to the celebrant. In his response, Honorable Otuba Stephen Ogudigbe expressed deep appreciation to his esteemed colleagues for joining him in the celebration.
Special day for me, and they should join me in my church. And I know it was not that easy, especially last week and today. We've been going through a lot. So for me to see this magnitude of them on ground, I am really impressed, and I have to appreciate them. So please help me appreciate them.
Thank you.
Speaking during the service, Honorable Noim Adams, Majority Leader of the Lagos State House of Assembly, described Honorable Ogudigbe as a vocal and esteemed lawmaker who is a source of pride for the entire House.
On behalf of Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Adelabasa, our members of the House of Assembly that are here today, Honorable Ogudigbe, the member of the House of Assembly, the Chairman of the House Committee on Information and Strategy, we are proud of you. On the floor of the House, you are always vocal, vibrant, versatile, and enjoyable friend to the members of the House of Assembly. In fact, I must confess, we are proud of you. Anytime we have any program, it's one of our committed of us. How you wish to make things successful. So we are proud of you. And once again, on behalf of the Speaker, I want to congratulate you on your same birthday. We'll still come back and celebrate 70. We'll come and celebrate 80, 90, 100. In wealth and health, so shall it be. You continue to grow higher. You will not come down again. Thank you very much. And our Commissioner to sir, Commissioner for Local Government and Mr. Robert, thank you very much.
Further presentations were then made by the Apex APC Oshodi Isolo constituency and the Baptist Boys High School Old Students Association, class of 82, led by its president, Tunde Uluwashola, before the conclusion of the service. Following the Thanksgiving service, a grand reception took place at the Peacock Hall of the Island Club, where family, friends, and well-wishers enjoyed an evening of unforgettable entertainment and refreshments. The event was honored by the presence of distinguished lawmakers, esteemed members of the Island Club, and other notable friends and well-wishers from various fields. In attendance, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, led by the Honorable Speaker Mudashiru Obasa, Jagumolu Rotimi Martins, Chairman of the Island Club, Otumba Kehinde Aremushita, former Chairman of the Island Club, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Distinguished Member and Chairman CEO of Biscon Communications, and many other distinguished guests. The celebratory mood was elevated as the elite band filled the hall with melodious music. A highlight of the evening was a special presentation to the celebrant by members of the prestigious club, led by its president, Jagumolu Rotimi Martins. In his response, Honorable Ogudigbe expressed deep gratitude for the outpouring of love and praised the club for its unifying values.
And the ESCO, God will continue to honor you. And to all my great heroes and the Regbe and our bro, be Odaride, I want to put this on. That one bro, be Odaride. The first of you, Ogudigbe is now 60. I'm an elder in my own right. Up here, I want to appreciate you. God bless you.
Following the recitation of the club's anthem, the elite band once again took over, captivating the guests with exhilarating music that kept the merriment going until the event's conclusion. On Saturday, May 25th, 2024, the prestigious Champion Newspaper Annual Awards took place at Eko Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos. The event gathered an impressive array of dignitaries from diverse fields. They include the chief host, Dr. Mrs. Nwaduto Ihe Akanwa, Group Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of Champion Newspaper Limited, along with her husband, Pastor Uche Ihe Akanwa. The chairman of the occasion was Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired, former military administrator of Lagos State and current chairman CEO of the NDLEA. In attendance were His Excellency Chukwuma Soludo, the Executive Governor of Anambra State, represented by his deputy, Gilbert Onyekachukwu Ibezim, His Excellency Babagana Umara Zulum, Governor of Borno State, represented by his deputy, Umar Usman Kadafor, His Excellency Umar Basi Ena, Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, represented by Honorable Ini M.M. Obong, Commissioner for Information, Mr. Donald Duke, former Governor of Cross River State, Honorable Dr. Apike Dabiri Erewa, Chairman and CEO of the Nigeria Diaspora Commission, Senator Usita Izunaso, among many others. The event commenced with a national anthem and an opening prayer led by Pastor Uche Ihe Akanwa. In her welcome address, Dr. Mrs. Nwaduto Ihe Akanwa, GMD Editor-in-Chief of Champion Newspaper, extended a warm welcome to all esteemed guests. She provided a brief historical overview and the significance of the Champion Newspaper Annual Awards, as well as an outline of the day's agenda.
I'm very humbled in welcoming you, our esteemed guests, to yet again another outlandishly positive and stylishly crafted event, structured to serve as a tonic to the efforts, dedication, and tenacity of purpose of persons, institutions, and organizations who have over the years constantly made sacrifices in advancing the fortunes of Nigerian nation and her people. Our gathering here this evening is nothing short of celebration of excellence. All the award winners have distinguished themselves in different areas of life. And it's noteworthy that that's the reason why we are having this event, to encourage those who probably have lost hope in Nigeria and who feel that Japa mentality is the best. No. I personally feel, it's my personal opinion, that God made us Nigerians for a reason, and everything we need is here. But it's just for us to look in and harness opportunities in it.
Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired, in his opening remarks, expressed his delight in attending the ceremony, describing it as one of Nigeria's premier award events. He commended Champion newspaper for consistently honoring deserving individuals and highlighted the rigorous selection process for awardees.
The Champion newspapers we know very well is an excellent house, very credible, extremely readable, and has been in existence for over 3 decades. Now the business tonight is to give awards to deserving persons and organizations who have done very well and excelled in their various fields. These awards don't come easy. The process is very, very meticulous and scrupulous. And I know that all the awardees deserved those awards fair and square. The purpose of awards such as this is to encourage the recipients to do even more in their areas of expertise, in their areas of calling, and also to let Nigerians and the world to know that if you work hard enough and receive an award, there's a reward for it. I should take this opportunity at this time to congratulate all the awardees for a job well done.
As chairman of the NDLEA, Marwa also took the opportunity to address the pressing issue of drug abuse in the country.
Clearly, 80 to 90% of us here are parents. And as parents, we have responsibilities for our children, to bring our children up properly and to lay the correct example. Any parent who does drugs and sends the children to buy already is putting he's laying the carpets for the child to follow his footsteps. Because one day that child is going to say, let me try this thing that mama or papa is sending me to buy. We must begin by setting the right example, and we should pay more attention to our children. Please, we should bring our children up properly like the old times.
The event featured a captivating dance performance by the Afric Image Concept Dance Troupe. Highlight of the evening was the award presentations, recognizing outstanding contributions across various sectors. The Champion Newspaper Face of Democracy Award was presented to the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umar Basi Ena, ably represented.
Ably represented by the Commissioner of Information and Transport, I present this award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I bring you greetings from Akwa Ibom State, and on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umar Basi Ena, we want to thank you for this award, and we hope that this event, at the end of the day, all beneficiaries in this event, they're happy that we're here to be recognized. Once again, on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Chief Diana Chen, Chairman of CIG Motors, received the Champion Newspaper Auto Company of the Year Award. Dr. Toya Patrick Cole, ably represented, was honored with the Champion Newspaper National Peace Ambassador for the Year 2023 Award, while Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, Chairman and CEO of the Nigeria Diaspora Commission, received the 2023 Champion Newspaper Excellence in Service Award.
On behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Champion newspapers, I would like to present this award as 2023 Champion Newspapers Excellence in Service Award. Well done.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Champion Newspapers, for considering me deserving of this Woman of Excellence Award. Coming from you, it's an honor. I'm humbled, and I'm honored, and I'm privileged. Only shows that you have to work harder and harder and harder.
The Champion Newspaper Heart of Gold Award was bestowed upon Mr. Blessing Agofure and Mr. Eddie Efekoha, Chairman and CEO of Consolidated Hallmark PLC, was named Champion Newspaper Insurance CEO of the Year. Rear Admiral Dr. Kashim Musa Bushi was recognized as the most outstanding public servant for the year 2023. Engineer Dr. Lars Richer, MD of Julius Berger Nigeria Limited, received the Excellence in Corporate CSR Award. Mr. Rashid Bolariwa, Head of Corporate Communication at Polaris Bank, was awarded the Media Manager of the Year Award. Lady Ada Chukwudozie, Chairman of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Southeast Zone, received the Champion Most Outstanding Icon of the Year Award. The Champion Newspaper Governor of the Year Award went to His Excellency Charles Chukwuma Soludo, represented by his deputy, Dr. Gilbert Ibezim.
Be complete without proficient mention of Professor Charles Soludo, his work at the Central Bank and the work he's doing at Anambra State. He's not here with us, but he's ably represented by the Deputy Governor, so it's my honor to pass this on to you, and please do give him our regards, warm regards, and our warm regards, and encourage him to do more for our state and our nation. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, deeply appreciate this award. First, we dedicate it to the Almighty God. Secondly, to the solution team, the people in government who have made this to work. And thirdly, to Ndi Anambra in general. This is work in progress. And to him who much is given, much is expected.
Senator Osita Izunaso was honored as the Champion Newspaper Senator of the Year, while Captain Chris Ona Najomo, Acting Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority, received the Champion Newspaper Aviation Pillar of the Year Award.
I was waiting for this several years because I'm sure Your Excellency, the chairman who I flew for so many years ago, knows that out of my citation, while I was flying for him, I won the Best Pilot of the Year award. At the same time, the airline was the Best Airline of the Year award at that time. It's been such a long journey, 43 years of flying in the skies, and I give all glory to God. I know that the Managing Director of Champion has followed me all the way from my Okada days, Oriental days, and now. It's not easy. It's all by the grace of God for you to fly for 43 years, non-stop, with no blemish. I give God all the glory. Most of my fans here, I know you all call me what?
The Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, was named Champion Newspaper Most Outstanding Government Agency of the Year. Mr. Oliver Alawuba, Group Managing Director of United Bank of Africa, UBA, was honored with the Champion Newspaper Man of the Year Award. His Excellency, Peter Obi, was recognized with the Champion Newspaper Most Impactful Politician of the Fourth Republic Award.
2023 Champion Newspapers Philanthropist of the Year. Congratulations.
First, I want to say thank you to Champion Newspaper for deeming it fit to recognize my presence amongst the 200 million Nigerians. I feel very privileged. Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't take these awards for granted. It's a sign of accomplishment for me and doing the right thing. And I stand here to dedicate it to every giving heart. Every giving heart, this is for you. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Lastly, Barrister Mrs. Catherine Uju Ifejika, OFR, Chairman and CEO of Britannia U, received the Champion Newspaper Most Outstanding Corporate Leader of the Year award.
I want to say a big thank you to the board and management of Champion Newspaper for this honor. The honor is very remarkable in the sense that the honor would not have come without someone like my husband standing by me, my children, all there for me, both adopted and biological, and the staff of Britannia U. So if they are celebrating Mrs. Uju Ifejika as the corporate leader or anything, a tree cannot make a forest. Everything that we've been able to achieve is done in collaboration with my team, the board, the management and staff of Britannia U. And we are saying that we are going to do even greater things. Thank you.
The 2024 Champion Newspaper Awards concluded on a jubilant note, celebrating excellence and outstanding achievements across the nation.
Who's your guy? Olumide Apata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
On Friday, May 24, 2024, the 12th edition of the annual Vanguard Personality of the Year Awards for the year 2023 was held at the prestigious Eco Hotels and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos. The annual event, organized by Vanguard newspapers, honors distinguished Nigerians who have achieved excellence in their respective fields. The ceremony was chaired by His Excellency Mr. Donald Duke, former governor of Cross River State, and attended by an array of eminent personalities from various sectors. The chief host for the evening was Uncle Sam Amuka, chairman and founder of Vanguard newspaper. Among the dignitaries in attendance were His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by Barrister Abimbola Hundeyin, Secretary to the State Government of Lagos, Senator Ademola Adeleke, Governor of Osun State, His Excellency Peter Umba, Executive Governor of Enugu State, represented by his deputy, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, Executive Governor of Edo State, represented by his deputy, Omobayo Godwins, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, First Lady of Edo State, General Ike Unwachuku, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chief Olabode George, PDP chieftain and former military governor of Ondo State, Oba Dr. Alade Toyinbo Ogunlade Deji of Akure, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications, Bashorun Dele Momodu, CEO and founder of Ovation Media. Lady Maiden Ibru, chair and publisher of the Guardian newspaper. Amaju Pinnick, former president of the Nigerian Football Federation, among many others. The event commenced with the Nigerian national anthem, led by Blessing Wilson. Mr. Eze Anaba, editor of Vanguard newspaper and president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, delivered a welcome address, providing a brief historical overview of the awards and outlining the night's agenda.
In recognizing these outstanding individuals, we are also celebrating the values they represent, which are integrity, ingenuity, resilience, and the drive to push boundaries. Their successes remind us of what is possible when talent meets opportunity and when we support one another in our pursuits. This ceremony gives us an opportunity to acknowledge the outstanding effort of our awardees, their relentless pursuit of excellence, and a commitment to making a positive impact. This is what Vanguard newspaper stands for. For the past 40 years, Vanguard newspapers has lived up to its motto, which is fighting for the better life for the people through its unceasing drive to create an environment that will make talents, such as the ones we are celebrating tonight, thrive. Therefore, this should be a night of recognition and celebration. On behalf of all of us at Vanguard Newspapers, I invite you to sit back, have fun, and enjoy a lovely evening. Thank you.
The award presentations began with the Vanguard Lifetime Achievement Awards, honoring Chief Olabode George, PDP chieftain and former military governor of Ondo State, Chief Gabriel Igbenedion Esama of Benin Kingdom, Chief Olusegun Oshunkeye, former MD CEO and chairman of Nestle Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Vero Igbe, notable industrialist and philanthropist from Benin, Pastor Ayo Orishajafo, Mrs. Victoria Sampson, MD of Bovas Group, and General IBM Haruno, retired. Following these awards, Mr. Donald Duke addressed the audience, congratulating the recipients and praising Vanguard newspaper for its sustained relevance and achievements in the media industry.
The Vanguard has a very strong readership that have been with them all the years, and they continue to be with them. But one thing, and this is why this occasion is important, the Vanguard celebrates not just quality in people, but integrity. So in everything they do, that is their watchword, integrity. For those of you who have come on stage this evening to be awarded, regardless of your field, the primary qualification or criterion that has been used this evening is that of integrity. You have shown integrity in the various fields that you have been nominated for. So I want to salute you. And you know, integrity is not an easy thing to find in our environment these days, but so you know you need to look very, very hard to discover it. Again, I want to congratulate all our recipients, all our awardees. I want to congratulate the Vanguard newspaper, the group, for sustainability and for gathering us here this evening. This is their 40th anniversary, and we hope that the Vanguard will be institutionalized as it has been so far, so that several years after we may have gone, we will still be celebrating this Vanguard of truth. Congratulations and thank you.
Subsequent awards included Vanguard Heroes Award to Mrs. Ngozi Kekwaru, Customer Service Agent at Eco Hotels and Suites, Vanguard Regulator of the Year, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, CEO of the Upstream Regulatory Commission, Vanguard Art and Culture Icon, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, former Director General of the Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, NTDC. Musical entertainment provided by Vesta Orchestra and Laolu Benjo, interspersed with the award presentation. Other notable award recipients included Vanguard Businessman of the Year, Dr. Gabriel Ogbeche, CEO of Rain Oil Limited. Energy Icon of the Year, Dr. Tinwade Tony Sanda, former MD of Eco Electricity. Vanguard Crude Oil Infrastructure Security of the Year, Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited. Vanguard Young Entrepreneur of the Year, Chief Habib Okwola, OFR MON, CEO of Tilt Group. Vanguard Industrialist of the Year, Lady Ada Chukwudozie, Chairman of Dozie Group. The coveted Vanguard Personality of the Year awards were presented to Dr. Alan Oyema, founder of Air Peace, and Dr. Olubumi Tunji-Ojo, Nigeria's Honorable Minister of Interior. Further accolades included Woman Entrepreneur of the Year, Dr. Titilope Ejimagwa, Entrepreneur and Long Reach Global Ambassador. Private Sector Icon of the Year, Austin Avuru, Chairman and Founder of AA Holdings. Vanguard Innovative Investor of the Year, Dr. Samuel Unyishi, Chancellor of Maduka University. Serial Entrepreneur of the Year, Chief Kevin Jumbo Onuoma, CEO of Sublime Industries. Vanguard Accounting Icon of the Year, Dr. Kayode Fashwa, FCNA CEO of Anan. Vanguard Foreign Investor of the Year, Chief Michael Tawadros, MD and CEO of Vava Group of Companies. A poignant moment featured a posthumous tribute video to the past Vanguard Personality of the Year awardees. The final awards in the Good Governance category were presented to Governors Ademola Adeleke of Osun State, Peter Umba of Enugu, Godwin Obaseki of Edo, and Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos, recognized for their achievements in infrastructure, public utility, education, transportation, rural development, and other areas. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by Barrister Abimbola Hundeyin, dedicated his award to his recently deceased Deputy Chief of Staff, Boyega Soyanwo.
Vanguard Newspapers Limited. I would not take much of your time, but I have instructions from Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Mr. Blue Line Rail, Mr. Red Line Rail, Mr. Senegal, and that's him. He had asked that this award be dedicated to his Deputy Chief of Staff, Benga Shoyowo, whom we lost a few days ago.
May his soul continue to rest in peace.
Amen. Thank you very much.
The evening concluded with lively music by Laolu Benjo and crew, as guests enjoyed a sumptuous array of refreshments. Mr. Kunle Adekoya, Deputy Editor of Vanguard Media Limited, delivered a heartfelt note of thanks, followed by the national anthem.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go down low man we sabi. Your better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswa Yodalu, he sure for us.
Forward ever and go. If I swear they we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor. Forward ever. sure you go vote for PDP. Oh yes, PDP. Oh yes.
Farida Demola Seriki, daughter of the late Ambassador Demola Seriki, weds Olaolu Oyefolu in Lagos. Farida is the second child of the late Ambassador Demola Seriki and Wosilat Okoya Seriki. The groom, Olaolu Oyefolu, is the son of the late engineer Kayode and Mrs. Ulufunke Oyefolu. The wedding took place in Ikoyi, Lagos on Saturday, 25th May 2024. Friends and family members of the Demola Seriki Okoyas and Oyefolu clan came from home and all parts of the country and beyond for the great celebration. The bride, Farida Demola Seriki, studied journalism at the Hofstra University, New York, USA. She is a musician and two-time Grammy Award-nominated singer-songwriter, waiting to hit the global music space. The groom, Olaolu Oyefolu, studied electrical engineering at the University of Manchester, currently a software engineer. Mrs. Adewumi Egberongbe from Ikoyi Registry supervised the court marriage rites.
As I, Olaoluwapo,
That I, Olaoluwapo,
take Farida
take Farida
as my lawful wedded wife
as my lawful wedded wife
from today henceforth,
from today henceforth,
in sickness and in health,
in sickness and in health,
to love and to cherish,
to love and to cherish,
forsaking all other women.
forsaking all other
Louder,
women,
please.
forsaking all other women,
Clinging to you only
clinging to you only,
till death do us part.
till death do us part.
Amen.
Amen.
Miss Farida, you repeat after me. I call upon all persons present.
I call upon all persons present
to bear me witness.
To bear me witness
That I, Farida,
take
Olaoluwapo
as
my lawful wedded husband,
as my lawfully wedded husband,
from today henceforth,
from today henceforth,
for better, for worse,
for better, for worse,
for richer, for poorer,
in
sickness and in health,
to
love and to obey, louder,
to love and to obey,
forsaking all other men, clinging to you only, till death do us part. Amen.
Amen.
After the registry, marriage rites were concluded. A certificate was presented to the couple, who were pronounced man and wife.
On behalf of the marriage registrar representing the permanent secretary, I have the privilege and honor to present you your marriage certificate. Mr. and Mrs. Oyefolu, congratulations.
The marriage blessing in both the Islamic and Christian ways was administered by Imam Kosoko and Pastor Iswa Igodalo of the Trinity Church. Dignitaries in attendance were Alhaji Razak Okoya, Chief Mrs. Folashade Okoya, Alhaji Tajuddin Okoya. Others were Otumba Niyi Adebayo, his wife Erelu Angela Adebayo, Otumba Femi Pedro, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Senator Gbenga Ashafa, Chief Mike in Negbese and wife, Chief Mrs. Mary Azomta in Negbese, Princess Sarah Shosan, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Reverend Mother Esther Abimbola Ajayi was joined by Pastor Idowu Iluyomade of the City of David Church and Pastor Itwa Igodalo of the Trinity Church. Highlights of the wedding was the grand entry of the groom, his parents, friends and family members, and the bride's family members. The newly wedded couple, in their very attractive garbs, were joined for the reception by more friends and family members. The opening remarks were given by the chairman, Otumba Niyi Adebayo, who put at the disposal of the couple useful advice for his over 3 decades in the marriage institution.
Today's occasion is a very special one. In fact, it's as if it was an arranged marriage, considering the relationship between both families. So it couldn't be a better marriage. And I have no doubt that because of the background of both the groom and the bride and their families, I have no doubt that this is a marriage made in heaven. I pray that God will give you the enablement to have a happy married life. One important thing that I always say to couples on their wedding day, there's one thing that both of you have to know, and that is you both have to be patient with each other. Nobody is perfect. Accept the imperfections of your partner and try to live with them.
The cutting of the wedding cake was administered by Irelu Angela Adebayo, followed by a performance by the Sharp Band.
Can we have an O, W, D, E, R, and now on blue, please cut your cake, powder blue. Congratulations, congratulations.
The groom and his mother, the bride and her mother, danced before they now settled down to their own special couple dance. The toast was given by Oladipo Okushaga, a close friend of the groom from secondary school days. The wedding of Farida and Olaolu Oyefolu ended with the vote of thanks by the groom, Olaolu Oyefolu. The Sharp Band were on stage for a long time, dishing out very danceable tunes till the end of the wedding. Biscon Communication Global Media Network wishes the newest couple in town all the good things that will make them happy forever.
You are cordially invited to the 3rd Annual Choir Festival with the theme, Messiah My Father. The Choir Festival will feature the winner of the 2023 edition, New Wine Assemble, the host choir, Tabernacle Choir, other competing choirs, and several observant choirs. Star prize 3 million naira, second prize 1.5 million naira, third prize 1 million naira. 10 observant choirs get 250,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira, plus other consolation prizes and winners in other categories. Date is Sunday, 16th June 2024. Time 12 noon prompt. Venue Abraham Tabernacle, Oba Irinwale Road, GRA Shagamu, Ogun State. Chief host His Excellency Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, FNSC FAENG, the Ashiwaju of Remo Christians. The Choir Festival, improving the art of singing in our churches.
The much-anticipated 80th birthday anniversary celebration of High Chief Sir Tom Ikimi, CON, the Oduma of Esanland, who was honored with the highly revered traditional chieftaincy title of the Akinrogu of Ile-Ife, the source, by the Oni of Ife since 1991, began with a special evening for High Chief Tom Ikimi, which took place at Sir Victor Uwaifo Center at Nigerian Observer Complex, Airport Road, Benin, Edo State, on Tuesday, 9th April 2024. It was well attended by friends, political associates, and the enlarged members of the Ikimi family of Igwebe in Esako local government of Edo State. Leading the dignitaries list was Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State, who in fact convened the evening on behalf of the Edo State government to honor Chief Tom Ikimi, an illustrious and shining star of the state and global personality. Also in attendance were the celebrant High Chief Sir Tom Ikimi's UK-based, very talented, award-winning scriptwriter, producer, director son, who shares the same birthday, 10th April, with him. From the Ikimi family were Mrs. Grace Esohe Konde, 82-year-old matriarch of the family, architect Benjamin Ikimi, Rose Lane, Dame Marie Fatai Williams, née Ikimi, and her husband, Chief Alan Fatai Williams. Others were King Alfred Diete Spieth, a Mayanabo of Twang Brass in Bayelsa State, who was a classmate of the celebrant in secondary school in the 50s in the Cameroon. Her Royal Highness Pelebo Bamigo represented her husband, King Ebitimi Bamigo, a Mayanabo of Okpama in Bayelsa State. Chief Lucky Igbenedion, former governor of Edo State, Mr. Peter Igbenedion, Engineer Greg Onwasero, Chief Timi Alaibe, General Prince Olagunsoye Oyinola, former governor of Lagos and Osun States, Senator Ben Obi CON, who was the chairman of the planning committee of the Chief Tom Ikimi at 80th birthday celebration, Mr. Terry Wire, who came from Abuja, Chief Stephen Lawani CON, former deputy governor of Benue State, Chief Mrs. Josephine Aneni, former minister of Women Affairs, the Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Agbebaku, and Mr. Aswe Egodalo, PDP candidate in the upcoming Edo State governorship election. Honorable Fred Agbedi, representing Sagbama Ekeremo Federal Constituency of Bayelsa State, Mr. Solomon Arase, former IGP and chairman of the Police Service Commission, Alabo Abe Sekibo, former transport minister and strong politician from Rivers State, Chief Tuni Aneni Jr., secretary of PDP in Edo State, and Mr. Anthony Azegbeli, PDP Edo State chairman. It was indeed a geopolitical diverse aggregation of Nigerians who decided to pay a well-deserved homage to High Chief Tom Ikimi on that special day in his life. Nigeria's national anthem and Edo State anthem were observed before the event formally got underway. The opening prayer was pronounced by Bishop Anthony Okuso, and cultural music that showcased the beauty of Edo State women and the very rich and engaging traditional dance of Edo people. A special evening with Chief Tom Ikimi CON was the idea of Governor Godwin Obaseki on behalf of grateful Edo State people to a shining star of the state who's globally respected. A documentary that brought back interesting nostalgic memories of the great exploits of Chief Tom Ikimi, accomplished nationally and globally, was aired at the event. Chief Tom Ikimi represented the Nigerian head of state at the 31st OAU Assembly of Heads of States and Governments in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in 1995. As chairman of People's Democratic Party (PDP) National Convention presidential election, Chief Tom Ikimi supervised the primary election that returned President Olusegun Obasanjo as PDP candidate in 2003's presidential election. On the religious realms, Chief Tom Ikimi is a committed Christian of the Catholic denomination who was honored by Pope John Paul II as a Knight of St. Gregory the Great in 1993. He also holds the highly respected traditional chieftaincy title of the Akirogun of the Source, which was bestowed on him by the Oni of Ife since 1991. Chief Tom Ikimi is also the Oduma of Igwebe, his hometown, and Efanland, Edo State. Chief Tom Ikimi, as Foreign Affairs Minister, was chairman of ECOWAS Council of Ministers and ECOWAS Committee of 9 on Liberia C9. There was also a consensus of opinion among all those who spoke that Chief Tom Ikimi discharged his duties as the quintessential spokesman of Nigeria with boldness, bravery, and maturity.
Well, Tom, keep up the good work. I'm sure all of you feel the same, having watched the 80 years journey of Chief Tom Ikimi. All I can say is, God bless you. God give you the strength and the foresight. And whatever you do, don't let success get into your head. Still treat people with that human touch and love.
I want to submit that I concur and agree with all that has been done in the documentary, and pray that the Lord will continue to preserve you for us so that I can accomplish more for this country, Nigeria. Remain blessed, sir.
I don't have to say much. Just read my contribution in the program tomorrow. I wanted to make it shorter, but Shegun said no, that what I had written, and it was like a book within a booklet. So I don't know. I hope he likes it, but I spoke from my heart and have done it. So please read it tomorrow. Thank you.
Truly glad that our paths crossed. I'm truly glad that I've been able to drink from your fountain of wisdom and your fountain of knowledge. I'm truly glad that I'm able to understand why you were so successful as an architect and as a politician and as a leader. Your meticulousness, your focus, your steadfastness. The only thing I'm not quite clear about is when you think people are overreaching themselves and you don't have time to bring them back. I see it has worked for you. But I really salute you, sir. I salute you for the leadership you've brought into the country. You're a foreign minister in this country at a time when people wouldn't want to take that job. And you held your head up high and you chested out for the country. And you gave the country a silver that very few people could have achieved.
Tonight, I think we should focus on celebrating CTI, the creative person, the creative artists, the creative architects, the creative politician, the creative statesman. It's that mindset that originates unique ideas, that creates unique forms that we are celebrating today. And that is what has seen him through this last 8 decades. Tonight I'm here to celebrate CTI and to thank him as a patron of the arts. There are many, many carvers in this town who were sustained by this man. If you go to his home today and see the quality of the pieces that adorn his home, you would doff your heart for him.
But for Chief Tom Ikimi's deft and matured handling of the situation at the time, Nigeria was on the verge of becoming a pariah nation with whom most nations will cut off diplomatic and bilateral relationships. The con-celebrated Thanksgiving Mass of Chief Tom Ikimi was held at St. Paul's Catholic Church, Airport Road, Benin, Edo State, on Wednesday, 10th April 2024. It was indeed a very special day for Chief Tom Ikimi, who also celebrated with his son, who shares the same birthday with him. Thomas Eromosele Ikimi, fondly called TJ, the award-winning director, author, scriptwriter, and chief executive officer of TNT Studios, who shares the same birthday with his father, Chief Tom Ikimi, turned 45 years. The Ikimi family registered a very robust attendance to felicitate with their worthy brother, father, and uncle, who is highly respected for being a shining star in the family. They were led by the 82-year-old matriarch of the family, Mrs. Grace Esohe Konde, architect Benjamin Ikimi, Dame Marie Fatai Williams, who was supported by her husband, Chief Allen Fatai Williams. Present at the church service was Governor Godwin Obaseki. Sir Monday Onyeme, Deputy Governor of Delta State, represented the governor. Chief James Onanefe Ibori, former Governor of Delta State. Chief Lucky Igbenedion, former Governor of Edo State. Chief Aswe Igodalo, and wife Ifeyinwa Aswe Igodalo. General Prince Olagunsoye Onyilola, former Governor of Lagos and Osun States. Senator Ben Obi CON, Mr. Peter Igbenedion, Chief Gabriel Igbenedion, a Sama of Benin Kingdom, who turns 90 in September 2024. Mr. Peter Obi, former Governor of Anambra State. Engineer Gregory Onwaseru, Philanthropist Without Boundaries. Alabo Dr. Abiye Sakibu, former Transport Minister. Right Honorable Austin Okwara, former Deputy Speaker of Nigeria's House of Reps. Chief Ebitimi Alaibe, former MD of NDDC. His Royal Highness King Alfred Dieter Spiff Amayanabo of Twon Brass, Bayelsa State. His Royal Majesty Obamuraina Adedini, the Asoya of Isoya in Ile-Ife, represented the Oni of Ife. There was huge presence of traditional rulers from Igwebe, the home place of Chief Tom Ikimi, the celebrant, Efan Land and Edo State in general. Officiating priests were His Grace Reverend Dr. Augustine Akubweze, Archbishop of Benin, and His Grace Most Reverend Dr. Felix Alaba Job, Archbishop Emeritus of Ibadan. His Eminence John Cardinal Onayeko, Archbishop Emeritus of Abuja, who turned 80 2 months ago. Most Reverend Dr. Donatus Ogwen, Bishop of Urumi Diocese, supported by other clergymen, led by Reverend Father Charles Omobiate, Parish Priest of St. Paul's Catholic Church, Benin City. The LZXS Choral performed very spirit-moving songs to set the right template for the solemn and reverent atmosphere. The homily was administered by Most Reverend Dr. Felix Alaba Job, Archbishop Emeritus of Ibadan Diocese. Chief Tom Ikimi was praised for his forthright disposition in discharging his duties as Foreign Affairs Minister, which gave a positive image to Nigeria among the Committee of Nations of the world.
Forget about the past. Look straight to the future. Look to the tabernacle where the Lord Jesus is. Submit yourself in love, in charity, and in patience. Be to your neighbor the servant of God. The remaining period of our lives should be spent not as yesterday when you were young. The Yoruba say, "Agba ṣòro dà." Aging is difficult. We pray for it, but to carry it out, arm yourself, not with soldiers and police. Arm yourself with the grace of God. Sow seeds of love, of generosity, but also of inner peace, inner joy. Call on your guardian angel every day.
The highlights of the Thanksgiving Mass of Chief Tom Ikimi at 80 were reading from the scriptures, the Holy Communion, homily, and Thanksgiving by Chief Tom Ikimi and the entire family and the congregation. The vote of thanks was given by Dame Marie Fatai Williams, the younger sister of the celebrant. The program ended with the Hallelujah Chorus. There was a grand reception at the magnificent Horatio Maki at Okada Avenue, Benin City, Edo State, where Edo State flavored cultural and contemporary music took center stage. There were performances by Ui Theatre Troupe and other dance groups from Esanland that brought a lot of life to the event. The event began formally with the opening prayer by Bishop Anthony Okosun, remarks by the chairman of the Chief Tom Ikimi at 80 event, Senator Ben Obi CON, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of American University, Yola, Adamawa State.
It gives me great pleasure again this afternoon to, on behalf of the entire committee of this 80th birthday, to welcome all of us from far and near to the reception that is being organized this afternoon. After the church service that was very, very well celebrated, by His Graces and His Eminence, what else can we be looking up to, if not to have a beautiful afternoon/evening? So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for your attention and we will have a lovely afternoon/evening. Thank you.
The chairman of the reception, His Royal Majesty King Alfred Dietes Spieth Amayanabo of Twombras of Bayelsa State, gave the welcome remarks.
If you know him, he's a man of action. While he was the External Affairs Minister, he transformed and built up the image of Nigeria, which at the time was being challenged almost to the point of being banned from the Commonwealth. He is a man of many parts. He is a genius by all standards. It is not too late for the United Nations to have people like him being invited there to head the organization. Even at 80, he is strong enough to go ahead and make things happen at that level. That is my prayer, and I think that should be all we should be wishing him for now. He has blazed the trail, he has done all that needs to be done. It is for the world now to recognize him and put him where he should be. Welcome to this reception, and I can assure you it will be a bumper event. God bless you all.
There were goodwill messages from friends, associates, and family members of the celebrants, and many groups and clubs made special presentations to the celebrant. The cutting of the birthday cake of Chief Tom Ikimi was conducted by Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State, with all the family members of the celebrant surrounding him.
2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 50, 60, 70, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. Happy birthday to you.
The toast of Chief Tommy Kimi at 80 was proposed by Alabo Dr. Abiy Sakibo, former Minister of Transport, who is a long-standing political associate of the birthday icon of the moment.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and toast to the health of the Oduman of the universe, the Oduma of Earth and Land, Chief, High Chief, Sir. Congratulations on your birthday. Congratulations on your birthday today. Celebrate. We wish you happy birthday.
A thoroughly overwhelmed celebrant, Chief Tom Ikimi, expressed his profound appreciation from the depth of his heart to all Nigerians for the love they showed him, praying that God will pay them back abundantly in many ways. He regretted the absence of those who were there to celebrate him when he turned 70, like President Jerry Rawlings of Ghana and Chief Raymond Dokpesi, and others who have died.
I'm really very grateful to all of you who have been here since yesterday. I thank the governor, I thank his cabinet, I thank the members of the House of Assembly, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the members of his cabinet, commissioners, permanent secretaries, and all of you for coming here to honor me. Let me give you the assurance that I prefer to celebrate his birthday here in Edo State as my state. There are 36 states of Nigeria, but you must have a base, and Edo State is my base. And from 1999 of this particular republic, the Fourth Republic, all the governors and leaders of Edo State from this republic have been close to me, and I'm looking forward to the next one to come. Whatever it is, thank you all very much. There could be much to say, but I don't think that this is time for all that and all that talk. All I want to say is that thank you all very much.
The closing prayer was led by Mrs. Ifeinwa Aswe Egodado. The reception ended with a grand carnival of dancing by the celebrant, Chief Tom Ikimi, his son, co-celebrant Thomas Eromosele Ikimi, TJ, and all members of the Ikimi family. As we look forward prayerfully to the 85th and 90th birthday anniversary of Chief Tom Ikimi, we at Biscon Communication Global Media Network thanks our growing number of fans across the world for loving and liking us.
Who's your guy? Olumide Akpata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
People, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oludi, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
The Island Club's 80th anniversary Family Day Jazz Night was held at the Peacock Hall of the club on Sunday, 8th of October 2023. The event witnessed breathtaking jazz performance by the Marvelous Band. In attendance were the chairman, Island Club, Prince Rabiu Adiolua, the vice chairman, Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogundikpe and wife, Yeye Kikelomo Ogundikpe, the chairman and CEO, Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisi Olatilo, the chairman, Ikoyi Club 1938, Mr. Tafazi Biri Aliyu, social secretary of the Island Club, Otumba Bolajo Martins, former vice chairman of the Island Club, Chief Rotimi Martins, the Jagumulo of Owu Kingdom, among many others. Members and guests were treated to a night of breathtaking contemporary dance-hall and classic jazz tunes, which brought back a feeling of nostalgia to the elderly members of the club, who are all die-hard jazz lovers. Speaking at the event, chairman of the Island Club, Prince Rabiu Adiolua, gave a brief overview of previous events. He welcomed and appreciated everyone present, urging them to enjoy the moment.
It has been said that this is third event in our program, which is just nice. When we started the program, it was our idea that most of the events will be sponsored by the groups. But along the line, we had a big work. We decided to the clubs and the group sponsoring some of the events. Our first night was a press conference and the Sakara night. Those of you who are there on that night will see that the Sakara group performed wonderfully well in the starting point. So also is the jazz group. They're just starting and will be members here, that shows that we are going to have a very splendid night and a very memorable one. Like I've been said, it's our 80th anniversary, which runs up to the 29th of October. This is the final day. All we have to see to enjoy members at the place. Always keep the days and attend most of the events like what you are seeing tonight. I just want to welcome you to the night, and we hope we are going to have a very nice and enable night. So we thank you for coming. God bless all of us. Those of us who started with the beginning shall all see the end in good health. So thank you. God bless you.
The event also featured a special gift presentation session by the chairman of the Island Club, Prince Rabiu Adioluwa, to some distinguished and high-performing members of the club, including the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisiolatilo. The momentous jazz nights reunited all the club's music lovers as they sang and danced to tunes after tunes, serenaded by the marvelous band. The event was brought to an end afterwards.
If e no be men wey sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If e no be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go down low, man wey sabi. Your gbata of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go down low for governor. Okay, na correct man wey sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswe Odalu, he sure for us. Aye.
Forward ever and go. If Aswe dey there, we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. Aswe Odalu for governor.
Aye.
Forward ever and go.
Mama,
if Aswe dey there, we go prosper. Alagoda, we know they go back. Aswe Odalu for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, NIS to unveil user-friendly e-visa channel. For the government to review outdated MDA